Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Yuling Girl. Starting Contract SSS Level School Beauty. Chapter 61. The Other Side. After Xiaoan came out of the secret realm, he waited for Qin Wanfang's arrival in a designated room. This was agreed upon before entering the secret realm. Qin Wanfang will take him directly to the Secret Service Bureau after he leaves the secret realm. Not long after, a black hover car appeared in front of the two people. Get in the car. Qin Wanfang raised his head and said. Xiaoan and Yulong immediately got into the car. The two large packages of spirit fruits could be easily accommodated. Qin Wanfang had specially changed a car. So many things. Are you moving? Qin Wanfang glanced at Linguo and couldn't help but tease. You can't finish the move at one time. Come back next time. Xiaoan followed his words. Qin Wanfang chuckled. Then you have to come out of the secret realm alive, otherwise not only will it be impossible to move next time, but even this time it will be confiscated. Confiscation. Confiscation is impossible, even in your lifetime. Patriotism and confiscation are two different things. Patriotism, love is the real country. If it is confiscated, it is not certain whether it is public. Just take it as a sign of confidence. Qin Wanfang pretended not to hear the ridicule and selfishness in his words, and gave Xiaoan a thumbs up. By the way, don't eat randomly these days. It will be bad if you break through. Qin Wanfang reminded again. Don't worry, be measured. Well, that's good. Qin Wanfang then set the car to autopilot and yawned. Let's rest for a while. The journey is a bit long. I guess you guys didn't sleep in the secret realm. Xiaoan lost his voice. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Qin Wanfang looked back and saw that he fell asleep so quickly. Just try hard in the secret realm. Comma. Southwest border. Secret Service. Qin Wanfang brought Xiaoan into a room. Put your things here, you will live here for the next few days. Your information has been entered into this room, and no one can open it unless you are dead. Quote. Xiaoan took a look at the room. It had a big bed, a high-end monster fursuit, and was filled with various other technological elements. It was a very good room. Only, what the hell is that big red heart on the bedside? Don't worry about these details. This is our Secret Service's blessing to you. Qin Wanfang saw Xiaoan's confusion and took the initiative to explain. After saying that, he looked at the time and said, okay, it's getting late now. You guys should go to bed early. Starting tomorrow morning, we will conduct 3 days of special training for you to get ready. After saying that, Qin Wanfang left the room. Xiaoan and Yulong looked at each other and said there was no nonsense. They washed up and rested. Early the next morning, Xiaoan and Yulong were taken to an important military area by Qin Wanfang. This area is very large, larger than 10 standard football fields. It is equipped with various advanced and complete facilities. The two-person mimicry training room is only standard. There are also various other equipment that Xiaoan has never seen before. But Xiaoan discovered two shocking things, the spirit fruit plantation and the monster battlefield. There is even such a thing. It seems that this secret service is really not an ordinary arrogant person. It is indeed a core department directly under the federal government. Seeing the shocked look on Xiaoan's face, Qin Wanfang was very satisfied. He deliberately led Xiaoan on this path because he made a decision. Soon, the two entered a training ground. In the training ground, there are many male and female spiritual masters training. They are all wearing uniform clothes. They are all sweating profusely and have strong momentum. At first glance, they are not ordinary spiritual masters. Director. Immediately, a person who looked like an instructor came to salute. Qin Wanfang nodded. Go and call your captain. Yes. The man shouted, turned around and trotted away. After a while, a man with a tall and straight posture, like a sharp sword, appeared in front of Xiaoan and Yulong. He looks to be in his 30s or 40s, with a slender figure. Although his muscles are not exaggerated, the black combat uniform fits tightly and can also highlight some of his silhouette. But his eyes were extremely sharp, even sharper than Hawkeye's. Just looking at them made him feel stabbed. Director, you are looking for me. The sound is also extremely sharp. Qin Wanfang nodded and said to Xiaoan, let me introduce, this is the captain of the Secret Service Combat Department, Yang Jian. Hello, Captain. Yang Jian frowned slightly, his happiness and anger clearly showing on his face. What are two such young people doing here? Could it be that Director Qin is going through the back door? Somewhat dissatisfied, Qin Wanfang knew Yang Jian's temper, smiled softly, and continued, these two are called Xiaoan and Yi Yulong. They are students of Beatty Yuling Academy. They are the first place in this year's freshman competition. At the same time, they are also the candidates for the battle for the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. I feel ashamed of what I just speculated. Participate in the battle for the secret realm, it is fighting for the country, throwing your life and blood. Such people should be respected. Especially since Xiaoan and the others are still freshmen, and they have to compete with others for life and death after just 1 month of enrollment, he should respect them even more. But he judged people by their appearance at first sight, and he felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Yang Jian, and I am the captain of the Secret Service War Department. Yang Jian solemnly reintroduced himself and extended his hand to Xiaoan and Yi Yulong. Xiaoan immediately stretched out his hand to shake his hand, and at the same time had an understanding of this Yang Jian. Straightforward. No airs. Dare to act and be responsible. Qin Wanfang continued, that's it. The official battle will begin in 3 days. Due to various factors, I need you to conduct special training for them for 3 days. In these 3 days, I need to give them a quality variety. There will be a qualitative change in 3 days. Yang Jian was surprised. How could this be possible? Qin Wanfang was very serious. Yes, what I want is a qualitative change. Of course, this does not refer to strength, but to mentality. After all, they are still students now, and they are still students who have only been in school for a month. Compared with those dead soldiers, they still lack a lot of things. I need you to do everything you can to help them change the students' mentality and some bad habits they shouldn't have. Yang Jian felt that this matter was very serious. Not only is the seriousness of 3 days too short, but it also involves the seriousness of the national fate of the entire federation. This is equivalent to putting a huge mountain on his shoulders. He felt heavier than ever before. Are you confident that you can complete the task? Seeing his frown, Qin Wanfang suddenly asked loudly. Promise to complete the mission. Yang Jian stood at attention like a conditioned reflex and responded. The voice is like a rainbow and the momentum is like thunder. This sudden sound even alerted the combatants who were training next to them, and they all looked over with curious eyes. What are you looking at? It's very beautiful. Do you want to dig out your eyes and put them there to see? Increase your extreme training by 1 hour. Their desertion immediately attracted scolding from the instructor next to them. A group of people suddenly looked miserable. Qin Wanfang was very satisfied with his answer. He smiled again with a straight face and said gently, Yang Jian, this task is very serious, but it is very important. This is a test given to us by the Federation and the people. Please think about it carefully. How to complete the task perfectly. As long as this mission is successful, I will personally take credit from you. Yes, Director. Yang Jian is extremely serious. Seeing this scene, Xiaoan shook his head in his heart. Giving a candy to a stick was really used to the extreme by Qin Wanfang. After explaining the matter, Qin Wanfang gave him a stack of information about Xiaoan and Yi Yulong, and then left. This was considered as throwing Xiaoan and Yi Yulong out completely. Xiaoan pouted again. This leader is a leader. The responsibility was immediately pushed away. The subordinates work hard and the leader takes credit. After he left, Yang Jian looked at Xiaoan and Yi Yulong with extremely solemn expressions. You guys take a tour first, a few instructors and I need to discuss a plan. Okay, Xiaoan responded. So, Yang Jian came to the crowd and called all his instructors into a room. As soon as the instructor left, the training combatants immediately became relaxed. Once again, he cast curious eyes on Xiaoan and the two. Who are those two people? That weapon spirit girl is so beautiful, and she even made a life and death contract. Do you still have to ask? After you come to us, what other possibilities are there besides wanting to join our war department? But they are so young. Let's go through the back door, it's not just once or twice. But this time I guess these two people have some background. Director Qin personally brought people here, and the captain didn't seem to refuse. I just don't know why he called the other instructors. I guess we are discussing how to drive them away without leaving any trace, such as giving them a special devil training or something. That makes sense. Xiaozan and Yulong were wandering around the training room. Not to mention, the training here is completely different from that in the academy. There are many things that Xiaozan has never seen before, and he can't help but become curious. It's a pity that no one taught him how to use it, so he could only live with it. Yang Jian and the others seemed to have been discussing for a long time, and they had not yet formulated a plan after an hour. Xiaozan was getting bored waiting. He wanted to pass the time by practicing, but he couldn't practice at this time because he was already at a bottleneck, and he might break through if he failed to practice. That's trouble. Nothing to do. At this moment, a man suddenly walked over to him. He was a muscular man. Get out of the way. The big man walked up to Xiaozan, but stood directly in front of him with a very unkind tone. Xiaozan frowned. What are you doing? I'm standing here perfectly fine. Have I provoked you? Are you so aggressive? Moreover, you don't want to take the wide road next to me, so you have to take me here. The anger in his heart was rising, but Xiaozan didn't want to cause trouble. He just thought that the big man had a bad temper and let him out of the way. But what Xiaozan didn't expect was that this guy not only refused to leave, but even went so far as to bully others. I'm telling you to get out of my way. Don't appear in my sight. Xiaozan understood that this guy was just here to cause trouble for him. However, he didn't understand where he had offended him. At the same time, when those people around who had finished training saw this scene, they stopped what they were doing and watched the excitement. One of the short-haired men immediately joked, "It has to be Jang San. He is the only one who dares to bully people without fear of anything. It's not his fault, it's mainly because of the instructor's acquiescence. Veterans bully new recruits. Isn't this also a welcome ceremony passed down from the ancient Yuan dynasty? I just don't know if this newcomer is tofu or ironclad. Do you think it might be an iron plate? You came through the back door. Where is the iron plate?" Everyone was watching Xiaozan's joke, and they all now regarded Xiaozan as a newcomer who was about to enter the combat department of the Secret Service. Knowing that the other party was deliberately provoking, Xiaozan no longer needed to be patient. Staring at the big man with cold eyes, "Get out. Just one word, go away," Xiaozan said at once. If he doesn't leave, Xiaozan won't be polite. He has already felt Yulong's small universe about to explode. Before doing this, I was afraid that when the big man said the first sentence, Yulong would have already spoken back. Now she is silent throughout the whole process, just to give Xiaozan face. After all, when going out, women must give men enough face. Hearing this, the big man was not angry, but smiled. Laughed loudly. The laughter echoed in my ears, extremely ironic. "Boy, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this." After the laughter, the big man's face turned sinister. His face is full of flesh, that's his close-up. It's not too big a deal to watch the excitement. Such an intense scene made everyone's emotions rise a bit. Pure abuse is boring, I still want to watch this kind of slap in the face. This kid is really smart. It's obvious that he has never been beaten by society. It's really a flower grown in a greenhouse, but it's okay. Jang San will fertilize it and let him know why the flowers are so red. Jang San is angry. This kid is probably going to be miserable now, haha. Some people gloated over the misfortune, while others tried to persuade them, "Jang San, don't go too far, come back quickly. Director Chin brought me here, be careful to punish you with confinement." That's right, you can't afford to offend him, so be careful to wear small shoes for you. How can this be persuasion? This is clearly a fire. Sure enough, Jang San became even more angry after hearing this, and the flesh on his face trembled. "Boy, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, let you know that the War Department is not a place you can just come to if you want to." Having said that, Jang San was full of momentum. Not far behind him, an equally wild woman instantly turned into a tiger-headed sword and appeared in his hand. "Boy, let me see what you are capable of." The tiger-headed sword blew a fierce wind and slashed towards Xiaozan's head. Xiaozanyu's power was activated, and Yulong turned into a death sickle and appeared on his hands, raising it horizontally to block. The tiger-headed sword fell, and the two soldiers met each other. It was a crazy confrontation between the two forces. Bang! Xiaoan took 3 steps back and stood firm. The big man was also unsteady on his feet and took a step back. This scene made everyone who had just laughed at it hold their breath and look serious. This boy is so young and is actually a first-grade spiritual master. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can you come to the War Department without any strength? But a first-grade spiritual master is useless, and Jang San is a third-grade spiritual master. The two of them are not at the same level at all. A third-grade spiritual master. Hearing these words, Xiaozan's heart couldn't help but tighten slightly. Unexpectedly, this big man turned out to be a third-level spiritual master. If this was the case, Xiaozan would have to change his attack strategy. Facing such an opponent who is far beyond his level, Xiaozan understands that all defenses are in vain. The only way to win is to attack. Abandon defense, unlimited offense. Only in this way can we find a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he decided to directly activate his ultimate move and use his imperial skills. Take advantage of the situation where you can still take the initiative, otherwise once you get into a battle, you will be absolutely passive. He quietly circulated his power. Jang San, on the other hand, was still in surprise at this time. The way he looked at Xiaozan changed, from disdain to surprise. He glanced at his feet. This kid was able to withstand his own blow just now, and he even took a step back in response. He couldn't believe it. Although he didn't use all his strength just now, he even withdrew some of his strength when he struck Xiaozan, for fear of hurting him. But even so, it is impossible for him to take a step back. Can a first-grade spiritual master do this? His eyes couldn't help but focus on the death scythe in Xiaozan's hand, and he frowned deeply. The death energy lingering on it made him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. This kind of depression touches the soul. At this time, a voice came from his weapon spirit Tiger Head Sword. Be careful with his weapon spirit. It is definitely an SSS level weapon spirit. It has talents beyond the level to suppress it. My strength will be greatly weakened. What? SSS level weapon spirit? Are you sure? Jang San's heart skipped a beat. Absolutely, the captain's weapon spirit is SS level. The purity of this scythe is several levels higher than that of the captain. It is definitely SSS level. Yuling's voice is extremely heavy and firm. Hearing this, Jang San instantly became extremely serious. No wonder he took a step back just now. It turns out that he has an SSS level weapon spirit. In that case, the kid who can make a life and death contract with an SSS level weapon spirit must also be an SSS talented spiritual master. He finally understood why Director Qin wanted to personally open the back door for Xiaozan. It turned out to be two peerless geniuses. But in an instant, his scalp became numb again. Because he had offended two geniuses all of a sudden. No matter what the final outcome of this matter was, he would definitely be resented and punished. He is bitter. These two ancestors are completely different from the children of the aristocratic families who came to Guild before. This is an iron plate. What's going on? Look at Jang San's tiger-headed sword. The breath seems to have become a little soft. At this time, the people watching the excitement noticed Hua Dian. Everyone looked around after hearing the sound, and sure enough they found that the sharp sword that was originally fierce and majestic now became a bit like a sick cat, giving people a dull razor feel with no offensive power. Isn't it Jang San who wants to let loose? How is it possible? Even if the water is released, the aura will not weaken. When this happens, it can only explain one problem, that is, the kid's weapon spirit level is higher than the tiger head sword. There is level suppression. Moreover, it must be very high to have such strong level suppression. Speaking of this, the environment that had been a bit noisy just now suddenly became quiet. Does it have to be very high? That's SSS level. Captain Yang Jian's weapon spirit is SS level, and the tiger head sword is a level. Although there are level suppression during daily sparring training, a tiger will never turn into a kitten. Then it can only be SSS level. It's over, it's over. This time Jang San stabbed Lu Zi. I seriously hit the iron plate. At this moment, they no longer laughed, they just kept silent. Worrying about Jang San, I hope Jang San can handle this battle well. At this time, Jang San was also a little bit in trouble. Looking at Xiaoan, if he continued to fight and a big one really hurt these two little geniuses, then he would be in real trouble. After all, a genius of this level would have been able to eat giant pandas at will in the ancient Yuan dynasty. But if you don't fight, your face has been put on the gambling table. If you don't get it back, it will become a joke in the future. How to decide? Just when he was thinking about whether face was more important or prison, Xiaoan helped him make the decision. A black mist filled with endless death aura surged towards him suddenly, like a tide, making him unable to react. This is the skill of control. Jang San looked horrified. But then there was even more horror. A first-grade spiritual master, can he perform the skill of mastering? What's the iron plate he's kicking? It's obviously a titanium alloy steel plate. Jang San regretted it very much. But the situation at this moment did not allow him to think. The skills of control were all powerful, and he did not dare to be careless. He could only raise the tiger head sword in his hand to resist, activate the power of defense in his body, and with a fierce look, he slashed at the black mist. Although the tiger head sword was suppressed, Jang San was a third-grade spiritual master after all, and the sharp sword wind directly split the black mist into two. But the joy on his face stopped suddenly. The black mist was split, but it was not really split. It was only split a few meters away, without even cutting off half of it. Moreover, the separated mist still moved forward, went around behind him, and merged again. He was immediately shrouded in black mist. This scene happened too suddenly. In an instant, the scene was deathly silent. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Royal skills. Such a weird imperial skill. Or was it performed by a first-grade spiritual master? What the hell? Are the people who use the back door so perverted this time? They were dejected. If this was really the case, then please bring more, and they actually wouldn't mind. At the same time, Yang Jian was having a heated discussion with several instructors on how to train a qualitative change in 3 days. At this moment, Yang Jian suddenly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Quiet. It's too quiet. It was so quiet. This is not the behavior of those prickly people at all. He quickly stood up and opened the door to check the situation. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately saw a thick black fog covering the training ground. What's going on? Yang Jian asked immediately. The person closest to him heard the sound and immediately came to his senses. Report to the captain, it was Jang San who was fighting with the person who used the back door. Take the back door. What the back door? They are the two people Director Qin brought just now. What? Yang Jian lost his voice in fear, and his face suddenly turned pale. Who do you think they were fighting with? Jang San. He is the one who the captain tacitly agrees to bully the newcomers. I default to your mother's size. Yang Jian kicked him so stupidly. The anger on Yang Jian's face cannot be vented. Glancing at the battle center, if it wasn't an emergency, he would have wanted to kick him until his mother didn't recognize him. Not daring to hesitate, he turned around and put all his power under his feet, sprinting towards the center of the battle. These bunch of dogs are like fools, they won't save me any trouble at all. Xiaoan and Yulong are going to enter the secret realm and fight for the right to belong to the country. They are martyrs when they die and heroes when they live. Even he had to be careful, for fear that the 3 days of special training would have any adverse effects on him. It would be better for these fools to just stab someone with a knife. Is this because you hate living too long? His heartbeat was racing extremely fast at this moment, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If Xiaoan was really injured at all, it would be small for them to lose their lives. But if the Federation suffers losses and the people are humiliated, then he is a sinner through the ages. During the battle between Xiaoan and Jang San. Jang San's whole body was wrapped in black mist, and his eyes were completely dark. He couldn't find his direction in an instant. His senses seemed to disappear, and he suddenly became flustered. But at this moment, a dim light appeared in front of his eyes. The light was very blurry and very conspicuous in the blackness, but it was difficult to see clearly. He subconsciously wanted to get closer to get a clearer look. But at this moment, a magic sickle hidden in the black mist went straight to his head, demanding his life. Seeing that they were about to touch each other, in this life or death emergency, Jang San suddenly woke up. The tiger-headed sword in his hand roared, shaking away the darkness around him. At the same time, a golden light suddenly appeared and emanated from the tiger head sword, once again dispelling the darkness, forming a disc golden shield in front of Jang San. Tiger light shield. Jang San's imperial skills. Bang! The death scythe hit the tiger light shield without any surprise. The tiger light shield that was hastily deployed did not block the blow and shattered immediately. Crazy energy poured into Jang San's body without money. Jang San felt as if his chest was being hit by a heavy hammer. He couldn't help but scream, and he couldn't stop retreating under the impact of the powerful force. Kick, kick, kick. Every step back was extremely heavy, like the dull sound of a hammer hitting the ground. He took more than 10 steps back before he stopped. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Xiaoan in horror, full of disbelief. But his figure has not yet stabilized. Xiaoan flashed before his eyes like a ghost again, and the magic sickle swung out, the blade like an eagle's beak piercing his temple. Jang San's pupils shrank violently, and the infinite aura of death was approaching. He was horrified that this kid Xiaoan was actually being serious. Make a killing move. He quickly used his power to dodge, but Xiaoan was really fast, and his temple stung. It was about to penetrate. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and directly grabbed Xiaoan's death scythe, imprisoning it tightly, preventing it from moving forward any further. It's Yang Jian. He showed up just in time to stop the wrong fight. Jang San was surprised how he appeared. But before he had time to think, a whip leg came out from under him, and the giant dragon whip struck him hard on the stomach. Wow! The powerful outpouring of power was simply not something Jang San could bear. His body was directly bent into an arch shape, and the whole thing was like a sandbag, and he was blown away with great force. Blood spit out from his mouth, leaving a red rain of flowers in the air. Bang! With a heavy sound, Jang San was hit against the wall, and then fell to the ground. He curled up in a ball due to the intense pain, clutching his stomach with both hands. His face was as pale as tinfoil, bitter water mixed with blood flowed out of his mouth, but he couldn't even make a sound. This extremely painful and miserable scene fell into the eyes of everyone present. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to take a breath. No one dared to step forward to help Jang San. Because everyone knew that Yang Jiandong was really angry at this moment. Let this farce end like this. It was me who failed to control my subordinates and made them mistakenly think you were a newcomer. I apologize to you. Yang Jian released his hand holding the death scythe and said with a very sincere expression. When others heard this, they realized that it was a misunderstanding. Xiaoan didn't come to join the War Department at all. Think about it, how could such a genius join the War Department? Even if you want to join the War Department, it cannot be through the back door. Yang Jian took action. Xiaoan's aura subsided. He glanced at Jang San over there, who was twitching like a dead dog, and said coldly, "This is not your fault, and he should be the one to apologize. Get over here if you're not dead." Yang Jian immediately shouted at Jang San. Jang San, who was still lying on the ground and twisted into a maggot, was originally dying. When he heard this, his body was like a spring. He instinctively froze, and even the pain seemed to be lessened, and he struggled to get up. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. But the power of that kick was so great that it made his stomach churn and his internal organs shifted. It was only because of his strong willpower that he didn't faint. But he endured the pain and went from lying down to kneeling for several minutes, but he never stood up from the ground. In this way, he had already tried his best and was sweating like rain. Forget it, that's it. Xiaoan waved his hand. Just know that this is a misunderstanding, and you won't suffer much anyway, so you have to be merciful and merciful. Besides, Jang San is also a soldier who serves the country. There's no need for this. Need not. Jang San, however, gave an extremely stubborn shout. He finally stood up from the ground, but he bit his lip so hard that it bled, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. But he looked at Xiaoan with firm eyes. I made a mistake and it's my fault to apologize. He jerked to attention. Brush. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Very sincere. But after saying this, he suddenly fell down like a machine that had lost power. Straight up. Obviously, just when he was able to stand up, he was already squeezed to the limit. Several soldiers saw this and rushed to help him. It doesn't matter. Xiaoan glanced at him and answered very seriously. He couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Although Jang San is arrogant and likes to bully newcomers, he still has the bloody spirit that a warrior should have. He was no longer angry. Because behaviors like Jang San's are common in the army, and can even be said to be traditional, but there are relatively few people as arrogant as him. In addition, after the battle just now, Xiaoan also understood the gap between himself and the third-grade spiritual master. Suppressing the level of the weapon spirit, seizing the opportunity, and even using the defensive skills when the opponent underestimated the enemy. With all the skills used, the opponent did not dare to make a fatal move. This advantage was all on his side, but he still couldn't deal a fatal blow to it. The opponent even has great counterattack capabilities. This shows how big the gap is. The level gap is at its root and cannot be made up by the skills of control. But Xiaoan believed that if he had been a second-grade spiritual master just now, Jang San would definitely die. However, when he was dissatisfied with his combat power, when it fell into the eyes of those in the war department, it simply exploded, shocking everyone. A first-grade spiritual master pressed down and beat a third-grade spiritual master, and he almost died. Is this fighting power definitely human? Xiaoan was then taken into the room by Yang Jian. Several people were shocked to see Xiaoan at this moment. At such a young age, he was already a first-grade spiritual master within 1 month of entering school, and he even used powerful mastery skills to win the first place in one fell swoop. Just now, Jang San, a third-grade spiritual master, was pressed down and beaten again. This guy's strength is really terrifying. After discussion among our instructors, there is only one special training plan for you in the next 3 days. Yang Jian said to him. What's the plan? Kill. Kill. Xiaoan was surprised. What kind of special training is this? Yang Jian was very serious. Yes, it's killing. But this, killing, has 2 meanings. One is the killing skills. The other is the literal meaning, let you kill. Xiaoan shook his head, expressing that he didn't quite understand. Yang Jian continued to explain, killing techniques are techniques that target some of the fatal vital points of the human body. It is a form of low power, high explosive damage that can often produce unexpected results, or even a dramatic comeback. This technique is a required course for dead soldiers. You don't need to learn it in the 3-day course, but you must understand it. And the second killing is to give you the determination to kill with 1 strike and to kill without stopping. After all, you are still a student. Although you killed someone in the freshman competition, it was a forced decision made under the influence of various factors. Therefore, you are actually far from a true murderous heart. It's far from it. In other words, you've just started. The special killing training we have formulated for you is to make you dare to kill without any influence. Only in this way can you be calm when facing your opponents. After listening to his words, Xiaoan understood his intention. Because there were only 3 days left, it was too late to do other special training content. So now we are pursuing the fastest results, just changing our mentality and giving ourselves a desire to kill, so as to ensure the greatest possible success in the secret realm. Only in this way can we survive the siege of those opponents. But, having said this, Yang Jian was a little worried again. Although the desire to kill is good, it is not so easy to obtain. The success of every murderous heart is tempered by the blood of countless people. This kind of process is often a relatively long process. But you only have 3 days. In just 3 days, you have to make a person who has never killed anyone have a murderous heart. It is very difficult. It is very dangerous. This kind of short-term rapid compression will most likely bring you an indelible shadow. It will stay with you for your whole life. So, you need to be prepared for that. Hearing this, Xiaoan looked a little solemn. Tempering a murderous heart may have an indelible impact on oneself. If that's the case, do I still need this murderous heart? Yang Jian just said that the desire to kill will gradually develop as the strength grows and the number of battles increases. It's just longer. Now it takes 3 days to temper. The probability of something happening is very high. Once there is a psychological shadow, it is equivalent to ruining the future. Xiaoan does not think that he is the chosen one, and he does not want to do such a thing. Moreover, he does not feel that he needs to kill now. He already has a complete plan for this trip to the secret realm. But he still asked, is the desire to kill very strong? This was the first time Xiaoan heard this word. Yang Jian nodded. It's very powerful. The desire to kill can not only strengthen a person's willpower, but also greatly help with spiritual cultivation. At the same time, in battle, the desire to kill can also improve combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Quote. A person with a murderous heart may not necessarily become a strong person, but a strong person must have a murderous heart. After hearing the explanation, Xiaozan understood the importance of the desire to kill. But at this moment, he really didn't want to gamble. Because he didn't think it was necessary. Xiaozan didn't respond for a long time, and Yang Jian immediately understood Xiaozan's thoughts. In fact, during the discussion, he also felt that this matter was too risky, and it was no different from ruining someone's future. 3 days. Not to mention 3 days, some people may not have it in 3 or 30 years. He didn't want Xiaozan to agree in the first place, he just stated this method. Just now, he saw that Xiaozan had the ability to compete with a third-grade spiritual master. He immediately felt that Xiaozan no longer had to consider killing. So, he said, I can put aside my desire to kill, but you have to practice killing. Killing one person and killing a group of people are completely different things. Passive killing and active killing are even different. Yang Jian's tone was very serious and he could not refuse. Xiaozan thought for a while, okay, I can promise you this, but don't worry, they are all definitely worthy of death. Yang Jian knew what Xiaozan was worried about. Kill ordinary people. They are from the federal government, not an evil group. Without further delay, shall we start now? Yang Jian looked at Xiaozan. Okay. Xiaozan also responded. So Yang Jian immediately ordered people to make arrangements. Soon, the man returned and reported that everything had been arranged. Let's go. Where to go? Xiaozan asked. Execution field. Execution field. Under the scorching sun, a row of death row prisoners were escorted. There were 8 of them in total, kneeling in front of Xiaozan and Yulong. They were lined up in 2 rows. They all wore black hoods. Their faces could not be seen clearly, and they could only tell their gender. These death row prisoners are all guilty of heinous crimes. They have already accepted federal trials and are allowed to receive the death penalty. Yang Jian brought Xiaozan and Yulong here just to let them play the role of executioners. The execution ground was filled with the smell of blood. Even in such a hot weather at the moment, it is still unable to evaporate these bloods. They have experienced the accumulation of time and have long been integrated with this land. So when Xiaozan walked here, it was obviously a blazing hot weather, but he felt a strange coldness. Both of you must undergo killing training. Remember, I will only say this once. They are both heinous people. As long as you remember this sentence, you can begin to execute them. Yang Jian said, taking out 2 long knives and handing them to Xiaozan and Yulong respectively. Don't worry, this kind of knife is very fast. Killing people is like cutting tofu. It won't feel like chopping big bones. Xiaozan was fine at first, but when he suddenly heard these words, he felt a little chilly. Cut off big bones. I heard that when executioners in ancient times beheaded, if one blow didn't solve the problem, they would do it again. If the problem is not solved with 2 blows, he will continue to hit the target until the head is chopped off. That kind of torture is the most torture for death row prisoners. Therefore, many executioners will spray a mouthful of wine before execution. You seem to know a lot. Yang Jian smiled calmly. They were all killed. After speaking, Yang Jian stepped aside and said, ready, you can start at any time. Xiaozan held the knife in his hand and glanced at Yulong. He found that Yulong was also looking at him and gave her a comforting look. He took the lead in pulling off the hood of the first death row prisoner. The hood was pulled off. He is a vicious man. His mouth was sealed, unable to speak. But his fierce eyes could kill many people at a glance. Xiaozan has no sympathy for such people. Take a deep breath and block out the tension in your heart. This is really different from the feeling of killing people on the competition stage. But he knew that this was what he had to experience. His eyes narrowed. Brush. The knife falls from the hand. The man's head suddenly disappeared. As Yang Jian said, this knife is very fast, but it definitely doesn't feel like cutting tofu. Hot blood splashed onto Xiaozan's hands and face. His heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, blood flow accelerated, and his body temperature increased. An inexplicable throbbing feeling strongly stimulated him in the cerebral cortex. All kinds of chaotic emotions came one after another: fear, anxiety, excitement, impulse, stimulation, fanaticism, enjoyment, loneliness. In just a short moment, he seemed to experience thousands of emotions. He quickly suppressed this feeling with reason. So weird. This feeling is similar to the feeling of killing people in the freshman competition, but it is very different. He adjusted himself, and after a while, he breathed a long sigh of relief and completely suppressed the uncomfortable feeling. Yang Jian is right, this is indeed different. When Yang Jian next to him saw this scene, a strange color flashed in his eyes. He immediately said, "Continue." After his words fell, Xiaoan was a little stunned when the hoods of the remaining 3 condemned prisoners were all taken off. Because the ferocity of the first person is completely opposite, these 3 people look extremely weak and pitiful. 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom was an old man, wept bitterly, with pleading written all over their faces. The moment I saw Xiaoan, I was filled with fear of death, but also full of hope for survival. "Little brother, please let me go. I am innocent. Little brother, I'm just an ordinary person, and a rich second generation robbed my weapon spirit and threw me into prison to frame me. Please help me. Young man, old man, I am too old to think about going out. Please help me bring a message to the grave next to the old locust tree in Sanxi village, saying that I am innocent and have never been sorry to her." The 3 of them begged for mercy. Xiaoan looked a little hesitant at this scene and looked at Yang Jian. But Yang Jian said nothing. Xiaoan thought of what Yang Jian had told him in advance, that these people were all death row prisoners. Immediately, his eyes became firm. The knife fell from the hand. The young man was beheaded. The feeling after killing people came again, but this time, some feelings were missing, such as anxiety and fear, and some feelings were strengthened, such as excitement and fanaticism. "Continue." Before he had time to think, Yang Jian's voice rang again. Xiaoan wanted to simply calm down this feeling. But Yang Jian's voice was extremely urgent and severe. "Continue." Xiaoan knew that Yang Jian didn't want him to stay, so he felt a little confused, but he still walked towards the 3rd person. "That woman. Little brother, I am really wronged. I still have a child." The words are not finished yet. It was ended by Xiaoan. Once the murderous intention is determined, it will not waver. Hot blood splashed on his face, and now most of the numerous feelings in his mind were wiped away. There were only 2 or 3 feelings left: fever, excitement, which were once again intensified. "And it's still jumping. Continue." Yang Jian urged again. The voice became more urgent. Almost the moment he spoke, Xiaoan had already taken the initiative to walk in front of the last person. He felt his blood speed up and his breathing became heavy. The old man looked at Xiaoan, extremely calm, waiting for death to come. But Xiaoan looked at him, with blood-red light flashing in his eyes. The knife in his hand was trembling a little at this moment, but it was not a tremor of fear, but a tremor of excitement. Crack! The head of the last condemned prisoner fell to the ground. And as the head fell to the ground, something seemed to be opened in Xiaoan's heart, making all his complicated feelings disappear, leaving only a blood-boiling carnival. He felt like his whole body was on fire, like it was on fire. But it's burning from the inside out. He has a strong addiction and wants to continue killing like this. Wide awake. But at this moment, a basin of cold water suddenly woke him up. Xiaoan's boiling feeling suddenly disappeared, and instead a deep cold fear came over him. "My scalp is numb and my back is cold. What happened to me just now?" Xiaoan looked at Yang Jian with great fear, fear lingering in his eyes. He felt as if he had just changed into a different person. If he didn't have that basin of cold water, he felt like he would have done something very crazy. Yang Jian's eyes were also full of shock and a trace of fear that was not easy to detect but penetrated deep into his bones. This guy Xiaoan was really terrifying, but luckily he wasn't allowed to temper his murderous heart. Otherwise, he would most likely create a demon. The consequences are simply unimaginable. "Okay, stop. We'll stop here for now. Let's go directly to the special training on killing skills later." Yang Jian did not answer Xiaoan's words. Instead, he said with a somewhat heavy tone, "But I'm not over yet," Yulong said from the side. She hasn't started any of them yet because she is waiting for Xiaoan. Yang Jian shook his head. No need, Xiaoan alone is enough. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and suddenly the scene in front of him changed. The hot summer day disappeared, the execution site disappeared, and even the death row prisoners disappeared. Everything disappeared, turning into an empty closed room. This is. Xiaoan looked at him in shock. What happened just now? Yang Jian nodded and said, yes, everything just now was an illusion, or it cannot be said to be an illusion. That was all your feelings. This room is the neurosensory mimicry training room recently developed by the Federation. Unlike the one in your academy, this room does not require the assistance of clothes or training cabins. This is directly injected into the room through special air molecules. After entering the human body, it forms a connection with the brain, and it can simulate any desired environment and things without even realizing it. Yang Jian explained while taking the knife back from Xiaoan's hand. This knife is forged from a kind of essence stone. Its only function is to mobilize the user's essence, allowing people to quickly enter a certain place. A state. The special training just now was actually just a test for you. Test. Xiaoan was stunned when he heard this. Are you playing a trick on yourself by co-authoring it? What were the test results? Yang Jian's expression was extremely heavy. I just want to say 5 words. That's nothing. Xiaoan answered quickly. Born to kill. Yes, born to kill. This seemed to be a compliment, but Yang Jian said it very seriously. Obviously, these 5 words were not him praising Xiaoan. Why do you say that? Because Xiaoan's test results were really too big and unexpected. Under normal circumstances, the essence knife will amplify the truest state of the tester's heart to the extreme when the tester kills the third person. Most people who kill someone for the first time show fear. There are a few people who have a strong will and can maintain a trace of sanity. And some people will collapse. Some people will go crazy. But it is very rare for Xiaoan to fall directly into a dazed state like this. There may not be 1 out of 10,000 people. But he became like this. What does that mean? This means that there is a terrifying demon living in Xiaoan's heart. Demons are not scary. Everyone has a devil in their heart. But the scary thing is that this demon lives in the heart of a powerful person. Once it is released, all you can say is, terrible, comes to find its mother after school, and, terrible, is home. He looked at Xiaoan, really confused. Why does a person who is willing to sacrifice for the Federation and has great love in his heart have such a terrifying demon in his heart? He was a little afraid to let Xiaoan continue the special killing training. This guy doesn't need special training at all, he is special training himself. Well, hearing Yang Jian's comments, Xiaoan fell into silence. He thought of what he had said when he and Qin Wanfeng met for the first time. He replied with the same 5 words, that's a good comment. Take a brief rest. Xiaoan's next step was to explain the fatal parts of the human body and what kind of reaction the human body would have when these parts are damaged. Xiaoan is quite familiar with this. Every young man has a martial arts dream in his heart, and some people have it in him, so he went to Shaolin. Some people kept it in mind, so they wrote novels. Some people are in a dream, so they lie on the bed and sleep. And Xiaoan's martial arts dream is in Xiaoshui's comic commentary. Therefore, he especially likes various explanation videos of fighting and killing, such as inserting eyes, lifting vaginal legs, exploding liver, naked choke, hitting temple chakra and scraping eye sockets, etc. He is really interested in this technique, so he can learn it easily now. And how quickly he got started made Yang Jian stunned again, and he was even more sure that his 5-word evaluation was very accurate. Born to kill. It's really not a lie. The next day, Yang Jian still gave Xiaoan special training to kill. However, this time he used real people, only one person, but he was a dead soldier. It's just that this dead soldier is not from his own federation, but a dead soldier sent by another country and captured by the Secret Service. He let go of the dead man and let him fight Xiaoan. Promised to let him go if he wins. Xiaoan was a little serious when he faced off against a dead soldier for the first time, and he was on guard all over. When the actual battle began, it was indeed the first time that I felt that the battle was different from that of ordinary spiritual masters. The battle between spiritual masters is more focused on the confrontation of strength. They usually directly attack each other and kill each other. Death warriors have low talents and are destined to lack strength, so they prefer skills. This allowed Xiaoan to experience new fighting methods, gain a deep understanding, and have a more intuitive understanding of the killing skills he learned yesterday. The battle ended quickly, and Xiaoan easily dispatched him. This dead soldier must have been selected by Yang Jian. His strength is very rubbish. He relies on skills throughout the whole process. The main focus is to let Xiaoan experience this fighting method in advance. At night, Yang Jian sent another dead soldier. A little stronger than during the day, Xiaoan still won. When Yang Jian saw how calm Xiaoan was about killing people the next day, he could only sigh in his heart. Born to kill. Yes, it's still the same sentence. Why do you still think so? Because the state of madness is dominated by desire, which is involuntary. Only indifference to life is the most terrifying thing. That kind of person has become immune and has no fluctuations. The calmness that Xiaoan is showing now, combined with the bonus comparison from his scene yesterday, has evolved into an evolutionary trend of indifference. Can you not let him sigh? Have a night's rest. The third day. Xiaoan and Yulong got up as usual and went to the training ground to prepare for the last day of special training. But just as they were passing through the usual area, a cry for help suddenly came from behind them. Several women with beautiful figures, but disheveled clothes and exposed large areas of skin, came towards him calling for help. Behind them were several men in white coats. Xiaoan didn't recognize those men, but judging from their clothes, they were members of the Secret Service Research Department. As soon as they saw Xiaoan, they stopped immediately, panic flashed across their faces, and they turned around and ran away as if in panic. When the women saw this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief and came to Xiaoan, thanking him very much for his help. What's going on with you? Xiaoan asked doubtfully. They looked disheveled, as if they had been bullied. Upon hearing the inquiry, several women immediately began to cry pitifully. One of the women said, "Master Spirit Master, we are all ordinary people who were captured by them. They want to imprison us for experiments. We just ran out while they were slacking off. Master Spirit Master, I can see that they are afraid of you. Can you take us out?" Listen to her. Xiaoan was a little surprised. The Secret Service caught women for experiments. Can't. After all, it is a federal agency. But he also knows a truth: the closer to a bright place, the darker it is underneath. Could it be that? The woman saw Xiaoan's hesitation, immediately seized the opportunity, stepped forward and said, "Sir, please help us. We are really scared. Several of our sisters have been killed by them. They are a group of devils. If you don't save us, we will definitely die." A bit of a moral kidnapping. But I have to say it worked. Xiaoan felt a little soft-hearted, but he still felt that something was wrong. The woman felt that something was wrong, hesitated, and immediately said, "Sir, we are all lonely people and have no home for a long time. As long as you are willing to save us, we can do anything. We can be your servants, even if you only need willing." As she spoke, a blush appeared on the woman's face, she bit her lip lightly, and pulled her clothes down a little as if she had made a big decision. Suddenly a beautiful scenery appeared. Seeing this, other women followed suit. There was even a bold woman who directly stretched out her hand to grab Xiaoan. About to touch. At this time, a black magic sickle suddenly appeared, and with a flash of black light, it cut off the woman's arm. The sudden scene frightened the woman. Seeing her arm falling to the ground, the woman suddenly made a terrified sound. The bloody turn of events also caused several other women to panic. But they didn't have time to react. They saw the death energy of the demon scythe wrapped around them, the cold light flying around, bringing up blossoms of bright red, splashing into the air, and falling to the ground. Without even a scream, these women were completely killed by Yulong. Blood dripped down the sickle blade. Xiaoan felt a chill running down his back and his head did not turn around. At this moment, the death scythe turned around again and aimed at a dark place. Yang Jian in the darkness was shocked. He was discovered. He slowly walked out of the darkness and looked at the demon sickle blade that was glowing with cold light and dripping with blood. Yang Jian felt as if he was being stared at by death. "Captain Yang, why are you here?" Xiaoan asked. Yang Jian didn't know why, but he didn't dare to look at the death scythe. He was obviously much stronger than the death scythe, but when she pointed at him, he felt a little guilty. Why? The special training is over. It was the last special training just now. Yang Jian said. Was it just a special training? Xiaoan was a little confused. He didn't even know that he was undergoing special training just now. So these people are dead. What is the core of the special training? Yang Jian nodded helplessly. It is indeed a special training. The main purpose of this time is to make you defensive. Not all dead soldiers have poker faces. Many of them are just like ordinary people and are difficult to be fooled. Discover. Once you get close and you find out, it will be too late. These women just now are killers who are good at taking advantage of people's hearts. If you had just been touched by them, you would have been cold. Of course, it won't hurt if you get cold, but it will definitely hurt you. Well, Yang Jian sighed again. 3 days of special training, 3 days of different methods, all planned by Yang Jian. On the first day, Xiaoan acted as the executioner to let him understand what killing means. The next day, fight head-on and learn how the dead soldiers fight. The third day is a soft kill. Use seduction to get close to Xiaoan and teach him a lesson. Originally, today's matter had been successful. After 2 days of shock on Xiaoan, he could finally find some advantages and come back today. But I didn't expect that Yulong suddenly appeared again. He couldn't even figure out why Yulong suddenly got angry and killed these women directly. You must know that ordinary weapon spirits rarely make decisions, and they will not become weapon spirits without the use of a spiritual master. Only in rare circumstances will the Yuling take the initiative, such as in moments of life and death crisis, but even in such moments, the Yuling master and the weapon spirit must maintain a mental connection. Otherwise, the control rights will fight and the combat effectiveness will not be exerted. So, Yulong saw a life and death crisis coming. This shouldn't be the case. Xiaoan didn't even notice it. How did she notice it? Yang Jian was very puzzled. Xiaoan next to him saw Yang Jian's brows furrowed and helpless. He actually knows the answer. But knowing the answer, he was very impressed, and he had a real understanding of Yulong's domineering power. He couldn't help but think of what Yulong said after making a contract with him: if you dare to make a contract with another woman, I will die for you. Before, he thought it was a possessive joke, but now, he knew it was a real reminder with his life. Misophobia. Mental misophobia. Strong mental misophobia. Xiaoan didn't understand the depth of this word before, but now he understands. In Yulong's heart, her cleanliness meant that she would not allow any woman to touch Xiaoan. The seduction of those women just now directly touched the bottom line of Yulong's soul, and it was a direct act of collision. Therefore, Yulong almost didn't think about it, and just out of reflex, he killed them all. Even Yang Jian, who was present, took aim. Fortunately, Yang Jian is a man, and his gender determines his safety. Xiaoan, who had a clear understanding of Yulong's misophobia, also understood one thing at this moment, that is, he no longer has to worry about temptation. Because Yulong's misophobia is simply a dimensionality-reducing blow. 100 women come, 100 women die. Unless, she is just my sister. Yulong changed back to human form. She stared at Yang Jian with a cold look on her pretty face, as if she was warning him that if he dared to use this seductive method again, he would not blame her for being rude. Yang Jian was confused. He didn't know anything. Just watching Yulong use such cruel methods and kill so many people, it still has no impact. In an instant, he felt like he had met two ancestors. Two kinds of people can't sleep in the same bed. My ancestors lied to me. These two couples, one is more cruel than the other. Yang Jian shook his head in his heart. He finally understood why these two people signed a life and death contract. Hydrangeas and peonies are a perfect match. Sighed again. This special training was ended prematurely by Yulong. However, although he did not find a sense of superiority in Xiaoan, he was now very relieved about the two people's trip to the secret realm. The combat power far exceeds the same level, and the mentality far exceeds that of his peers. With these 2 points on your body, you can definitely come out safely. In fact, he now has the urge to enter the secret realm and watch Xiaoan and the others killing everyone. Foreign devils, your grandpa is here. Early the next morning. Qin Wanfeng took Xiaozan and the two of them to the secret place on the border. From a distance, you can see the troops of this Federation and the Border Federation stationed here, checking for all hidden dangers and strictly prohibiting any outsiders from approaching. After receiving the order from the army, they landed on a platform not far from the entrance to the secret realm. At this moment, many people had gathered around the platform. These people are from various federations, adjacent to each other but keeping a distance. Get off the aircraft and enter a temporary house. There were already several people inside waiting for their arrival. Minister Song, we are here. Welcome, thank you for your hard work. Minister Song and the two immediately stood up and welcomed their arrival. Minister Song was wearing a suit, and standing next to him was a man in military uniform. Qin Wanfeng shook hands with Minister Song and the man in uniform respectively. Then he turned to Xiaozan and said, "Let me introduce, this is the person in charge of this battle for the secret realm, the Minister of National Rights, Mr. Song Xiaoan. This is the army commander stationed here, Commander Shi Zhenshan. Song Xiaoan is a man with some gray hair. He looks to be in his 50s. He has a medium build, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. But he stood very straight, exuding full confidence. The eyebrows are soft, the bridge of the nose is not very straight, the face is square, and there is a smile on the corner of the mouth, giving people a very gentle scholarly atmosphere. But the sparkle in his eyes from time to time made people know that he was not as gentle as he seemed on the surface. Shi Zhenshan has a typical Chinese character face, a strong back and strong waist, thick eyebrows and big eyes. Standing there he looks like a big mountain, which is difficult to shake. Minister of the Ministry of National Ceremonies and Commander of the Army. Both of these people are considered high officials. Xiaozan immediately greeted them politely. Minister Song, Commander Shi, hello. Yulong next to her also said hello, but her title was a little different from Xiaozan's. Hello, Uncle Song, hello, Commander Shi. Uncle Song. Well, a big family is a big family. I know all the leaders. Minister Song. These two are the candidates for this battle for the secret realm, Xiaozan and Yulong. Qin Wanfeng turned to Song Xiaoan and said. Song Xiaoan immediately showed a kind smile and stretched out his hand. You are Xiao, right? I have heard of your reputation for a long time. Hello, hello. You don't need to be so polite in the future, just call me Uncle Song. Xiaozan also quickly stretched out his hand to shake his hand. Then, Song Xiaoan looked at Yulong again. Yulong, it's been a long time, we've all become Tingting's eldest daughter. He didn't reach out, obviously he knew that Yulong had mysophobia. Not even the elders can touch it. Yulong didn't like to talk, so he just hummed softly. Song Xiaoan didn't care. He just said it to Xiaozan. Xiaozan, this time you can fight for the Federation. As an uncle, I am really pleased. I watched Yutaki grow up. He has been very withdrawn since he was a child. It is not easy to find someone. To be honest, I really don't want you to take risks. For this reason, I also argued hard at the meeting. However, this is the Federation's decision. After all, my power is limited and I cannot change it. Oh, I know it's useless to say anything now. I only have one thing to say, that is, you must come out alive, you know. Otherwise, I really don't have the face to see Yi Wuming. Have to. It's the same thing again. The pain is great and the love is deep. Xiaozan's ears were numb when he heard it, his heart was not disturbed, and he even felt a little sleepy. I thought the world was different, but I didn't expect it was still the same. So is this the inheritance of culture? Well, don't worry, Uncle Song. Yulong and I will definitely come out alive, I promise you. If I don't come out, I'll die in there. Song Xiaoan was pleased. Well, okay, that's good. Etc. Something seems amiss. If you don't come out alive, you'll die inside. Depend on. This is not nonsense. Song Xiaoan's eyes darkened. What a boy, this is so rebellious. Shi Zhenshan, who had been silent next to him, was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then a smile appeared on his face. Good boy, he is a thorn. I like. This is the list and information of the people who entered the secret realm this time. You two should take a look and be prepared. Song Xiaoan took out a list. Then he introduced, this battle for the secret realm is more intense than any previous one. In addition to the several coalition federations, we have also discovered that the Little Baga Federation and the Big Pickle Federation have also joined forces. In addition, the Northern Bear Federation and the Sunset Federation are also said to have hidden trump cards, and the Great Beautiful Federation is said to have developed a high-tech technology that can block scanning before entering the secret realm. In short, although your strength is not weak, you must be cautious during this trip. By the way, I heard that you are about to break through to the second-grade spiritual master. Xiaoan nodded. Yes. Song Xiaoan showed a hint of admiration. You are really young and promising. Xiao, I definitely don't believe in your F-level talent. I'll test it on you again when you come out. Well, I don't have to waste federal resources. It's good like this. Anyway, I don't rely on talent to speak for myself. Xiaoan smiled and refused. Makes sense. Song Xiaoan nodded. Talent is only a requirement for admission. After admission, talent will not be too important in anything you do in the future. It mainly depends on your strength. Immediately afterwards, he said with a secretly happy expression, okay, luckily I was smart enough to save a trick. He took out a map and handed it to Xiaoan, with a look of pride on his gentle face that did not suit his temperament. This map marks the location of a spirit ascension fruit. It is a secret place that our federal personnel were exploring in the early stage. It was discovered during the situation. If you have a chance after entering, go and find this spirit ascension fruit. This will help you break through to the second-grade spiritual master. Qin Wanfeng had already told Xiaoan and the others about the rules for entering the secret realm. You are not allowed to bring anything in, including spiritual fruits, weapon refining materials, and high-tech items. It all depends on the strength of the combatants. Otherwise, Xiaoan would have brought a spirit fruit in, so that after entering, he could immediately break through to the second-grade spiritual master. Who will kill who when the time comes? His original plan was to find a place to hide after entering the secret realm, and spend a few hours to break through to the second-grade spiritual master. Or if you are lucky, you can pick up a spiritual fruit or something and break through to the second level directly. But he didn't expect that Song Xiaoan would directly give him a spiritual fruit map. I'm going to give you a pillow if I'm really sleepy. However, he also has a problem. Uncle Song, if you trick me like this, other federations can think of it, right? Other federations? Song Xiaoan smiled contemptuously. A bunch of rubbish federations that even destroyed their country after the mutation, can they have the IQ of me? Forehead. This is very pretentious. He can even pretend to be better than Xiaoan. But Xiaoan had to admit that this pretender was really good. Song Xiaoan said, the rule of exploring the realm is that no matter what is found inside, it cannot be taken out. And just in case, everyone will be checked when leaving the secret realm. In addition, memory will be deleted. But someone in our federation happened to have awakened the memory fragment bloodline talent. Relying on this talent, he successfully spliced such a map. It's a pity that this is the only place he explored. Otherwise, he would have to create a complete map. It's not impossible for the map to come out. Xiaoan understood. In other words, this map is unique. That's right. Song Xiaoan proudly puffed out his chest. My original idea was to find a pair of dead warriors who were about to break through to the second level to enter the secret realm, and then use this fruit to complete the comeback. But I didn't expect that the superiors would resolutely choose you for a more secure victory. I heard that you and the third-grade spiritual masters are both capable of fighting. If this is the case, then I will be completely relieved during this trip to the secret realm. Song Xiaoan had a reassuring smile on his face. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and machinations are just children's play. Xiaoan's first-level realm can compete with the third-level realm, so as long as he successfully finds the spiritual fruit and breaks through to the second-level realm, he will be invincible in the secret realm. This time in the battle for the secret realm, Longxia Federation will surely take the lead. Report. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Come in. A soldier walked in and said, report to the Legion commander that all federal personnel have arrived and are now ready to enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. Okay, got it. Then Shi Zhenshan looked at everyone, mainly focusing on Xiaoan and Yi Yulong. Do you two still have any problems? If not, then we will prepare to enter the secret realm. No more. Xiaoan shook his head. So Song Xiaoan and Shi Zhenshan walked out of the room. In just a few minutes, everyone arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. The place was bustling with people, and people from their respective federations formed a group, giving final instructions to their contestants. Seeing the arrival of Xiaoan and the others, these people all looked over in unison. But after just one glance, they turned their heads. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and he didn't take them seriously at all. There were even several federations that didn't even look at them and simply ignored them. Today, the only super federation on Earth, the Longsha Federation, has been ignored by a bunch of rubbish federations. Song Xiaoan's expression turned ugly. This was the first time that he was ignored so completely. Although this kind of disregard is normal, after all, this is a competition related to the foundation of the country. However, don't forget that the Longsha Federation is the #1 super federation. Even if we are in a competitive relationship, at least before the results come out, you should at least say hello, right? Isn't it too disrespectful to ignore Longsha Federation like this? However, Song Chao and Chi Guiqi also knew the reason. That is, Longsha Federation has lost 4 games in a row. The previous Longsha Federation was at its peak, and the battle for the secret realm was filled with good news. 7 consecutive wins are commonplace. 8 consecutive wins is like picking something out of a bag. 9 consecutive victories are also common. 10 consecutive wins is a miracle. 11 consecutive victories is a bit difficult. 12 consecutive victories have never occurred consecutively, but we have achieved an extraordinary record of 18 consecutive victories. At that time, in the eyes of the federations, the Longsha Federation was a myth. It is a myth that is more awesome than God. Adam took off Longsha's shoes, Eve pinched Longsha's feet, Shiva carried a chamber pot to Longsha, and Jesus had to be slapped twice before he could leave when he passed by the door. At that time, these poor federations could only pick up some food when the mythology was tired of winning. But now, the myth has been shattered. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it, and when the tree falls, the hosen scatter. How dazzling it was before, how miserable it is now. Even if they only lost 4 games in a row, these federations were arrogant. They feel that their time has come. Muto-san, have you heard that the player sent by the Longsha Federation this time actually has an SSS level weapon spirit? But what is ridiculous is that this weapon spirit actually signed a life and death contract with an F-level waste. Quote. As he got closer, Xiaozan's perception skills were activated, and he immediately heard the ridicule from Xiao Baga. Oda-san, I heard that the Longsha Federation is really interesting. Have they given up on treatment? It should be so. There is an old saying in the Longsha Federation, Wei Junji is the master of Western things. They also know that all the federations on the earth are targeting them, so they simply put it aside. Then why send SSS level weapon spirits? Muto-san, you are really a fool to do your job. As the old saying of Longsha goes, the patient is on track. They are obviously deliberately releasing false news. Swishesler. Xiaozan shook his head when he heard it. Whatever bird language he said, it was so difficult to understand even with a translator. He had just moved a few steps away when another voice reached his ears. Hey, Lucas, look, that Longsha woman is so beautiful. She seems to be a participant in the war. Now I'm in luck. He was from the Lizard Federation. As he spoke, he used his dirty eyes to look wildly at Yulong, especially at certain important parts. It even made a disgusting sound. Suck. Lucas glanced at Yulong, and his eyes suddenly glowed green. She was really a top beauty. This cold temperament and this beautiful face are simply more beautiful than any woman he has ever seen. Sheriff, I'm a little envious of you. If I had known earlier, I would have applied to participate in this battle. Aren't you afraid of death? I've said before that risks are directly proportional to benefits. Longsha has an old saying, it's cool to die under the peonies and be a ghost. You have to enjoy this kind of top beauty all by yourself. Lucas was annoyed. Haha, and we may not die this time. Sheriff was extremely proud, and his eyes when he looked at Yulong were full of lust and evil. He had even thought of how he would ravage her in the secret realm. A life and death contract. Hee, with this contract, it will definitely be very exciting. Sheriff's smile became more perverted. When Xiaozan heard this, his eyes suddenly filled with strong murderous intent. A bunch of stinky lizards, using dirty words, dare to attack my wife. You guys wait for me, I will kill you first when I get in. At the same time, most of the large and small discussions around them were discussing Xiaoan and the others. Although they don't take Longsha Federation seriously now, this does not prevent them from talking about Longsha. After all, the myths that were so high in the past are now trampled under their feet. This is a worthy topic of conversation at any time and in any place. You know, the Longsha Federation is too powerful now. Only in this battle for the secret realm can they regain some dignity. And this bit of dignity was earned through all their efforts and various changes in rules. This is a bit like the table tennis match in the ancient Yuan dynasty. If they can't beat, they will change the rules. If they can't beat, they will keep changing the rules until they can win. Unfortunately, they met Xiaoan today. Hi, Mr. Song, it's been a long time. At this time, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked over. There were several people following behind him, two of whom were about the same age as Xiaoan and the others. There is a man and a woman. The man looks tough, but his eyes are a bit sunken. Coupled with the high bridge of his nose, he gives people the feeling of a hawk looking at a wolf. The woman's face is much softer, with long golden hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and a beauty that shines in front of her eyes. As beautiful as an elf. Xiaoan didn't need to guess, he knew that they were combatants of the beautiful Federation. Don't be jealous when you meet the enemy, just kill them after entering the door. The two people also saw Xiaoan and the others, but as they had already known Xiaoan's information, they showed contempt without concealing it at all. Hello, Mr. Smith. Song Xiaoan immediately greeted him with a smile. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. No matter what Smith's intention is, Song Xiaoan must show the etiquette of a great nation. Mr. Song, I haven't seen you for a long time since we last saw each other. I miss you very much. Smith said with a smile, with a gentle manner and full of aura. But Song Xiaoan's eyes turned cold. Last time, if he remembered correctly, the last time they met was also during the battle for the secret realm. In that battle, Longsha and the others lost. So, miss me. I'm afraid I miss the miserable look of my defeat. The words were thorny, which ordinary people could not hear, but they were very harmful to Song Xiaoan. But Song Xiaoan's expression remained unchanged and he smiled and replied, it's been a long time, so long that I can hardly remember Mr. Smith's smile. He deliberately emphasized the words, Mr. Smith's smile, fearing that he would not hear them. And heard the words, Mr. Smith's smile. Smith's expression suddenly changed. The humiliating memories flooded out of his mind. Before such a cruel battle of life and death, each federation had always adopted the method of duel in the arena. Initially, the best students among the first-level spiritual masters were selected for the battle. But the Longsha Federation is too strong, with a constant stream of outstanding students, and has been suppressing other federations. Each federation has great complaints in its heart. At that time, the person in charge of the battle for the secret realm of the beautiful Federation was not Smith, but his father, Smith Sr. In order to win the Longsha Federation and end this oppression Sr. Smith used an underhanded trick. That is to inject a strengthening agent into the contestant who takes the stage to duel, so that he can break through the second level and crush him during the duel. It turned out that this trick was indeed effective. In the finals, the player successfully broke through to the second level and defeated Longsha's first-level spiritual master. Old Smith was immediately excited when he saw this scene. He started cheering before it was over, celebrating the victory in advance. The other people in the Federation also cheered along with Smith because they had been suppressed by Longsha for a long time, and the atmosphere was full. The scene at that time was filled with huge crowds of people, flags fluttering, firecrackers blasting, gongs and drums roaring. The right time, the right place, the right people, and Smith's hands were all in the palm of his hand, his face glowing red, and he had an unprecedented climax. But at this moment, an accident happened. The drug-taking player's body couldn't bear it because the injection was too large, and he exploded. For a moment, Smith was dumbfounded, and his smile froze on his face. Then after 3 long minutes of reaction, Smith died at the age of 48. After death, the facial muscles remain stiff and cannot be broken back. It is said that before he was cremated, he kept smiling so stiffly that the cremator was so scared that he did not dare to light a fire after entering the cremation room 3 times. Then, Smith became internationally famous, and his smile was not only fixed on his face, but also fixed in history. That year was also known as the Smith Smile of the new calendar year. But that's not the coolest thing. The most outrageous thing was Smith's son, Smith Jr., who made another outrageous move after taking over the old Smith's position. That is because he felt that dueling with first-grade spiritual masters did not meet the requirements of the times, could not demonstrate the powerful style of the Federation, and could not deter monsters. Therefore, all federations were united and the restrictions on participants were changed so that spiritual masters under the age of 40 could participate. There was no limit on strength, only age. With 1 call and 100 responses, they felt they were going to win. As a result, Yi Wuming was born, and directly started his 18-game winning streak. Then Smith became famous again. His saucy move made Smith's smile mentioned again, and it has been forever fixed in the international community. This matter spread back to Longxia Federation, once again causing a wave of ridicule. In the end, it was simplified by enthusiastic friends and was called Historical Smile, or Shit Smile. Chapter 71. Therefore, when Song Xiaoan said this sentence at this moment, it seemed to be light and airy, but in fact it was full of meaning. The damage was done, and the slaps flew together with his own father. It can be said to be as prestigious as you want. Seeing Smith's increasingly pale face, Shi Zhenshan and Qin Wanfeng, who were familiar with all this, almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Fortunately, they are professionally trained. At the same time, the two of them couldn't help but secretly admire Song Xiaoan. Song Xiaoan is worthy of being the Minister of National Rights, known as the mouth of the Federation, and the sharp edge of the mouth. It's just too strong. This wave of verbal exchanges is really beautiful. While receiving Smith's attack without any trace, he also launched a more beautiful counterattack, and even Smith's father was slapped in the face. Even if he dies, he will be beaten to death. His father will probably be so angry that he will come back to life in hell. Xiaozan stood aside, unable to understand what kind of explosive content the conversation between the two contained. But he knows that the more incomprehensible someone is, the more awesome he is. Especially when Song Xiaoan choked the opponent into a pig liver face with just one sentence, that was even more awesome. The so-called invisible pretense is the most deadly. Xiaozan was a little impressed by his handsomeness. Sure enough, anyone who can become the face of the Federation is not just a cover-up. At least it's a cover within a cover. Smith was poked in a painful spot, especially the pain that was the mark of this family, and he suddenly felt extremely unhappy. My thoughts are racing. I must regain this face. Seeing Xiaozan and Yi Yulong next to him, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly changed the subject and said, "Are these two young students your personnel participating in the war? They are really handsome and beautiful. You can tell at a glance that they are excellent. Woolen cloth." Following Song Xiaoan's tone, he also emphasized the word, excellent. Yeah, they're really good. What surprised him was that Song Xiaoan's reply sounded like he didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Smith frowned slightly. He didn't believe that Song Xiaoan couldn't hear it. Song Xiaoan is famous for being a big talker. In international affairs, he has never lost when arguing with others. So the only explanation is that he is pretending. He suddenly had an idea in his mind, pretending, right? Okay, let me see what you can pretend to be. So, he turned to a familiar person not far away and shouted, "Hey, Nicholas, my good friend, come over and have a chat. We haven't seen Mr. Song for a long time." As he spoke, he winked. Nicholas is a member of the Sunset Federation and has been a loser of the beautiful Federation since ancient times. He had been quietly listening to the conversation between the two just now. Being summoned at this moment, he knew that he was going to be used as a gun. He was so confused that he really wanted to say, "Yes, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I can hardly remember Smith's smile." Single quote. But he can't, he is afraid of being put in small shoes. He understood Smith's look, so he said politely and with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, I have something important to do at the moment, so I won't be able to come over for the time being." Smith nodded mentally. The boy is very sensible and deserves praise. He quietly glanced at Song Xiaoan, observed his face, and said with a fake expression of anger, "Mr. Song, this Nicholas really doesn't give us face." The tone was emphatic. Who is Song Xiaoan? People become better with age. As soon as Smith took off his pants, he knew what color he was going to poop. I feel cold in my heart. Want to use others to mock me. What a childish trick. Sure enough, before Song Xiaoan could speak, Smith shouted to another person, "Hey, Katina, my dear good friend, Mr. Song and I miss you very much. Why don't you come over to catch up on old times?" Katina is from the Forest Federation, and she is also the lackey of his beautiful Federation. How could one not understand what Smith meant? He immediately smiled and said, "No, we are about to enter the secret realm. We will catch up with each other after we enter." Smith smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, see you later." Then, he shouted to someone again, "Hey, Beebaboo, Mr. Song." But the man just smiled and politely declined. Smith pretended to be surprised. What's going on? These guys don't give us any face. The tone of "we" was emphasized again. Then I shouted again, but no one came. I shouted again, but there was still no one. Smith's face became a little serious and gloomy, but he was actually smiling in his heart. But he still had to pretend to be aggrieved. "Mr. Song, these guys are really hateful. Even if they don't give me face, even you, the minister of the Longxia Federation, don't they know you Longxia Federation? Is Xia Federation powerful? I must strongly condemn them." After saying that, he looked forward to seeing Song Xiaoan's deflated appearance. Since ancient times, people who pretend to be cool and slap in the face do not distinguish between families. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. But equally, an invisible slap in the face is the most satisfying. When he spoke, he deliberately added the words, "Mr. Song," and "we," to every sentence. His purpose was to bind Song Xiaoan to himself. In this way, when he was taunting, Song Xiaoan's anger would have no place to vent, and he would be able to achieve the best state of grievance. Because he mocked him as well, not just Song Xiaoan. Song Xiaoan had no one to vent to, so he could only suffer on his own. This is the most brilliant way of taunting, tying oneself and the enemy together and slapping them in the face together, but the only thing that hits oneself is empty shells, while the ones hitting the enemy are live bullets. And the enemy has no way to refute. Ha ha. Smith was excited about his wit. He was sure that the old boy Song Xiaoan's face must be uglier than if he had eaten shit. But when he looked over, he was shocked to find that this old boy had no expression at all. Calm, his eyelids slightly closed, he didn't care, and even had a little bit of ridicule. Ridicule. No, I'm really mocking you. Are you mocking dry balls? Is it that you, old boy, can't hear it, or do you have a mental problem? He doesn't believe it. He didn't believe that Song Xiaoan couldn't hear it. He could definitely hear such an obvious sarcasm. Then why is he looking so calm? He, Song Xiaoan, is not a tolerant person, he is someone who wants to take advantage of every advantage. He definitely didn't believe that this was Song Xiaoan's reaction. But Song Xiaoan's indifferent and calm look really puzzled him. His emotions couldn't be vented, and his heart was itching like a cat's paw. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Could it be that? Is he the same as his father? Need 3 minutes of neurological response. Yes, that must be the case. Smith quickly held his breath and observed Song Xiaoan, and began to count down the 3 minutes in his mind. But less than 3 seconds later, Song Xiaoan spoke, with a calm tone and a hint of indifference and alienation. "Mr. Smith, it's time for you to go back. The battle for the secret realm will begin soon." Smith's expression was startled by his light words. "Gone? Is this gone? Where is your anger? Where? Let it out quickly." Seeing Song Xiaoan's calm appearance, Smith felt that his long deliberate fist had hit the cotton. He made such a long preparation just for this final punch. But now, Song Xiaoan buried him all with just one sentence. He felt really uncomfortable. "My chest felt like a volcano about to erupt, and it was blocked." "Song. Mr. Song." Smith hesitated, but didn't say anything for a long time. Song Xiaoan saw Smith's face turning green and red, trying to say something but not being able to. He knew that Smith was feeling extremely uncomfortable. "Haha, he said that on purpose." As the most powerful mouthpiece in the Federation, Song Xiaoan didn't know how to deal with this kind of ridicule. The knife is sharp, but as long as it is sheathed, it cannot hurt anyone. You are as strong as you can be, and the breeze blows on the hills. It's up to you to cross the river, and the bright moon shines on the river. Complete victory. Smith left in despair and returned to his camp. Song Xiaoan looked at his defeated back and recalled what had just happened. He suddenly felt that Smith could sing this double act quite well by himself. He must have received the true biography. It's a pity that he forgot the essence of double act, that is, you must understand the other person's pain points. You haven't even found the pain point. If your double act falls into the eyes of others, you are a clown. As time passed, the federations gradually became quieter. After all, the competition is about to begin. No matter how much preparation has been done before, it is still a bit worrying. Song Xiaoan also told Xiaozan and the others, the competition for the secret realm will last for 1 month. The participants they sent must be at the bottleneck of first-grade spiritual masters, so after entering the secret realm, they must be the first to fight. Find the spiritual fruit to make a breakthrough. If you are lucky, you may encounter them on the road and fight. If you are unlucky, you will gather at the exit a month later. And this is the time when you are most in danger. At this time, it's all about patience, opportunity, and strength. If you're not careful, you will be in a dead end. So, after you go in, you must do your best to kill them separately before the last day comes. Only in this way can you come out in the safest way. Song Xiaoan's tone was very solemn. Although Xiaozan and the others were powerful, he also believed that they could come out alive. But this is a fight with people, a fight with heaven, a fight with death, and nothing is 100% guaranteed. He needs Xiaozan and the others to work hard to deal with him. Don't worry, Uncle Song, we won't joke with our lives. Xiaozan also said seriously. Child, there's not much I can do for you. After entering the secret realm, everything depends on you. You must come out alive. Do you understand? Promise to complete the mission. Xiaozan saluted with a less than standard military salute and grinned, showing his big white teeth. He doesn't like such serious occasions. Even if he dies, he hopes to be happy before he dies. Seeing Xiaozan being so naughty, the heavy atmosphere was suddenly lifted. Song Xiaoan couldn't help laughing, you fool. Finally, the secret realm was opened. People from each federation entered in turn. At the entrance to the secret realm, there was a scanning machine that could scan any high-tech items on the combatants, as well as natural and earthly treasures such as spiritual fruits. These are not allowed to be brought in. The combatants from each federation entered the secret realm in the order of drawing lots. Xiaozan and Yulong were not very lucky, they were the last to enter the secret realm. However, the positions after entering the secret realm are all transferred randomly, so there is no fairness or unfairness, and the order is not that important. The main thing is luck. Soon, it was Xiaozan's turn. Go in, and you must come back alive. Song Xiaoan felt extremely heavy. Xiaozan and Yulong nodded, then stepped over the scanning machine. The machine emits a green light, indicating there is no problem. Xiaozan and Yulong stepped into the secret realm together. Entering the secret realm, the scenery in front of you changes, making you feel a little dizzy. When everything stabilized, Xiaozan and Yulong found themselves on a cliff. The first thing is to activate the perception skills to scan the surrounding environment to confirm if anyone has fallen near them. By luck, no one was within sensing range. I felt a little relieved. The worst start is to start fighting as soon as you enter the secret realm, without giving anyone a chance to develop. Even if you die like that, you won't be convinced. The first thing we have to do now is to find the lookout on the map. Only by finding the lookout can we determine the location and then find the spiritual fruit. Of course, if we are lucky, we can find other spiritual fruits on the road. Xiaozan said. The observation tower is the direction mark on the map. It is large, tall and obvious. It is used to locate Xiaozan and the others. In this strange secret realm, only by positioning yourself can you proceed to the next step. Yulong heard this and looked out from the edge of the cliff. Their current altitude was very high. From here, it should be easy to see the observation tower. However, when she looked around, she found that there was no observatory in the shape of a ramp as described on the map. Within sight, you can see the chaos at the edge of the secret realm. You can see various other forests, plains, hills, lakes, etc., but you can't see that shape of the observation tower. Is it his memory error? Xiaoan wondered. This is not necessarily the case. After all, it is made up of memory fragments, so it is normal for some mistakes to occur. But at this time, Yulong suddenly said, "Do you think there is a possibility that there is an observation tower under our feet?" As soon as these words came out, Xiaoan was suddenly stunned. He reacted immediately. Yes, since the explorer chose to draw this map, it means that this map will definitely allow the combatants to find the spiritual fruit as quickly as possible. What's the point of a map if it can't be found quickly, or if it takes days to find? After all, almost all the people from the Federation sent to participate in the battle were about to break through to the second-grade spiritual masters. Therefore, even though he knew this situation, the explorer still chose to draw a map, and also chose the observation tower as a bearing mark, which can only explain one problem. That is, no matter where you or when you enter the secret realm, you can find the observation tower immediately or in a very short period of time. Otherwise, the map loses its meaning. In other words, Xiaoan and the others did not see the observation tower at such a high place, so as long as the map is correct, it can only prove one thing, that is, there is an observation tower under his feet. Wanting to understand this, Xiaoan looked at Yulong excitedly. What a blessing from the goddess of luck. What? I said, wife, you are my goddess of luck. Xiaoan picked up Yulong and couldn't help but sigh. This wife is not only powerful, but also very smart. The contract with her is simply perfect. Yulong was caught off guard by what he did, and a hot and humid feeling came over him. His face suddenly turned red to the base of his neck, and he subconsciously wanted to break away from his arms. But Xiaoan's hug was too tight, and she tried to break away to no avail, so she just let him go. But her face was filled with happy shyness. Okay, hurry up and go down to find the spiritual fruit. The map shows that it is in a cave a few hundred meters near the observation tower. Don't go there too late and be eaten by monsters. And our location is too conspicuous and easy to be discovered. Yulong said. She was telling the truth. This secret realm still has a certain degree of danger, and it is not as good as the purely welfare secret realm of Beatty Secret Realm. If you want to survive in this secret realm to the end, you must not only consider those people, but also those monsters. Xiaoan immediately nodded quickly. The observation tower is the iconic location of this secret realm. They were standing on the observation tower again. It was indeed too conspicuous. The two of them immediately went down the slope of the observation deck. At the same time, in a forest near the observation tower, two people happened to see the figures of Xiaoan and Yulong. Oppa, look at the two people up there, they are Xiaoan and Yulong from Longsha. The person who spoke was a woman. The accent sounds like someone from the Kimchi Federation, and it smells like pickled vegetables. Her position was at least 1,000 meters away from Xiaoan and Xiaoan on the observation deck. From this distance, seeing people was like looking at ants, but she recognized them at a glance. This is because her innate skill is clairvoyance. This has an absolute advantage in the secret realm. Seek good luck and avoid bad luck. Get out of the way. Take a backup move. Knock stick. It's simply the perfect skill for Lao Lu. Hearing this, the man immediately looked towards Xiaoan, with a green light appearing in his eyes. Sure enough, he saw Xiaoan and Yulong, who were walking down. Immediately, his face couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement. There is no place to be found after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get here. Meeting these two people is simply our luck. Li Himin was slightly surprised when she heard this. Oppa, what do you mean by this? Do you want to kill them now? Certainly. Li Himin's face changed slightly. The Longxia people were still very strong and dangerous. But Oda Junjiro and Muto Ran asked us not to act rashly after entering the secret realm, and to join them first. Should we find them first? Pu Chengui shook his head. Himin, there is no conflict between joining them and killing Xiaoan and Yulong. It's not too late to kill them and join them again. But can we kill them? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Pu Chengui laughed with disdain. Himin, you really think too highly of them. A combination of an SSS level and a trash, how strong do you think they can be? But this combination is impossible. It is obviously false news spread. Li Himin retorted. Of course I know it's fake. Park Changui said, not only do I know that they are not SSS level or F level, I can even confirm that both of them are F level. Very confident. As soon as these words came out, Li Himin was shocked. 2 F grades. How can it be? How did you know? Humph, is there any need to guess? Park Changui looked like he was completely sure. Longsha has lost 4 games in a row, and he already knows that various federations have united to target him specifically. In this case, Longsha Federation, as long as you join the war, you will definitely lose, and it will be useless no matter who you send. So, do you think they will send outstanding geniuses to die when they know they will lose? I don't think even a dead soldier would send someone, let alone an excellent genius. Because the outcome is 100% death, it will be the same for anyone they send, unless they can find someone with more than a dozen. But you can do more than a dozen, and you are still in the realm of a first-grade spiritual master. Do you think such a person exists? Li Himin thought about it carefully and put herself in his own perspective. Finally, she came to the conclusion that what Park Changui said made sense. Can't send as well as no. But she still had a question. Then why did they make up the lie that Yulong is SSS level? Why didn't 2 people make it up together? One of them was the strongest and the other was the weakest. This is very simple. Park Changui's eyes flashed with wisdom. If everyone is making up the SSS class, who will believe it? The current battle is not the same as before. The SSS class is the future of the Federation, and no Federation will be willing to use it in the battle. So there is no point in making up double SSS levels. Secondly, if they all make up F level, it would be too weak and meaningless. Moreover, if they all make up double F level, their Longsha Federation will not be able to get away with it in terms of face. You know, their Longsha Federation is the most honorable. As for why I chose to make up SSS class and F class, it's actually very simple. It's just to deceive people. In essence, the combination of SSS class and F class is no different from other combinations of strengths and weaknesses. Quote. Their combined effect is to conceal that Xiaoan and Yulong are both F-level talents. Choosing SSS and F is just more impactful on the senses and diverts people's attention. Anyway, their purpose is to keep us from knowing the real information, so that Longsha can save their own face and avoid losses. After speaking such a long paragraph, Park Changui admired his wise thinking. This feeling of having a clear mind and seeing through all the schemes is really cool. After listening to his explanation, Li Himin also suddenly realized. So that's it. I have to say that Longsha Federation is really too proud to admit defeat. If that's the case, then Xiaoan and Yulong are indeed no threat. Li Himin also expressed her position. It's all about killing anyway. Instead of leaving them to others, it's better to kill them yourself first. After all, their federation and the Longsha Federation are incompatible. They always rely on their own strength to rob them of the culture and resources of the T Federation. And it started from the ancient Yuan dynasty. How abominable. Not killing is not enough to vent your anger. I will go to the hospital tomorrow morning and write the occupational disease frozen shoulder. It may not be updated in the morning, but it will be updated in the afternoon. Readers, you must take good care of your body. So, the 2 people moved in the direction of Xiaoan and the others. At the same time, in a hidden mountain call, Mikel and Catherine from the beautiful Federation are hiding here. After confirming that the surrounding environment was safe for the time being, Mikel raised his arm, then used his other hand to gently pull on a different colored spot on his arm's clothes. Suddenly, the clothes were torn. But after it was torn apart, 2 pills hidden inside were revealed. Looking at the 2 pills, Mikel smiled proudly. We don't even know who developed the core program of the Secret Realm entrance scanner. That is our great and beautiful Federation. He gave the 2 pills and Catherine 1 pill each. After taking this pill, it will only take 3 days for us to break through to the 2nd grade spiritual master. When the time comes, we can gather the 2 dogs from the Sunset Federation and the Forest Federation, and we will be invincible here. Mikel threw the pill into his mouth in one gulp, feeling the effect of the pill blending into his body, and he couldn't help but smile evilly. Tamper with the core program of the scanner so that the pills cannot be detected. After entering the secret realm, use the pills to increase your strength, and then sweep away all enemies. This is the technological cheating of the beautiful Federation. If strength is not enough, technology will help. Putting this sentence on Beautiful Federation, it really fits perfectly. The 2 pills they took were made from spiritual fruits. However, compared to the real spiritual fruit, the efficacy of these 2 pills is much different. Spirit fruit is something that technology has not yet understood. It has powerful effects, but it cannot purify energy like other fruits. It can only be effective if you eat it directly. If it is forcibly purified, the efficacy will be lost rapidly. As for the 2 pills they took, it took hundreds of spiritual fruits to produce just a small amount. And at such a huge cost, the efficacy of these 2 pills is not even 1/10 of the efficacy of one spirit rising fruit. The loss of efficacy is so terrifying. However, these 2 pills are enough for them to break through to the 2nd level spiritual master within 3 days. After taking the pills, the 2 decided to grow steadily first. They didn't go anywhere for the past 3 days. They just hid in this mountain call and waited for a breakthrough. Eating spiritual fruits, taking pills and practicing cultivation can all improve the power of control, but there is a difference between the 2. That is to take spiritual fruits or pills. After you take them, you don't need to worry about them. They will be digested in your body by themselves and strengthen and transform your body. Just like ordinary people eating, there is no need to sit cross-legged to digest like in TV series or novels. It's safe. And practicing is very unsafe, especially under today's circumstances. After entering the state of cultivation, the consciousness is almost completely immersed in the consciousness space, and the perception of the outside world is very weak. If someone wants to harm you, you may not notice it even if they quietly walk up to you. Therefore, under normal circumstances, practice is carried out in an absolutely safe environment. This is also the reason why Xiaoan and the others can break through to the 2nd level spiritual master in just 1 or 2 days of training, but they still choose to look for spiritual fruits. Therefore, Mikkel and Catherine decided to stay here for 3 days just in case. The other side, Seraph of the Lizard Federation and his weapon spirit Monica also temporarily found a hiding place after making sure that no one was around. Sheriff activated his bloodline talent skill. I saw a green light emitting from his 2 hands, and the originally big hands like cattail fans suddenly shrank a bit. As their hands shrunk, 2 more golden spiritual fruits appeared in their hands. This is his innate skill, fusion. As long as it is something that his hand touches, he can use this skill. This skill will fuse that thing into a part of his body, no matter what it is, he can fuse it. Can be lifted at any time. Before he entered the secret realm, he fused 2 spiritual fruits. Although it made his hand look larger, the scanner couldn't scan it. Looking at these 2 pieces, Sheriff's eyes shone brightly and he was extremely excited. Gia, when it comes to cheating, no one can compare with our Lizard Federation. With that said, the 2 of them each took one in their hands and ate it. Feeling the surge of defensive power in his body, the smile on Sheriff's face became even crazier. But at this moment, suddenly, in the distance, there was an explosion in the sky. It's a cloud-penetrating arrow. The collective signal is delivered. With such an arrogant signaling mode, there is no need to guess, it must be those combined federations. Sure enough, in various places in the secret realm, after seeing this signal, 6 teams immediately turned around and rushed towards the source of the signal. This is the joint team composed of the 7 weakest federations. When Sheriff saw this signal, he said with a cold voice, "They are just ants. In front of our Lizard Federation, they are just food. No matter how many there are, they are food." Mikhail saw this signal and said, "When I break through to the 2nd level, you will all die." When Park Changui saw this signal, he paused for a moment, then showed a look of disgust. "You deserve to be for doing such a dirty thing in the secret realm of my big Kimchi Federation. Junjiro Oda, you're rubbish without the spirit of Bushido. Real men should have one by one. Hey, why hasn't the pickle man come yet? Northern Bear Federation, only the weak will form alliances, I will fight 10 of them." On the other side, Xiaoan and Yulong, who were walking down from the observation deck, also saw this signal and couldn't help but speed up their pace. "Good guy, you just stop pretending when you come in, right? An arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops come to meet you. Just start showing off your cards openly." Little did he know, what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg, and he didn't see other people cheating. At this moment, the battle for the secret realm has become a crossfire YN server, and it is impossible to play without cheating. So is this battle for the secret realm fair? It should be fair, after all, everyone is cheating. A few minutes later, Xiaoan and Yulong came to the ground. After coming down, the two immediately used their perception skills. Because the distance marked on the map is only a few hundred meters, if the two of them use their perception skills to search, they can determine the location as quickly as possible. Sure enough, after walking about 100 meters, the two of them immediately sensed the location of the spirit fruit. The two looked happy and immediately ran along the direction they sensed. In less than a minute, the two discovered the hidden cave. Instead of rushing in, I used my perception skills to detect whether there was any danger inside. The detection results made the two of them happy. There was not a single monster inside. He quickly walked into the cave and saw a golden spiritual fruit at a glance. Xiaoan immediately stepped forward and took it off, then handed it to Yulong to eat. Yulong shook his head. You can eat it, it's the same for everyone anyway. Although there is only one spirit fruit, due to the forced balance constraints of the life and death contract, the realms of Xiaoan and Yulong are both in sync. The effect of the spirit fruit will be shared through the contract space. Xiaoan will improve his realm, and Yulong will also improve his realm accordingly. Therefore, both of them eat the same thing. And this effect is not available in other contracts. The realm of strength is forced to be equal. This is the tyranny brought by the life and death contract. It is also a kind of restraint and protection for the contractor. Someone has summed it up by saying that a life and death contract is actually a marriage of equality to the extreme. But this kind of equality is not what everyone wants. Yulong refused to eat, and Xiaoan did not refuse politely. No matter who eats it, it's the same. After eating the spirit fruit, Xiaoan immediately felt that his power of control was growing crazily. Both of them have been looking forward to the bottleneck for a long time. If they had not participated in this battle, they would have broken through long ago. Therefore, at this moment, his bottleneck was quickly loosened, and in just a few minutes, he broke through without any hindrance. This is the advantage of eating spiritual fruit directly. It only takes a few minutes to achieve a breakthrough. Mikhail and the others spent so much resources to make the pills, but it took 3 days to take them. This is the gap. After the breakthrough, Xiaoan felt the huge power of control in his body, and felt that his strength had made a qualitative leap. I just want to say, refreshing. He felt that if he had faced Jang San with his current strength, he would have been sure to take Jang San away with a set of combos. He and Yulong looked at each other, and both of them couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The SS level took a year to break through to the second level, but they broke through in just over a month. And for more than a month, I haven't practiced every day. If you just focus on cultivation, I'm afraid you will break through in 20 days. This is the crushing from talent. And if Xiaoan is an F level, then he contracts an F level weapon spirit, and if he can break through to the first level spiritual master in this life, it will be considered good luck for him. It is always said that this is a world that relies on strength, but in the final analysis, it still depends on talent. Two guests came outside. At this moment, Yulong said to Xiaoan. They were very vigilant. When Xiaoan broke through, Yulong had always activated his perception skills, so he discovered two people outside early. Xiaoan also sensed it, and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Just after the breakthrough, someone came over to test the sword, and it was just in time to feel the strength of this second grade. After saying that, Yulong turned into a death sickle and appeared in Xiaoan's hand. At the same time, outside the cave, Park Changui and Li Himin stood with arrogance and disdain. The careless posture, the disdainful look, and the condescending mockery showed that Xiaoan and Yulong in the cave were completely ignored. Their clairvoyants saw Xiaoan and the others early, but they did not rush to take action, not because they were afraid that Xiaoan and the others would be able to fight back, but because they were afraid that Xiaoan would run away. Therefore, he is looking for a perfect opportunity. As a result, Xiaoan and the others entered the cave, which surprised them. They were really seeking death. So, he couldn't wait to block outside the cave. Listen to the Longxia people in the cave, you have already. Park Changui had a proud look on his face, and he was preparing for a humorous opening. But just before he finished speaking, a sharp sickle energy suddenly shot out from the cave and came directly to his head. The sickle energy was cold, like the cold air in a cellar, penetrating through his skull and reaching into his soul. After the cold air, a magic sickle exuding a strong aura of death came towards him to kill him. Park Changgui's eyes widened instantly at the sudden scene, and he was shocked by the violent force. Quick. Too fast. His scalp was numb, his pupils shrank violently, and his proud face suddenly changed with fear. He couldn't react at all. What the hell? What the hell is this? Why so fast? Park Changgui expected that the people inside would suddenly attack, and he was prepared. But this is too fast. His nerves had reacted, but his body couldn't keep up. Death is approaching and he can't even make a sound. Play pig eat tiger. His mind went blank except for these 5 words. The death scythe magnified in his eyes. The next second. Bah! Blood splattered, and Park Changgui cut him in half with a sickle. Ah! Li Himin next to her was so frightened that she lost her voice. But, bang! Less than half a second after her voice was uttered, Xiaoan made a sharp backhand sweep and hit her on the head. Exploding like a watermelon. Blood and minced meat were scattered all over the ground. Her body fell down with a thud. Less than a second. Killed 2 people in a row. Xiaoan is so quick. This is the absolute strength of a second-grade spiritual master. Finish killing everyone. Xiaoan quickly left the scene without even looking at the body. The blood will attract monsters, so there is no point in staying where you are. His figure quickly shuttled through the forest, seemingly expressionless at what just happened. He was still complaining in his heart, are these 2 idiots? The enemy won't draw his sword when they meet, but they will also talk about it. Are you smart? Where does the confidence come from? Did the leaders of the Big Pickle Federation brainwash them too much? Feeling the feeling of killing 2 people from the Kimchi Federation with just 1 blow, Xiaoan felt that his speed and strength were not at the same level as before. He roughly estimated that based on his current level of a second-level spiritual master, and if he were a first-level spiritual master, 5 would be no problem. Remember, it's no problem to hit him like 5. For an ordinary first-grade spiritual master, there would be more than a dozen. If he were to switch to a first-grade spiritual master with a lower talent level, such as C level or D level, even 100 would not be enough for him to defeat. This is the difference caused by realm. This is why Song Xiaoan believes that as long as Xiaoan successfully obtains the spirit fruit and breaks through to the second-level spiritual master, he will be invincible in the secret realm. Even if other federations break through the second-grade spiritual master, he is not very worried. Because Xiaoan and Yulong are both SSS level, no other federation has sent such highly talented people. They are both second-grade spiritual masters, but their talent levels are different, and their actual combat prowess is also different. So, this once again proves that sentence, after all, this is still a world that relies on talent. Strength is just the evolution of talent. Now that we have broken through to the second level, no one should be faster than us. My idea is to take advantage of the fact that they have not broken through yet and directly look for the lone people to kill one by one. What do you think? Xiaoan asked Yulong. Now everyone has just entered the secret realm. Even if everyone is at the bottleneck of the first level realm, if they want to break through, they will not be as lucky as Xiaoan. Therefore, while they are still in the first level realm, take the initiative to attack. Rely on absolute strength to clean and crush. Yulong nodded. We have now broken through to the second level, and the perceived distance range has reached 1,500 meters. We can easily find them. Okay, then it's decided. After saying that, Xiaoan headed towards the location where a certain federation had just sent a signal. If you want to kill as many as possible. While they are all still in the first rank, not to mention only a few federations have united, even if the remaining 17 federations unite, Xiaoan has nothing to fear now. After improving his strength, Xiaoan's speed has increased a lot, and a casual run can be twice as fast as Bolt's peak speed. The whole person is like an afterimage traveling through the forest. While running, he activated his perception skills, like a mobile radar. Wherever he passed, no one could escape the capture of Xiaoan and the 2. After probably running for a few minutes, suddenly, Xiaoan stopped abruptly and looked sideways in one direction. Within his perception, 2 people were approaching him. After scanning carefully, I found that they were two first-class people. Xiaoan immediately smiled coldly. It was fate that we met him. How could there be any reason to leave without leaving his life behind? He immediately turned around and rushed towards them. The death scythe in his hand released a black mist, wrapping Xiaoan in it. From a distance, it looked like a strange black mist moving in the forest. Char and Seaman were one of the 7 United Federations. They were very unlucky and fell on the edge of the secret realm. Therefore, after seeing the gathering signal, we immediately rushed here. And he was rushing with almost all his strength, because his talent was to listen to the wind, and the joint team needed his detection and guidance work. Therefore, he needed to rush there quickly to prevent any accidents. But even at such a speed, they didn't make a lot of noise while running. At first glance, it looks like they have been professionally trained. But at this moment, Char's ears suddenly moved and he looked in one direction. What's wrong? He-Man asked next to him. Someone is coming towards us. Char said, his Shunfeng ear skill is activated all the time and he can hear movements thousands of meters away. He could hear the footsteps of 2 people approaching them. Are they from us? Seaman asked. Char shook his head. No, their footsteps are very heavy, and it sounds like they have not been strictly trained. Moreover, their direction is towards us. Then shall we kill them? Just stay vigilant. It is not advisable to have conflicts. Our first goal is to gather first. They don't know our existence, maybe they are just passing by. So, the 2 people continued to run forward. But after running for a while, they found that the 2 men were getting closer and closer to them. Char frowned and couldn't help but stop. Seaman suddenly turned into a Nepali saber and appeared in his hand. Char held the knife tightly and used the force of control to chop down a tree next to it. The tree broke and fell with a loud roar. Then Shunfeng stared at the other party's movements. He hoped to use this voice to tell someone on the other side to stop moving forward. Why would he do this? In the secret realm, shouldn't we just meet each other? In fact, this is not the case, because although this is a secret battle, don't forget the rule of victory, which is to be the last one to get out alive. And before this final time comes, there is a full month. Within this month, it can be said that almost everyone has the opportunity to break through to the 2nd grade spiritual master. The 2nd level versus the 1st level is an absolute crushing blow. There is such a glimmer of hope. So under normal circumstances, when people from the 2 federations encounter each other, they usually do not fight immediately. Because both sides are about the same strength and neither is absolutely sure of it, such a fight is likely to hurt both sides, making it easy for others to miss out. Therefore, most people will choose to wait and develop first, and even if they encounter it, they rarely take action. Once you choose to take action, either you have to break through the 2nd level, and you will definitely crush the 2nd level against the 1st level. Or just look for the right moment to knock on the sap. Or he is like Park Changui of Kimchi Federation, who has absolute confidence. This battle is more of a breakthrough battle than a fighting battle. Let's see who can break through the 2nd level first. Who is the boss with the right to speak? Therefore, Char used the method of cutting down the tree to tell the visitor that there was already someone in front of him, so don't come any closer. I don't want to fight you now, but wait until we fight again in a month. Under normal circumstances, when the other side hears the noise, they will stop advancing and choose a direction to evacuate. After all, no one wants to die so early. But what Char wouldn't have expected was that the 2 people opposite were coming for him. Xiaoan saw the tree fall and knew that this was an unspoken act that the other party wanted to carry out. But will Xiaoan agree to this unspoken rule? He is now a 2nd grade spiritual master. In this secret realm, he is like a crab with the word, King, tattooed on his forehead. He can leave as he pleases. Therefore, he ignored Char's warning, and with black energy exuding all over his body, he went towards the opponent to kill him. Seeing that Char had no intention of stopping, he immediately understood that the other party was coming for him. As a professional soldier, he was extremely calm at this time. He clenched the Nepalese saber in his hand, activated it with his strength, and rushed towards Xiaoan fearlessly. 2 figures approached quickly, just tens of meters away. Xiaoan's aura suddenly surged, and his speed increased several times. The black death energy emitted by the magic scythe was pulled into a black streak by him. Then he circled around in the air and hit Char hard. Char's charging body shook violently, and his eyes jumped with horror. Xiaozan's momentum was like a mountain, and he suddenly realized why Xiaozan was coming towards him. It turns out that he is a second-grade spiritual master. Oh, shit. How long has it been since I came here that I have become a second-grade spiritual master? Cheating dog. The collision between the Death Scythe and the Nepalese saber did not erupt into a fierce confrontation as imagined. It was more like a slapping contest between silverback gorillas in the jungles of Uganda and humans, directly showing a crushing force. The sword and the man were directly split in half by a magic sickle. Xiaozan passed through him, and Char's body exploded, so dead that he could no longer die. This is the power of a second-grade spiritual master, real crushing. Xiaozan didn't even look at the body that was split in half and continued running towards the signal area. The power of control in his body is now very sufficient, because when the Death Scythe causes damage to people, it will absorb part of the power of control and feed it back. And this kind of feedback will be more effective after his strength reaches the second level and when he kills people. If the initial feedback effect was 1%, then it is now at least 3%, and this effect will continue to increase as his strength breaks through. Most of the energy that Xiaozan had consumed when running and attacking was instantly replenished by the lives of Char and Heman. It's almost like there is no consumption. He suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, if he really faced off against a first-grade spiritual master, he would not be able to deal with more than 20 or 30. Because based on the current battle situation, the amount of imperial power required to instantly kill a first-grade spiritual master with one move accounts for about 5% of the total imperial power reserves. 5% is consumed and 3% is replenished. Based on this calculation, he can at least fight hundreds of first-grade spiritual masters at once. Such a quantity is terrifying just to think about. Moreover, the feedback effect of the Death Scythe will be enhanced in the future, so a protracted war is simply unimaginable. Xiaozan suddenly understood why Yi Wuming was called the God of Death. With this kind of attribute, monsters on the border are simply being killed indiscriminately. It's strange that the monsters don't get scared. After stabilizing his mind, Xiaozan moved forward quickly. Signal gathering place. 12 people gathered here. 6 of the 7 federations are now present, and now only the people from the last federation are left. One of the people from the federation looked at the time and frowned. What's going on? It's been so long and the ears haven't come yet. Is nothing going to happen? Even if they are unlucky and end up at the farthest point of the secret realm, they should be here by now. Nothing should happen, let alone the unspoken rules in the secret realm. With his talent, he can also know the danger in advance and respond. Give him 10 more minutes. Without his talent, we will be very passive. If he doesn't come in 10 minutes, we will set off. Everyone nodded. According to the prior agreement, if there is no gathering within the specified time after the signal is sent, there will be no waiting. But the ears are special and have to act as scouts in the team, so they were given an extra 10 minutes. There are 7 federations with a clear division of labor. A signal is used to inform the gathering place after entering the secret realm. An ear is used to monitor surrounding enemy situations. The medical one is used to protect combat damage and provide a steady stream of blows. The 4 blades are mainly responsible for attacking. This configuration is a plan that the 7 federations came up with after repeated discussions, which can ensure the victory probability of the 7 federations to the greatest extent. And the so-called ears in their mouth were Char and Heman, who had just died tragically in Xiaozan's hands. No need to wait for them, I'll take you to see him right away. At this moment, a cold voice reached their ears. Who? The 6 people were on alert with a swish sound, and 6 weapons appeared in their hands. Look at the person coming. But they could see nothing, only a black mist rushing toward them like an all-devouring mountain torrent. In just an instant, they were enveloped in black mist without even being able to react. All their visual senses disappeared, and they were panicked and absent-minded. Fortunately, they were all mentally strong soldiers, and they stabilized their minds in just a moment. But being stable doesn't mean they can make any effective moves. Just as they were thinking this, suddenly, a fish lantern appeared in front of them. There was only one, but 6 people saw 6. Only the lights can be seen, no other people can be seen. Compared with the fish lantern used by Xiaoan to attract souls before, the light of this fish lantern is hazier and more attractive, and it only takes one glance to sink in. Then came Xiaoan's fierce attack. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, the sword was stuck in the meter, 6 swords, accompanied by 6 screams. When the breath of death disappeared, there were already 6 corpses on the ground. So far, the so-called 7 federations were strangled in the cradle by Xiaoan before they even started their quest for hegemony among the 7 nations. After solving these 6 groups of enemies, there are now 10 groups of enemies left in the entire secret realm. Xiaoan didn't know where these 10 groups of enemies were hiding, so he had to find a way to find them or lure them out. However, there is a slight risk in drawing them out, because those who dare to be drawn out must have some strength, and maybe they have broken through to the 2nd level. Although Xiaoan is not afraid, after all, some people have special talents and skills, so it is always right to sail the 10,000-year ship with caution. So I'd better go find it directly. All I found were turtles and grandchildren. There was no risk. I could take away a child with one knife. So, he focused on a direction and looked for it. Beside a clear lake, 2 dark-skinned people, a man and a woman, scooped up a handful of water with their hands and drank it in big gulps. The sweet and delicious lake water flowed into their throats, making them feel moisturized from the inside out. We have finally broken through to the 2nd level. This secret realm will be ruled by our Black Dog Federation. The man smiled proudly, imagining that he would go and kill everyone later. But he didn't notice that not far behind him, a black mass of death was approaching mercilessly. It was full of death energy and moved very fast. Wherever it passed, the green grass became withered and gray. Closer. Sudden. The man felt the danger behind him. He turned around suddenly, and the weapon spirit appeared in his hands. However, it was obviously too late for him to react at this time. Before his innate skills could be activated, Xiaoan's death scythe had already arrived in front of him carrying the death energy. After a face-to-face meeting, the sneak attack on Comrade Black was successful. The magic sickle hit his head, huge energy poured out, and it exploded like a watermelon in an instant. Blood rained. The weapon spirit was knocked away and fell into the water, instantly losing its breath. Plop. The man's body fell into the lake unwillingly, splashing water and instantly dyeing the lake red. He was so unwilling to do so. He had just broken through to the 2nd level, and he took a sip of water. His royal hegemony had not yet begun, so why did he die like this? Xiaoan stood by the lake, looking at the corpse soaked in the lake, frowning slightly, complaining, "Daughter-in-law, why are you using so much force? I told you to be gentle and don't pollute the water. We also have to use this water. I want something to drink." Yulong turned into a human form with a cry, and stood beside him cutely. "I didn't use any force, you were the one exerting force from behind, I was just cooperating with you." "Then you mean to blame me? He's a murderer, and I didn't even touch him." "Okay, then don't touch me again." Xiaoan. "I was wrong, I'll take care of the body." Snort. "Too arrogant. Xiaoan can only say that you are awesome, just wait. When I turn over, the surfs will sing." Half an hour later, Xiaoan cleaned up the corpse. The blood stains in the lake are slowly dissipating. Within a week, they waited here for 2 groups of federal people to arrive. Because this is the location of a nearby water source, Xiaoan thought that people must drink water. Instead of blindly looking for it, it is better to wait here. Unexpectedly, within a week, we actually waited for 2 groups of people to come. But now seeing that the people in the relatively weak Black Dog Federation have broken through to the 2nd level of spiritual masters, Xiaoan guessed that the remaining people must have also broken through to the 2nd level. Counting the number of people, there are at most 8 groups. 8 groups of 2nd-grade spiritual masters are still a bit threatening. I don't know if others can give me some help. I can't kill them all, right? Just when he was thinking about whether to continue to wait and see, suddenly, in the distance behind him, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky. The pillar of golden light, like a summoning dragon, was unusually conspicuous, attracting the attention of Xiaoan and Yulong. "What is that?" Xiaoan asked. Yulong frowned slightly and stared at the golden light, which was like a pillar and connected directly to the clouds. "This thing, If my guess is correct, it should be the origin of the secret realm. Yulong's tone was extremely solemn, seeming to reveal a sense of disbelief. The origin of the secret realm. Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiaozan's expression suddenly moved. The origin of the secret realm is the core driving force of a secret realm. Because the secret realm is an independent space body, such a space body is not infinite, but has a range. Some are so large that they are even larger than the Earth. Some are very small as a football field or a basketball court, and there are even a few secret realms as small as a house. Because it has a range, and because it has a size, it arouses people's curiosity as to why there are different sizes. What is the chaos at the border of the secret realm? Later, after investigation, it was discovered that all these secret realms, large and small, are actually supported by a kind of energy called the source of the secret realm. This origin can be understood as energy supply, just like a car, which requires oil. Just like people, they need food. After in-depth research, it was discovered that the energy of the secret realm is directly proportional to the size of the secret realm. The greater the energy, the greater the chaos that is opened up, the larger the secret realm is, and the longer it lasts. The smaller the energy, the smaller the chaos that is opened, the smaller the secret realm, and the shorter the maintenance time. As the energy of the source weakens, the secret realm will gradually become a dead realm, and will eventually disappear completely. The origin of the secret realm is not a mass of energy, but a concrete thing that appears in the secret realm. It may be a grass, a tree, a stone, or a monster. In short, if a spiritual master obtains the origin of the secret realm and uses the energy of the entire secret realm to shape it, even an F-level waste can successfully break through its own limitations and cheat all the way after shaping nirvana, grow into a strong person. As for how strong it can grow in the end, it depends on the energy intensity of the source of the secret realm. In short, the origin of the secret realm can be said to be the most precious thing in the world. Something that is enough to make any federation rush for it, even at the risk of a war. This thing is like a controllable small nuclear fusion sun, it has too many functions. It's a pity that although this thing is good, it is really difficult to find and obtain it. Even if you own a secret realm and invest a lot of manpower to search for it, you may not be able to find it, because it can be anything. Unless you have a special method. But at this moment, it unexpectedly appeared on its own initiative. Xiaozan couldn't help but sigh, he was really lucky. Although I don't know why it appeared at this time, but since it has appeared, there is no reason not to take a look. Give it a try and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Xiaozan said with burning eyes. Motorcycle. Yulong's bright eyes were confused. Isn't that something that has been eliminated for more than 100 years? What's so good about it? Forehead. Xiaozan didn't know how to explain it to her. This is how you fall in love with someone from the future, you always look like an antique. Although he traveled through time, he was already 6 years old when he became an orphan. In fact, he had only adapted to this world for 12 years. Many of my previous thoughts have not changed. Anyway, we must fight for the origin of this secret realm. Even if it is risky, it is worth taking the risk. As long as we get this thing, we will become ace. Xiaozan clenched his fists and said firmly. Yulong agrees with his statement. If they can absorb the origin of the secret realm, it will definitely lay an extremely powerful foundation for them. Becoming an ace is just the most basic reward. She immediately said, we have to hurry over before the light begins to dissipate. According to records, the origin of the secret realm appears at different times, and it is very likely to disappear suddenly. We must find it before it disappears. Quote. But you have to be careful of the danger. We know this is the origin of the secret realm, and people in other federations will also know it. They will definitely compete with us for this thing. This will be equivalent to advancing the final melee stage. Xiaozan clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It's better to do it in advance. If you do it in advance, you don't have to sleep every night and have to work shifts. The tone was a bit resentful. This week, Xiaozan couldn't fall asleep holding Yulong, and the quality of his sleep was not good. He was used to using Yulong as a pillow, and every time he slept, he always felt like something was missing. When Yulong heard this, he understood what Xiaozan meant and blushed slightly. She had the same idea. She was used to Xiaozan's embrace, and she felt insecure and uneasy every time she slept. Xiaozan couldn't wait. Let's go while the golden light is still there, otherwise when the golden light disappears, we will really miss 100 million. 100 million. Yulong was startled and confused. Are you short of money? I still have 1 billion here, is that enough? Xiaozan, seeing Yulong's serious look, he felt helpless and said, enough, hee hee. I don't understand this, and it's a bit awkward to communicate. But it's okay. The beauty is embarrassed, which can only be called cute. Looking at Xiaozan's appearance, Yulong also had a strange expression. After getting along with Xiaozan for a long time, she found that he always said some incomprehensible words. She had never heard these words before and they were very strange, but when she heard him say them, she felt that they fit the mood. What an amazing feeling. I don't know where he learned these words from. Why are you in a daze? Let's go quickly, Xiaozan urged as he saw her suddenly dazed. Yulong came back to his senses. I'm tired and don't want to leave. Xiaozan, I'm really impressed with you. Xiaozan made a move, and Yulong immediately turned into a death sickle and appeared in his hand. I am getting really lazy, I have never been so pretentious before. He looked at the death scythe, which had a cold appearance but was extremely gentle in his hand. Xiaozan couldn't help but mutter, I haven't even thought of myself as a cow yet, so you should treat me like a cow first. What cow? Yulong was confused, another word he didn't understand. Cows that haven't plowed the fields. Yulong. I still don't understand it, but I always feel like it's not a good thing to say. She decided to study it carefully when she returned. At the same time, after seeing this golden light pillar, other people from the Federation did not hesitate and rushed towards the direction of the golden light pillar. Half an hour later, Xiaozan saw that the light of the golden light pillar had begun to weaken, and he knew that he had to speed up. Fortunately, the golden light pillar was not far away from him, and at this speed it was still too late. But at this moment, two people suddenly appeared within his range of perception, in the direction in front of him. And the speed is not slow either. One glance shows the strength of a second-grade spiritual master. Xiaozan thought for a while and then made a decision, that is, kill him first. Because the source of the secret realm is disappearing now and time is limited, when everyone gets together, there will definitely be a melee. As for that melee, the longer it drags on, the worse it gets. So, now one can solve it one by one. Therefore, Xiaozan quickly approached. He quickly caught up with them and saw their figures, which turned out to be Oda Junjiro and Muto Ran from the Baga Federation. Oda Junjiro also noticed Xiaozan's arrival and was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the people from the Longxia Federation are not dead yet. He actually broke through to the second-grade spiritual master. It seems that they are not completely messing up. He thought for a while and made a decision immediately. He did not assume a fighting posture, but kept a safe distance while shouting to Xiaozan. Your Excellency Xiaozan, I am Junjiro Oda. I have heard about your name for a long time and I admire you very much. When I meet you here, I must be here for the origin of the secret realm. I have something to discuss with you. Why don't you think about it? Xiaozan had nothing to say to Xiao Baga. When his enemies met, he would just draw his sword. But just when Xiaozan was about to take action, he suddenly sensed that two more people appeared in his range of perception. Immediately, he paused his attack. Xiao Baga has already discovered him. If he attacks at this time, he may not be able to kill him with one hit. And if they get entangled, then other people will find out about the two of them. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight, he and Xiao Baga became tigers. The situation became passive. He couldn't take the risk. After thinking for a while, he replied to Oda Junjiro, if you have any farts, just let them go. Your Excellency Xiaozan, don't be so irritable. We are all from Asia and should unite to deal with those golden monkeys and black-skinned orangutans. You want me to cooperate with you? No way. Xiaozan refused. But Oda Junjiro was very serious. Your Excellency Xiaozan, I think you should carefully consider my suggestion. There are 3 groups of people in the beautiful Federation, and you and I only have one group. If we want to defeat them, we can only join forces. Quote. In fact, Oda Junjiro didn't want to join forces with Xiaozan. The partner he joined was Park Changui from Kimchi country, but those two fools didn't know why they had such bad luck and died early. Now he is the only one left. Of course, each person has his or her own way of playing. He originally wanted to carry forward the spirit of Bushido, hide quietly, and then have a fair 1v1 showdown with the last person alive after the melee. But he didn't expect that the source of the secret realm would appear unexpectedly. This is a peerless good thing. He has to snatch it. If it is snatched away by someone else, he will really lose a lot of money. Therefore, I was forced to rush here helplessly. But facing so many enemies, he must find a way. Xiaoan happened to appear at this time, and he was a second-grade spiritual master, so he immediately came up with the idea of cooperating. Xiaoan was brought in by the Longsha Federation to destroy him. Although his strength exceeded the second level, he was definitely no match for him. Working with him, he is confident that he can ensure his own safety. In addition, there is another point, that is, in his opinion, Longsha people are easy to deceive. Your Excellency Xiaoan, as long as we cooperate and kill them all, then the two of us will have a fair 1v1 duel, not only to distinguish the origin, but also to decide life and death. Wouldn't it be great? Compared to you dying in their hands like this, you still have at least a 50% chance of winning in a duel with me. Your Excellency Xiaoan, shouldn't you think about it seriously? We are all members of East Asia's Common Monster Resistance Circle. It would be better for either of us to get the source of the secret realm than those stinky monkeys and orangutans. Quote. Oda Junjiro continued to persuade. He really wanted to cooperate with Xiaoan. When Xiaoan listened to his words, he was a little passive, but suddenly thought of a way. He smiled evilly and said, I admit that what you said makes sense, and I am also moved. But you Baga people are the most untrustworthy. How can I believe that what you say is true? How can I be sure that you are here? You won't stab me in the back during the fight. Your Excellency Xiaoan, what you said is also what worries me, isn't it? Then let me ask you a question. If the two of us cooperate, will you stab me in the back before the enemy is eliminated? Won't. This sentence is quite true. If Xiaoan really chooses to cooperate with him, he really won't backstab before all the enemies are eliminated. Because once you backstab, it means that your teammates become enemies. This is digging a hole for yourself. Neither can I. Oda Junjiro also replied, we are all smart people and know what choices we will make. So what about working with me? Xiaoan hesitated for a moment and said, we can cooperate, but we have to keep a certain distance, and you have to go in front of me. Your Excellency Xiaoan, you don't trust me. Did we just agree to trust each other? Oda Junjiro frowned. Walking in front is equivalent to leaving your back to Xiaoan. This is very dangerous behavior. The back is something that even brothers dare not deliver. Only Kappa dares. But Xiaoan was resolute. I'm sorry, cooperation is cooperation, and trust is trust. I really can't trust you Baga people. But don't worry, we Longsha and you are a country of etiquette since ancient times, and we are absolutely honest. I said I won't attack you, and I promise I won't attack you. If you don't believe it, I can swear. 4. What Xiaoan said was sincere. But Oda Junjiro is not a fool, how could he agree? Your Excellency Xiaoan. Just as he opened his mouth, there was a sudden movement of figures. A few hundred meters to their left, 3 blonde and blue-eyed men appeared, each with a weapon in their hand. They are the 3 federations headed by Mikil, the Beautiful Federation, the Sunset Federation and the Forest Federation. Seeing them, Oda Junjiro couldn't help but become solemn. These 3 guys are so lucky to actually come together. Why the hell are you so unlucky? Mikil also saw Oda Junjiro and Xiaoan, but they did not stop and attack instead, but continued to rush towards the golden light pillar. The reason is very simple, that is, they are still some distance away from the golden light pillar, and they have not yet seen what the origin of the secret realm is. If we fight now, what if the golden light pillar disappears later? Then the origin of the secret realm will no longer be found. There is no need to lose more than you gain. Therefore, they consciously kept a safe distance from Oda Junjiro and Xiaoan. But he rushed towards the golden light pillar as quickly as possible. At the same time, a few hundred meters to the right, the person Xiaoan sensed first also revealed his figure. He has thick eyebrows and deep eyes, his skin is the color of tung oil, and he wears a pair of gloves on his hands. It was Sheriff from the Lizard Federation. When he saw Xiaozan and others, he was stunned for a moment, seemingly a little surprised. But then, his expression became arrogant and disdainful, without any fear or worry at all. He even directly stretched out a hand and gave Xiaozan and all of them a fierce grip in the air. Then he pointed his thumb down and shook it twice. That means very simply, you are all rubbish and you all must die. Lizard is indeed a lizard. He is so arrogant to challenge so many people at once. Do you really think they are the strongest in the world? But now it is clear that no one takes him seriously, and all their attention is on the origin of the secret realm. Not long after Sheriff appeared, another figure was seen in front of everyone. He had a strong back and a bald head. He held a military axe in his hand and exuded the aura of a tank. It is Koleski from the Northern Bear Federation. Judging from his aura, he was already at the level of a second-grade spiritual master. All of them have broken through to the second level. Oda Junjiro's face was extremely embarrassed, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Of course, except Xiaozan. Suddenly, he was startled. He found that where he was now, he had been caught in the middle without even realizing it. There were people in front, behind, left and right, but he was the only one in the middle. His face was extremely serious. This was a very bad position. It doesn't matter if we haven't started yet, but when we get to Jin Guangzhou later, once a melee breaks out, since he is at the center of the battle, he will definitely be the first one to be targeted. Baga, what a bad luck. Oda Junjiro cursed, and he suddenly put himself in a dangerous situation. It was simply abominable. His face was gloomy and worried. After taking a look at Jin Guangzhou, according to the current speed of advancement, all of them would be able to arrive in front of Jin Guangzhou in less than 3 minutes. In other words, in 3 minutes, the melee will begin. If he doesn't make a decision within 3 minutes, then he is really likely to be the first to die. The current situation seemed to have changed. It was not that he chose not to join forces with Xiaozan, but that he had to join forces with Xiaozan. If you don't unite, you will die. Unless he stops now, doesn't want the source of the secret realm, and fights Xiaozan directly. In this way, he has a high chance of survival. But at the same time, he also lost the origin of the secret realm forever. Because of the special nature of the secret source, after others obtain it and before the battle is over, unless I am 100% sure of winning the final victory, I will choose to carry the secret source with me. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to hide it. And once it is hidden, no one else knows the origin of the secret realm except the person who hides it. Even if I die, I won't tell you. Therefore, Oda Junjiro couldn't bear to part with it. One side is fate, and the other side is the origin of the secret realm. Oda Junjiro, who was extremely troubled, finally turned his attention to Xiaozan. He stared at Xiaozan, as if he wanted to see something trustworthy in his face, but he couldn't see Xiaozan's unfamiliar face. When Xiaozan saw Oda Junjiro's flustered and hesitant look, he felt that his plan had succeeded and sneered. In fact, he had already sensed the location of these people. He did this on purpose, slowly forcing Oda Junjiro into a desperate situation. Xiao Baga, I must kill him. But killing him like this is really meaningless. Only death, both spiritual and physical, can. Therefore, Xiaozan wants to give him hope first, and then give him despair, which is simply flattering. Your Excellency Xiaozan, can I believe you? Looking at the golden beam of light getting closer and closer, Oda Junjiro knew that he had no time. He could only gamble on Xiaozan now. He still couldn't let go of the origin of the secret realm. Of course you can trust me. When did our Longxia Federation betray a friend? Xiaozan asked. This is the truth. Oda Junjiro knew the international status of Longxia Federation, and he felt relieved. Okay, I promise to cooperate with you. Oda Junjiro agreed, but he immediately added a condition: you can stand behind me, but not now. You have to wait until the melee starts before you can stand behind me. Oda Junjiro is still not stupid, he knows how to use the life and death crisis to tie the two people together. Once the melee started, Xiaozan and he were like grasshoppers on a rope. At that time, it was too late to cooperate and fight, so how could he backstab? Oda Junjiro, you still don't believe me. In fact, I can swear it. I swear in the spirit of Bushido that if I lie to you, I will commit suicide by committing seppuku. Xiaozan swore. He didn't expect this little Baga to be such a ghost. Chapter 81. Hearing this, Oda Junjiro felt strange for no reason. You are from Longxia, what the hell is swearing in the spirit of Bushido? Bushido is of no use to you. But when he thought about it in the blink of an eye, Xiaozan chose to swear by Bushido instead of swearing by his own faith. Does this mean that he actually wants to gain his trust so much that he can't help but say this? In his heart, he also wanted to cooperate with him, and he didn't realize that he had a little intention to please. It's very possible. For example, if a foreigner wants to gain recognition from Fujian people, the best way is to swear by Mizu. First, Mizu can quickly increase his sense of identity. Secondly, he knew that Mizu was a belief and a taboo. If he dared to disobey Mizu, the consequences would be worse than death. This is why Xiaozan now swears by Bushido. In addition, Xiaozan's strength is the worst, and it is difficult to survive in the melee, so he has to look for himself. Thinking of this, he recognized Xiaozan's sincerity more and more, and said, Your Excellency Xiaozan, I am really touched and admire your spirit. I believe in your sincerity, but I still can't joke with my life, anyway. The distance isn't far, it won't be long, isn't it? Okay, then it will be as you wish. Xiaozan agreed. He just said that on purpose. Don't agree too quickly and let him know the clues. Seeing Xiaozan agree, Oda Junjiro finally relaxed a little. The danger is still there, but it's not that great at the end. As a result, everyone ran quickly and soon came to the front of Jin Guangju. It was coming from the ground, but it was not possible to determine what it was. However, within Xiaozan's perception range, he had already discovered in advance that the source of the secret realm was a golden stone that exuded powerful energy. The stone was not big, only as big as a marble. It's not a circle, but an ordinary irregular shape. But the powerful energy it emits is as obvious as a sun within Xiaozan's perception range. As expected of the origin of the secret realm that just appeared, this energy is truly terrifying. Xiaozan sighed. He must grab this thing. At this moment, as everyone gets closer to the target point of the origin of the secret realm, the distance between them is constantly shrinking. It's about to form a pile. Oda Junjiro no longer dared to stay in the middle position. The situation of being attacked from the left and right was very unfavorable to him. If he was not careful, he would be the first to die. So, he slowly slowed down and leaned towards Xiaozan. Only by uniting can we win. Your Excellency Xiaozan. Oda Junjiro turned to look at Xiaozan with a sense of trust. But just in the middle of the words, he suddenly froze, his eyes widened, shining with disbelief. Just because a sickle filled with the chill of death was slashed straight from his forehead. Hee, go to hell. Xiaozan smiled coldly, revealing his big white teeth, like a devil. Puff. There was no time to react, no resistance. Junjiro Oda was killed by Xiaozan with a sickle. The body fell to the ground. Oda Junjiro's eyes were full of death, and he could not figure out why Xiaozan took action against him until his death. Doesn't he know that cooperation can lead to win-win results? Oda Junjiro died, and his weapon spirit was a samurai sword. Without the spirit master's weapon spirit, the second-grade weapon spirit could only display the strength of the first-grade weapon. And Yippin is simply not enough to watch. What's more, she was inevitably injured after being forcibly severed from the contract. So Xiaozan Demon Scythe drew a line of blood and sent her down to get together. The sudden killing made Mikil and others slightly shocked. At such a critical time, he even killed his temporary teammates. Should I call him stupid or arrogant? Stay a little away from him. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but there's no need to conflict with him before I've determined what the origin of the secret realm is. Everything will be discussed after we determine what the origin of the secret realm is. However, just because they didn't take action against Xiaozan doesn't mean that Xiaozan won't take action against them. In his perception, the shape of the origin of the secret realm has been completely locked. Now, even if the golden light pillar of the origin of the secret realm disappears, he can still find it. So, he's not worried about that now. All he needs to do now is kill, keep killing. After taking one look, he immediately set his target on Mikil. They are a combination of the three federations, and their strength must be weakened first. Seeing Xiaoan coming towards them, Miguel frowned impatiently. But to take action at such a critical moment, does this guy not want the origin of the secret realm? If he doesn't want it, he wants it. Dixie, Yusi, you two kill him first. He immediately ordered 2 people from the Forest Federation and the Sunset Federation to kill Xiaoan. Since Xiaoan wants to seek death, he won't be polite. 2 second-grade people killed 1 first-grade one, and he was still very relieved. As for his side, there is no need to worry if the 3 of them fight in a melee. They can completely delay Dishi and the 2 of them to kill Xiaoan and then come over. Yes, Dixie and Yusi immediately responded. They were both soldiers sent by the Federation. When they entered the secret realm, they had been ordered to obey Mikhail's orders. So without any hesitation, he immediately attacked Xiao and killed him. The movements are fast and violent, and the killing moves are launched straight away. Xiaoan had already expected that the 2 of them would take action. One-on-one, without any fear, the Death Scythe immediately unleashed a powerful force of suppression unique to the SSS level. The weapon spirits of the 2 dead soldiers suddenly became sluggish under this kind of suppression. Even the 2 dead soldiers were affected. Xiaoan seized this opportunity and took action first. He waved the magic sickle in his hand and made a sound of cutting through the air, aiming for one of them's head. The dead soldier was shocked and quickly picked up the weapon spirit to block. But they are both second-grade spiritual masters, and the gap in talent level is too great. He is just an ordinary D level, and the weapon spirit is a short sword. He cannot compete with the SSS level in all aspects. The collision between the magic sickle and the short sword is not of the same magnitude at all. But this blow was too much to bear, and he was knocked away. But a dead man is a dead man, and he stood up immediately despite the severe pain. At the same time, the dead soldier next to him also launched an attack on Xiaoan. His weapon spirit was also a short sword, and when Xiaoan finished his attack and could not recharge, he stabbed at him cunningly. Unfortunately, he seriously underestimated Xiaoan's strength. Although the old strength has gone and the new strength has not yet emerged, Xiaoan's talent for perception cannot be overshadowed. With just a slight twist of his body, the tricky short knife grazed Xiaoan's clothes. And Xiaoan just seized this opportunity, turned around, charged up the attack, twitched the sickle, and slashed directly through the waist of the dead soldier. It was divided into 2 sections in an instant. The clean attack and precise fighting timing made the remaining dead soldier immediately realize that the man in front of him was extraordinary. However, he was not afraid, but clenched the dagger in his hand and rushed towards Xiaoan without hesitation. In the eyes of a dead man, there is no fear, only death. Either you die or I die. There was only one person left, so Xiaoan was naturally not afraid. The length advantage and level advantage of the Death Scythe cannot be overcome by a short sword. He easily blocked the Death Warrior's attack and kicked him away, while the Death Straight magic sickle stretched out. When the dead soldier's body flew out, his neck hit the blade of the Death Scythe. It was as sharp as cutting tofu, and his head was separated from his neck. Xiaoan immediately stepped forward to kill the dagger spirit, and then chased Miguel and the others. At this moment, at the golden light pillar, all 3 of them have seen that the origin of the secret realm is a golden stone. They formed a glyph shape, surrounding the source of the secret realm in the middle. You looked at me, I looked at you, but no one wanted to take action first. Koleski was running at the front just now, and he was the first one to get the bead. But he is also smart. He knows that after he obtains the source of the secret realm, he will be besieged by the other 2 people. Therefore, he chose to surround but not attack, and kept dealing with everyone. But just because he's smart doesn't mean others are stupid. I cannot move until the enemy cannot move, and Mikhail and Sheriff also understand this truth well. As a result, the 3 of them now maintain a delicate balance. The origin of the secret realm has become a hot potato. If anyone touches it first, he will become the common enemy of the other 2. None of the 3 are fools, they are all waiting for the other to make the first move. But compared to Koleski and Sheriff, Mikhail didn't seem very panicked. The longer the delay, the more beneficial it was to him. Because he still has 2 helpers, once those 2 people kill Xiaoan and come over, the balance of strength will tilt towards them. When the time comes for 3 versus 2, he can definitely do it. But at this moment, Sheriff suddenly said, Koleski, how about the two of us working together first? Obviously, Sheriff saw the situation clearly and knew that Mikhail was the threat. Koleski didn't hesitate much and nodded directly, okay. The two of them are lone rangers, and Mikhail also has two dead warrior assistants. Mikhail must be killed first. Miguel was regarded as a target by the two men, and his heart sank. He glanced back, why weren't the two dead men healed yet? Koleski, when you cooperate with him, you have to think clearly whether he will stab you in the back. The Lizard Federation is the most shameless and the most honest Xiaoan of the Longxia Federation. He can do such things as betraying his allies. Do you dare to hand your back to him? Mikhail stalled for time, but Sheriff obviously didn't want to give him a chance to delay, so he raised his fist and hit Mikhail directly. Koleski, I leave my back to you, don't let me down. Of course Koleski would not make a stupid decision, so he also raised the axe in his hand and struck at Mikhail. The two people's attacks without delay made Mikhail feel the threat of death. He knew that he was no match for the two of them, so he quickly retreated behind him. The two dead soldiers haven't come yet, so he will run towards the dead soldiers. Koleski and Sheriff saw his intention, and quickly stopped him on the left and right, and seized the opportunity to attack him. Mikhail was unable to fight with his four fists. He was beaten so hard that he retreated. He tried to run but couldn't. After a while, he was beaten all over his body. Why haven't those two guys come over yet? Mikhail couldn't help but swear. Judging from the normal time, Dixie and the two had already solved Xiaoan. Why haven't you come yet? Didn't even see a shadow. Could it be that Xiaoan was hiding in a tree not far away, watching the two-on-one melee happily? He finally didn't have to do it himself. Speechless, there are a total of 18 groups of enemies, and I have killed 13 groups. Is it time to take advantage? In the battlefield, Mikhail was destined to be unable to wait for Dixie's support. After the powerful alliance between Sheriff and Koleski, he still did not escape the fate of being sanctioned. After Mikhail died, Koleski and Sheriff barely paused for half a second before fighting. Mikhail did not wait for the support of the dead soldiers until his death, which meant that both of his dead soldiers were already dead. Even if he didn't die, he was seriously injured. As for Xiaoan, they didn't think Xiaoan would survive. A second-grade spiritual master fights two second-grade spiritual masters, or two dead warriors. They can't figure out what Xiaoan can do to survive. As for Xiaoan killing his allies and then singling out Miguel to do it, they attributed this behavior to Xiaoan being too stupid. Therefore, at this moment, they both thought that there was no one in the secret realm, and they were the only ones left. Then the decisive battle begins. Xiaoan was still sitting leisurely on the tree and watching. His plan was successful. He separated the people step by step and then killed them slowly. The uncertainty of melee is avoided. It's just a pity, I wish I had a handful of melon seeds now. 3 minutes later, the duel between Koleski and Sheriff was decided. Koleski won. His axe was stronger than Sheriff's fist after all. He laughed proudly and looked up to the sky. The final victory in this secret realm belongs to him alone. Ha 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 ha, PFF'd. The Black Death air drew an arc in the air, and the red line of the sickle blade was stained with blood and slashed across Koleski's neck, and his laughter stopped abruptly. He wanted to turn his head to see who had touched him, but as soon as he turned, the world spun and he fell to the ground with a thud. It rolled several times before stopping. But fortunately, he still saw the person who killed him. Xiaoan. After killing Koleski with one blow, Xiaoan took advantage of the situation and knocked away his weapon spirit. In this way, all the enemies in the secret realm will be truly dead. Oh, maybe there is another pair. After all, as far as Xiaoan knows, only 17 pairs have died. The last pair may be dead or perhaps hiding. But for now, it is safe within Xiaoan's perception range. He walked to the secret source stone. At this moment, all the golden light pillars had disappeared. This secret source also turned into the same appearance as an ordinary stone. If there was no golden light, it would be impossible to tell that it was the secret source. Now, it's back to Xiaoan. The origin of this secret realm belongs to the weapon refining category and can be used to improve the quality of your weapon spirit. Xiaoan played with the stone in his hand and said to Yulong, Not all secret realm sources can be used on spiritual masters, because the objects they embody are different and their modes of action are also different. The best sources of secret realms are things like spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines, which can be absorbed by both spiritual masters and weapon spirits. The second thing is that this kind of weapon refining materials can only be used on weapon spirits and cannot be used on spiritual masters. However, Xiaoan and Yulong have a life and death contract, so this has little impact on him. If there is another equal contract or something like that, only the weapon spirit can enjoy this benefit. But usually if you really get such a good thing, you may be afraid that the spiritual master will rush to make a life and death contract with the weapon spirit. Like other more minor ones, such as a river or a mountain. The characteristics of this type of secret realm source is that they are large, but the energy they contain is the same. Even if you find it, it will be difficult to get out because the entrance to the secret realm is only that big. If you move them out like a fool, it will have no effect. You have to get them out completely. What remains is the most dangerous source of the secret realm, which is the ability to materialize into a monster. This kind of monster is transformed from the energy of the entire secret realm, so it is generally very powerful, extremely unruly, and would rather die than be tamed. If you directly send experts to kill it, the origin of the secret realm will disappear. It would be a pity not to kill him. So generally when you encounter the origin of such a mysterious realm of monsters and beasts, don't even think about it. There is no possibility at all. Yulong returned to his human form and looked at the stone that contained the origin of the secret realm, and said, "This secret realm has just been born. The energy of the origin of the secret realm is in its most vigorous state. Absorbing it at this moment will improve us the most. Yes, it's just that this secret realm is too unsafe. The absorption of the origin of the secret realm requires an absolutely safe environment. We can't take this risk here now. Moreover, there is a group of enemies that have not appeared, and we must find him first." Quote. Okay, let's deal with the last group of people first. So, the two of them searched for the last group of people in the secret realm. One day later, Xiaoan and his two men successfully found the last group of people. They were already dead. No wonder they didn't show up to snatch the source of the secret realm. At this point, Xiaoan was the only two people left in the secret realm. It's only been 8 days now. The people have been dealt with and we can go out early. Yulong said. But Xiaoan shook his head, showing a mysterious smile, and then he took out 2 storage bags from his pocket. Seeing these 2 storage bags, Yulong was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth twitched with a hint of shameful admiration. "I suddenly realized that contracting with you was a wise choice," Yulong said. "Why?" "Because you know how to manage a house very well." How about you being in charge of the house and me being the master of the house in the future?" "I reject," Xiaoan said seriously. "I am a hard-working man, and I must be the one who takes charge of foreign matters. I can be in charge, but I will never be the one in charge." "Inside." "What do you mean?" Another word that Yutaki didn't understand. Xiaoan chuckled. "You will understand later." Yulong felt that Xiaoan's eyes were strange. "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. We don't have much time left. Such a big secret realm is bigger than the Beatty secret realm. There must be a lot of spiritual fruits in it. Although there is no map to report the points, we can collect a sack. Is there anything wrong with the spiritual fruit?" Xiaoan shook the storage bag in his hand and worked hard for the Federation. What could he do without gathering some of the Federation's wool? Yulong suddenly looked a little serious. "I think this is a bit bad, don't you? We have taken away the origin of the secret realm. This secret realm will begin to wither and disappear in 3 to 5 years. Now that these spiritual fruits have been picked, there will be no more, it will grow." Hearing this, Xiaoan was stunned for a moment, not expecting that she would say such a thing. Thinking about it, the most precious source of the secret realm has been taken away by them, so they should really leave something for others. It doesn't matter if it can still grow. The key is that it can't grow now. "So what do you mean?" "It's got to be 2 sacks anyway." Xiaoan. Otherwise there will be no more. Yulong added. Xiaoan, looking at her expression as if she wanted to plunder the entire secret realm, it seemed as if she heard the sound of being slapped. "Still fanning with my own hands. This slap in the face came too quickly. He just said, how could two kinds of people sleep under the same bed? Then let's start now. This secret realm is still a bit dangerous, so we won't separate and search for spiritual fruits together. Good, comma. The time quickly came to the deadline. Outside the secret realm, all the people from the Federation gathered at the entrance again, looking forward to seeing the people from their Federation come out of the secret realm. It's just that some of these expectations are guaranteed to win, 9 out of 10. Some are anxious and hopeful, while others are dejected and just hope for a miracle. Smith stood not far from Song Xiaoan, with his hands in his pockets and 100% confidence on his lips. He glanced at Song Xiaoan from time to time, as if he wanted to see something on his face. After a while, he seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. Came to Song Xiaoan. Mr. Song, you seem to be very confident in your Federation's players. If I don't have confidence in him, how can I have confidence in others? This is simply nonsense. Which Federation present does not have confidence in its own players? If you don't trust your own players, how can you trust others? Smith was choked and felt a little unhappy. Thinking that he didn't get anything good from him a month ago, he decided to do it again now. So he winked at his two younger brothers, Nicholas and Katina. Both of them are mature fools, so they naturally understand what Smith means. They immediately looked at each other and sang a double act. Nicholas said to Katina, Ms. Katina, who do you think will win this battle? Mr. Nicholas, with all due respect, your words are a bit irritating. However, I am still willing to express my position. I personally support our Forest Federation, and I have absolute confidence in our players. Katina said. I also have strong confidence in my Sunset Federation players. Miss Katina, the players are fighting for honor for the Federation with their lives. I think we should do something for them. Nicholas continued, I have a fang of a general level monster here, which is my personal collection. I want to play a small betting game with Miss Katina, and bet on who will win. I don't know if Kardina will win. Does Miss Tina have this wish? If I win, I will give what I win to a player from my Federation to thank him for his contribution to the Federation. Katina pretended to hesitate and said, your proposal is not bad. I am also thinking about doing something for my federal players. Well, I don't have many valuables with me. I only have a refining stone with flame properties. I will accompany you, Mr. Nicholas, to have some fun. That's great, thank you Ms. Katina for your generosity. No, I should be the one thanking you. The two began to have a tense confrontation. Smith looked at all this, and immediately showed a very interested look, and joined them. I have an ice spirit fruit here, and I can also give a little thanks to the players of our Federation, okay. Sure, Nicholas and Katina welcomed him. It was originally a trap set up for him. Then, Smith looked at Song Xiaoan again, Mr. Song, do you want to play together? You guys have already knelt down 4 times in a row. Participate and win a fortune. Maybe you can stop the appearance of pentakill. With a sense of ridicule. 3 losers and 1 drama. Song Xiaoan didn't want to pay attention to them. Now that the time was coming, he was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Although he believed in Xiaozan's strength, after all, what happened inside was unknown to the outside world. So at this moment, his nervous thoughts were more on Xiaozan. But he didn't want to participate, but Smith wanted to let him participate. This was specially set up for him. Mr. Song, aren't you very confident in your players? Why, keep silent. Does it mean you don't trust them anymore? I see that your players are still very young. They are growing up. What would they think if they knew that you didn't believe in them so much? What do they think they are? Cannon fodder, or political tools? After their death, can their souls see God? The harsh and sarcastic words made Song Xiaoan a little impatient. Is that bad God of yours qualified to see me, a Longxia person? He really doesn't want to participate in this meaningless bet. But after being ridiculed like this, if he didn't fight back, he would really lose face to the Longxia Federation. Even if it wasn't for himself, but for Xiaozan and Yulong, Song Xiaoan would slap him in the face today. He glanced at Smith coldly. Don't you just want to see yourself fail and make a fool of yourself in front of the Federations? Okay, then I'll see how big a cigarette you can't put out today. Immediately he couldn't bear to give in, strode up to the 3 of them, and looked at the things on the table with disdain. Mr. Smith, I heard that your family has a great business. Why did you come up with such a nice spirit fruit? You don't take the players of your own federation seriously. They are devoting their lives to the federation. It's so chilling. God will shake his head when he sees it, right? Upon hearing this, Smith's eyes lit up and he became interested. Mr. Song, do you want to raise the stakes? Song Xiaoan didn't say anything nonsense and immediately took out a spiritual fruit and placed it in front of the three of them. This is a space soul fruit. After eating it, you have a certain chance of understanding space control skills. According to its value level, this is a 6th grade spirit fruit. The players are all giving their lives. Since we want to thank them, we have to give something that feels sad, right? Don't bring out something that is not on the table like ice fruit. What do you think, Mr. Smith? Song Xiaoan was pressing down like a dragon and a tiger, and Smith looked a little solemn. The two eyes looked at this translucent spirit fruit in surprise. He just wanted to provoke Song Xiaoan and make him embarrassed in front of everyone, but he didn't expect that he would be so impulsive and directly take out the 6th grade spiritual fruit. 6th grade spiritual fruit. This is something you can't even see on the market. Is he so generous? I can't understand his cool behavior. What's wrong? Is Mr. Smith just talking about it? He doesn't feel grateful in his heart. Or is it that the Smith family is too weak to produce something of this level? Now it was Song Xiaoan's turn to start taunting. If you want to play, play big. Even if Xiaoan and the others can't win today, I still have to make you bleed. He will also bring in other people from the Federation later. Directly divide the winning rates of the three Smiths. Being ridiculed by Song Xiaoan, Smith looked slightly embarrassed. But then he gave up. How could the hunter become the prey? He immediately asked someone to bring out a box. Inside the box was a white flower shaped like a bone. This flower is called the white dragon bone flower. It contains very powerful vitality. As long as there is a breath, it can save you. It is a 5th grade elixir. Although the level is not as good as your 6th grade one, yours is a skill-based spiritual fruit and there is a great risk of sinking. In terms of actual value, it is far inferior to mine. I will use this to bet with you, how about it? With that said, Smith took back the ice spirit fruit he had before. The ice spirit fruit is also a 2nd grade spirit fruit, and he is reluctant to part with it. Of course, Song Xiaoan said. Smith was telling the truth. Spiritual fruit elixirs, like the levels of Yuling, were divided into 9 levels. The first level was the weakest and the 9th level was the strongest. Secondly, spiritual fruit elixirs are divided into 3 categories in detail. The first category is the gain category. It is mainly reflected in the physical improvement of the spiritual master's body and weapon spirit in various aspects, such as strength, speed, mental power, bloodline, and so on. The second category is attribute category. This type is similar to the weapon refining materials of the weapon spirit. It can enhance the special effects attributes of the weapon spirit, such as ice, flames, glare, etc. At the same time, it can also help integrate new attributes during the advancement of the weapon spirit. The third category is skills. It's a bit like opening a treasure chest. After eating it, if you're lucky, you can directly learn the skill. With average luck, a skill fragment is opened, and there is a little understanding, but not much. More spiritual fruits of the same type are needed to understand the skill. The worst luck is that you don't feel anything at all, which is equivalent to wasting it in vain. So Smith is right. Although the space soul fruit is expensive at the 6th level, compared with the actual value, the 5th level white bone dragon flower is better. What about you? Song Xiaoan looked at Nicholas and Katina again. The two of them didn't expect that a small bet would turn into a big one. They hesitated and looked at Smith, who gave them a reassuring expression. So they had no choice but to take out valuable items of the same level. When I put it on the gambling table, I felt a sudden pain in my body. Wow, it's so lively. I'll be a part of it too. At this moment, a high-pitched voice sounded. It was from the Kimchi Federation. When he saw so many good things, he couldn't help it. Small effort, big reward. Plant 1 fruit and get 18 fruits in return. This kind of bet is delicious. Must attend. However, he is cooperating with the Baga Federation. If he wins later, he will have to compete directly with the Baga Federation. The Baga Federation was like this, so for the sake of winning rate, he also joined in. Upon seeing this, other federations joined in after some hesitation. Especially the 7 United Federations, they have the largest number of people and the highest winning rate. This bet is the most cost-effective for them. In this way, 19 federations participated one after another, and the precious things on the table suddenly piled up into a small mountain. Any of these things, taken out at random, will cause a frenzy in the market. Even these big guys feel very distressed. Seeing this, Song Xiaoan felt happy. He didn't even pull anyone, but he took the initiative and someone came. It was very good. Smith was also very happy to see so many people joining, even happier than Song Xiaoan. His original intention was to bring these guys in and blackmail them, but he didn't expect that he took the initiative to put the meat into his mouth before he opened his mouth. He really doesn't care about life and death and is blindly confident, so don't blame him for being rude. Mr. Smith, why do I feel a little worried? Katina leaned into Smith's ear and said worriedly. Smith comforted her confidently, don't worry, we used high-tech means this time. It only takes 3 days, and all 3 groups of them will reach the 2nd level realm. I don't think anyone can be faster than them. 3 groups of 2-level people are enough. Killing indiscriminately in the secret realm. Smith believed in his cheating method very much. In 3 days, this was the fastest breakthrough speed. He believes no one can be faster. Unless that guy is extremely lucky and appears directly in front of the spirit fruit, and is also extremely lucky to be the spiritual fruit. But how could these 2 coincidences happen? Unless he steps on 2 pieces of shit. HMPH, you are talking about cultural inheritance, this IQ is nothing more than that. Smith looked at Song Xiaoan's old face and sneered with disdain. He has now begun to think about what posture he will use to taunt Song Xiaoan later. Should he raise the corners of his mouth 15 degrees, or 45 degrees? Just at this time, a manager at the entrance to the secret realm suddenly rang the end clock. The 1-month battle for the secret realm has come. Hearing this voice, everyone looked stern and dropped what they were doing. All eyes were focused on the secret place, not daring to blink, looking forward to the figure inside coming out. At this moment, the whole place was silent and breathless. Nicholas, 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 come out. The leader of the Northern Bear Federation shouted in his heart. Oda Junjiro, the decision is yours. Look, this handsome guy is called Sheriff. Quote. Everyone has a name in their hearts, and they all roar silently in their hearts, roaring that they belong to the last survivor in their hearts. Only Smith, with a faint smile and a disdainful smile, showed absolute confidence. At this moment that attracted everyone's attention. At the entrance to the secret realm, a wave of light finally appeared. People are coming out. Everyone held their breath again, their pupils dilated, and they wanted to rush forward immediately. The waves grew bigger and bigger, and then a black thing emerged from inside. Black, it's our Black Dog Federation. A certain federation immediately shouted excitedly. Everyone's eyes suddenly looked at him, those eyes were murderous. It's not even finished yet, you're so excited. Just when the Federation was about to rush over, the black color further expanded, and it was round and prismatic. It was not a person at all, but a bag full of things. The man suddenly froze on the spot. His face was full of embarrassment. Sorry I didn't win, it was a bit exciting for the first time. The others looked back and looked at the black bag with strange expressions. What is this? It seems like a storage bag. What about the people behind? Someone come out quickly. In the Longsha camp, Song Xiaoan's heart couldn't help but twitch. He didn't see anyone for the first time, and his heart really jumped to the extreme. Everyone was nervous, but there was only one person whose eyes flashed with intense excitement. But this brilliant light seems to be suppressed by something, and it does not dare to burst out. He is Qin Wanfang. Seeing this storage bag, a picture instantly appeared in his mind. It was in the Beatty secret realm, the same bag, the same posture, the same person. It's him. Qin Wanfang was breathing rapidly. He was sure of it, but he was too scared to confirm it. Because he knows how great his hopes are, and how great his disappointments are. Even if this hope is a 99% winning rate. Song Xiaoan heard Qin Wanfang's voice and turned around. Who are you talking about? Ask this question, he immediately knew the answer. You said it was him. Xiao Zhan. Qin Wanfang didn't dare to answer him. Again, He was sure it was Xiaoan, but he was afraid it wasn't Xiaoan. Seeing that he didn't answer, Song Xiaoan quickly looked at the entrance to the secret realm. At this time, the storage bag had all appeared, and behind it, a dark stick-like thing appeared. And see this thing. Song Xiaoan's blood suddenly surged. Shortness of breath. It was pointed, black, like a stick. That was the death scythe. It's definitely the death scythe. He was all too familiar with that rich aura of death. He looked excited and grabbed Qin Wanfeng, who was next to him. His voice was like a roar. Death scythe, did you see it? That's the death scythe. That's Xiaoan and the others won. Qin Wanfeng only felt extreme pain in his arm, as if it was about to be crushed. But he had no time to take care of his hands, because the words from Song Xiaoan's mouth shattered the last 1% of his false doubts. It's him, it's him, it's him. Qin Wanfeng's eyes filled with tears, and his tears couldn't stop rolling. After so many years, he hasn't felt this kind of passionate feeling for a long time. Although Xiaoan still didn't show up, he no longer had any doubts at this moment. Because the death scythe is the best proof. Seeing this, a dozen other people from the Federation seemed to have guessed the result. But they still don't believe it. As long as they don't see the last person appear, they just don't believe it. Just don't give up. Especially Smith. How confident he was just now, how crazy he is now. When he saw the weapon spirit, he knew that the person who came out was not from his beautiful Federation. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Smith's eyes were red and his whole body was shaking. It seems that every cell in the body is telling the impossible. At this time, the person in the secret realm was finally revealed. First, one foot appeared in front of everyone, with black combat boots, black pants, black hair, black eyes, and only the skin was yellow. It's Xiaoan. See his face. One Federation is excited, while 18 Federations are dejected. Smith was like a deflated rubber ball, slumping down. If it weren't for the support of someone behind him, he might have fallen to the ground directly. When the Longxia Federation saw Xiaoan's face, they immediately burst into cheers. Xiaoan, 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 Yi Yutaki, Yi Yutaki, Yi Yutaki. The whole audience shouted for Longxia. The momentum of the home court is demonstrated. The sound was like waves, one after another, drowning everyone else in the Federation. How could this happen? Smith was as angry as a green-faced fanged beast. He made so much preparation. Another alliance, another cheating. Why did you still lose? He is not willing to give in. Mr. Smith, thank you for your generous gift. I'm sorry. When Song Xiaoan's sarcastic words came, he immediately asked Qin Wanfeng to take away all the bets on the table. Qin Wanfeng smiled happily. Good guy, so many valuable things. He didn't even have that much as a director. Smith gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with blazing fire. He had made such preparations and even made all the dowry for Song Xiaoan. I lost my wife and lost my troops. He is extremely angry. Suddenly, without taking a breath, his body tilted and he fainted from the anger. This scene shocked everyone. Song Xiaoan came to Xiaoan as quickly as possible and held one of Xiaoan's hands tightly. Thank you very much, you guys have worked hard. Sincere from the bottom of my heart, with tears in my eyes. Xiaoan couldn't help but shrink back. He was really not used to being treated so warmly, especially being held by a big man. Accustomed to holding Yi Yulong's delicate and soft little hand, Song Xiaoan's hand was as rough as a bamboo basket. Diaphragm response. Serving the Federation, doing your best until you die, that's what you should do. Xiaoan took out his hand without leaving any trace. If Yi Yutaki were in human form at this moment, he would definitely hold him for an hour to relax. Song Xiaoan didn't notice Xiaoan's disdain and immediately waved Qin Wanfeng over with the bets. Xiao, these are the Federation's thanks to you. Keep them well. In addition to these, there are other things that I will send to you personally after I apply. When he saw the things, Xiaoan's eyes suddenly lit up. They were all 5th and 6th grade spiritual fruits and elixirs. Is Song Xiaoan so willing? He originally thought about pretending to refuse, but now he can't refuse. What if he takes it seriously when he refuses? He quickly accepted it and said, "Thank you, Uncle Song." Well, it's all as it should be. Song Xiaoan nodded with satisfaction. Although these things are expensive, it is still not a loss to change to a secret realm. By the way, Xiao, what are you packing in these 2 big bags? Ah, nothing, just a little trophy. Xiaozan didn't dare to tell the truth, fearing that Song Xiaoan would regret it and take those good things back. After all, although his 2 bags were many, in terms of quality, they were not as good as those 5th and 6th grade items. Trophies. Song Xiaoan was confused. What kind of loot could be found in the secret realm? He was going to ask one more question. But at this time, Xiaozan suddenly said first, by the way, Uncle Song, I got some spiritual fruits in the secret realm. Is this supposed to be okay? It's okay, just a little spiritual fruit, you deserve it. Besides, how much can you take? Okay, thank you Uncle Song. Uncle Song, you are very tolerant and a good person. After Xiaozan finished speaking, he left as if running. Song Xiaoan looked at his back and was a little confused. This kid has obviously made meritorious deeds, but he feels like a guilty thief. Those who knew were carrying 2 big bags of loot, and those who didn't thought they were 2 big bags of spiritual fruits. Xiaozan did have a guilty conscience. He had already taken the source of the secret realm and swept away 2 sacks of spiritual fruits. Song Xiaoan also gave him so many more spiritual fruits. He was the only one who had a guilty conscience now. Director Qin, can we go back? Back at the temporary base, Xiaozan asked Qin Wanfang. What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Qin Wanfang smiled. He knew what those 2 sacks were. That's not the case. It's just a month of fighting. I'm tired and want to rest. Qin Wanfang was a little serious when he heard this. Okay, you really should have a good rest. Wait a moment, I will ask Minister Song first. If there are no problems, I will go back with you personally. Anyway, now that the competition is over, you can also there's no need to stay here. Good. Immediately, Qin Wanfang went out to discuss the matter with Song Xiaoan and came back soon. Minister Song has agreed, you can leave now. Okay, thank you. It should. So, Qin Wanfang took Xiaozan and Yulong back to the Secret Service base. After returning home, the first thing Xiaozan did was to hold Yulong and fall asleep deeply. During the 30 nights in the secret realm, he really didn't have a good night's sleep. Even if there was no big danger for the next half-month and Yulong gave him a knee pillow, he still couldn't sleep well. What he wants is this ultimate tender feeling in his arms. Holding Yulong in his arms, Xiaozan fell asleep after a while. And Yulong leaned in Xiaozan's arms, feeling the strong beating of his heart and the sense of security coming from him, and couldn't help but move closer to his arms. At the same time, just when they were sleeping, over there in the secret realm, Song Xiaoan was admiring it in the secret realm, feeling happy no matter how he looked at it. 4 years later, their Longxia Federation finally won again. Report. Just then, a soldier ran over. Speak. Reporting to the leader, after preliminary statistics, there are nearly 2,300 spiritual fruits in this secret realm. However, we found that nearly 500 spiritual fruits have been picked by others. What? Being picked? Song Xiaoan was shocked. No one entered this secret place. How could it be picked? Even if those players ate some during the competition, it would not be so much less. Just when he was wondering, suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Xiaozan. Xiaozan is still carrying 2 sacks. He suddenly realized it. You're such a young boy, Xiaozan. Why did you want to go back as soon as you came out? It's like you have a guilty conscience. It turns out that's what happened. Then, Song Xiaoan couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled. Let's not talk about other things, just for the purpose of gathering wool, Xiaozan really looks like Yi Wuming's son-in-law. The next day, Xiaozan and Yi Yulong got up, washed themselves, and began to take stock of what they had gained from this trip to the secret realm. At the same time, select some spiritual fruits that suit you, and then take them for absorption. In the past, there was no suitable time. Now that they have enough time, they must absorb it quickly to improve their strength. After half a day of compilation and statistics, they now have a total of more than 1,100 spiritual fruits and elixirs, but most of these are low-grade spiritual fruits, such as 2nd grade, 3rd grade and so on. Accounting for about 95% of the total. The remaining ones with a slightly higher grade will be screened to discard some that have repeated functions, violate attributes, and some that are temporarily unused. Xiaoan only selected 6 or 7 spiritual fruits to use. This is really unexpected. Yulong reacted normally to this. Although these spiritual fruits are good, they are the output of the welfare secret realm after all, and the overall level is limited. We are now in the second level realm, and a large part of the spiritual fruits are of little use to us. Quote, what's more, we still have the source of the secret realm. Once we successfully absorb the source of the secret realm, its improvement to us will be enough to cover up the effects of all these gain-type spiritual fruits. By then, these spiritual fruits will have even less effect on us. Quote, Xiaoan naturally understood this truth. It's not that these spiritual fruits are too rubbish, but that the source of the secret realm is too strong. One is enough to rival all spiritual fruits. However, this is also based on successfully absorbing the origin of the secret realm. If it cannot be absorbed, it is nonsense. Immediately, Xiaoan picked up a few spiritual fruits, and then headed to the training room with Yulong. Absorbing spiritual fruits in the training room, with the assistance of artificial intelligence, is more stable than having someone by your side to protect you. As soon as he walked out of the door, he happened to meet Qin Wanfang. Where are you going? Go to the training room. Then you really should go. You will gain a lot from this trip. It is estimated that your strength will be greatly improved. Qin Wanfang looked at the big and small bags in Xiaoan's hands and felt a little envious. This kid's current family fortune is richer than that of the director. He couldn't help but glance at Yulong again. I sighed in my heart, the rich woman is also a kind of cheat. Director Qin, do you have any business with us? Xiaoan asked. Qin Wanfang usually doesn't come to see him, but if he comes to see him, something will happen. Qin Wanfang replied, oh, it's nothing important. You guys can go practice first. When the practice is over, I will explain it to you in detail. Okay, let's go first. Etc. Qin Wanfang took out a card and said, you can use this identity card to go to the training room to unlock the highest level of training permissions. No, my wife is rich. Xiaoan grinned, showing his big white teeth. Qin Wanfang really hated his showy face. Who the hell cares about whether your wife has money? It's none of my business. It's not like my wife is rich. Roll rough. This is not a matter of money. The training room of the Secret Service is free to use. It doesn't matter if you have money. You have to queue up when you go there. You don't have to queue up with this card, you know. In addition, the training room has just upgraded its system, and some privileges are not available yet. No matter how much money you spend, you can't experience it. Isn't this just using me as a guinea pig? Xiaoan said speechlessly. It's not a test. Don't take advantage of me and be nice. Just say, do you want it? Qin Wanfang finally understood why this guy was able to take advantage of others. How thick-skinned is this? Want. Don't ask for it for free, you still want it after you ask for it. If you want it, check it out. Xiaoan took the ID card, raised his hand, and said, thank you, Director Qin, let's go first. Smelly boy, the practice room is overcrowded at any given time. Especially in the Secret Service, the training room is free to use, which means it is even more full. As soon as there is a vacancy, it will be filled immediately. Therefore, in the lounge, many people are waiting in line here. Fortunately, Xiaoan had a privilege card. He could just swipe the card and the super channel would be opened for him immediately. A person's path is indeed more than 100 times better than others. And his specialness was naturally noticed by the people in the hall, who all showed surprised expressions. Everyone guessed who Xiaoan and Yulong were. Boss, who are these two people? Even you have to queue here, but they can take the super passage. And they look so young. In the queuing hall, a slightly fat, white-faced man said to a tall woman next to him. The woman has a very cold temperament, sitting on a chair, with her hands folded across her chest, wearing a black combat uniform. She has short, ear-length hair, sharp eyes, and a resolute face, giving people a very strong feeling. Hearing this, she also glanced at Xiaoan and Yulong, but after just one glance, she withdrew her gaze. Instead of caring about others, it's better to worry about yourself. If you don't pass this test again, you will leave my team voluntarily, so that you don't blame me for not showing you any favors. Hearing this, the fat man's white face suddenly turned even paler. Xiaoan and Yulong entered the training room smoothly. The training room is of medium size, but not as big as the one at Beatty Yuling Academy. But at a glance, it can be seen that it is more advanced than the training room of Beatty Yuling Academy, but it is a little less cozy. There is only a training room and not even a bed. But you can understand it if you think about it. After all, the Secret Service is a place that pays attention to efficiency. Swipe the card. The training room immediately started running, the system was activated, and the welcome voice of artificial intelligence sounded. Welcome to start this training assistance, we will serve you wholeheartedly. Special privileges have been enabled and the latest optimized version can be used. Do you want to use it? Yes. The use is successful, you can start practicing now. Xiaoan pondered for a moment and said, enable traceless training mode. The traceless training mode is on. The incognito training mode is similar to the use of incognito browsing on a computer, which allows the training room not to store all your training data this time. This is considered a protection of privacy. However, under normal circumstances, spiritual masters will not turn on this function because there is no need to hide it. On the contrary, only with data can we have comparisons and have a clear understanding of our own strength. Xiaoan chose to activate Wuan mainly because he was worried that his secret origin would be leaked. This thing is too expensive, it would be better if fewer people know about it. Then, Xiaoan said, enable body data scanning. Yes, data is being scanned. Then a circle of light appeared, scanning up and down the bodies of Xiaoan and Yulong. After a while, a row of data appeared in front of them. Name, Xiaoan. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Muscle strength, bone strength, quote. The energy intensity of the power of control, a second-grade spiritual master. Comprehensive physical strength, second grade, superior. Body damage status, weak negligible. Quote. A series of data are all presented, visible, invisible, concrete, abstract, all are scanned. Xiaoan was quite satisfied with these data, because the most important indicator here was the overall strength of the body. This is a conclusion drawn from various factors including mental strength, physical strength, explosive speed, endurance, etc. It may not be completely accurate, but the judgment is basically correct. This second-grade superior means that among the many second-grade spiritual masters, his physical strength is beyond the average strength and has reached a relatively outstanding level. This was expected by Xiaoan, after all he had experienced the tempering of the blood pool and the strengthening of the spiritual fruit. However, just being top-notch is not enough, there is still room for improvement. What the hell is this body that's only slightly damaged? Xiaoan was a little confused. But don't worry too much, because there is a prompt later, which can be ignored. It means there's nothing wrong with it. He thought for a while, was it the reason why he had been stabbed in the chest during the battle with Yulong? Are you this impaired? Xiaoan looked at Yulong's data curiously. When he saw it, he was stunned. You actually have a 36D. Just blurt it out, eyes wide open. Unbelievable. The saying is absolutely true. A man's gaze is like a car equipped with a navigation system. He can always find the C-spot among the many parking spaces at a glance. Xiaoan just glanced casually, and his eyes were immediately filled with the two characters 36D. Yulong was startled by his exaggerated voice. When he came back to his senses, his face turned red with embarrassment and his heart beat. He hurriedly hid the data with a wave of his hand. He looked at Xiaoan with a mixture of shame, anger and resentment. Don't you know if it's 36D? You still come to ask me. When you go to bed at night, you take measurements. Seeing Xiaoan's eyes still looking back and forth between her and the string of numbers, Yulong couldn't help it, and stretched out his delicate little hands directly to the soft flesh of Xiaoan's waist and gave him a hard blow. Ah! Xiaoan recovered from the pain. Seeing Yulong's angry expression, he immediately knew that he had said the wrong thing. Smiling awkwardly, I'm not mocking you, I'm complimenting you. This can't be blamed on Xiaoan's loss of composure, it can only be blamed on his lack of common sense. He only knew that his wife's figure was very good, but he didn't know how good she was. Just a feeling, no data. Now that I have seen it, I finally understand it. You still said. Yulong twisted hard again. Fortunately, there are only 2 of them here, and only the 2 of them can listen to the private words. Otherwise, Yi Yutaki would have given him a sickle, which would have changed his physical damage from weak to severe. Xiaozan quickly begged for mercy. Every part of this man's body was hard except for the soft flesh around his waist. Seeing that he was in pain, Yi Yulong felt distressed again and quickly let go of his hand. However, when she let go, she also took a sneak peek at Xiaozan's data. At this glance, her little mouth almost screamed out in surprise. His face turned red and he turned around in panic. Xiaozan didn't notice her abnormality. After joking, he took out the source of the secret realm and said to the artificial intelligence, "Scan the energy intensity of the source of the secret realm and analyze the success rate of absorption." Scanning. The energy intensity corresponding to the comparison is super. During the success rate analysis, the experimental data is too small to be accurately analyzed, and the success rate is initially determined to be 50%. Only 50%. This is not high. Xiaozan was surprised. The reason why the origin of the secret realm is called the origin is because after it is absorbed by the spiritual master or the weapon spirit, what is improved is not the physical strength or the level of the control power, but the core origin of the spiritual master or the weapon spirit. Renovate and remodel. What is the core origin of spiritual masters and weapon spirits? In layman's terms, it can be talent, potential, or bloodline. In short, it is the combination of various factors that affect strength. As mentioned before, if an F-level waste can absorb the origin of the secret realm of success, then he will have a smooth journey, no bottlenecks in his cultivation, and become a strong person. The fundamental reason is that the transformation of the secret realm's origin has reshaped his origin, causing him to undergo a fundamental change. In cultivation, the origin of a person is like a bowl. Different sizes are destined to have different achievements in the future. The power of control is like water, slowly accumulating in a bowl. The spiritual fruit elixir is external water, which can fill the bowl quickly. But the bowl is only so big, no matter how much water you add, it's useless. Unless the size of the bowl is modified, and the original purpose is to modify it, expand the capacity, and be able to hold more water, the strength will be stronger. Therefore, because the origin of the secret realm directly affects the core origin of the spiritual master and the weapon spirit, the factors that affect whether it can be absorbed are mainly the invisible factors latent in the body. These factors cannot be determined by oneself and can be initially detected through artificial intelligence. However, generally speaking, talent is directly proportional to success rate. Xiaozan and Yi Yulong are the strongest SSS level talents. Absorbing the origin of this secret realm is half as dangerous. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if it were someone else? That's why Xiaozan felt that the success rate was low. But in fact, the success rate of 50% is not low. This is something that can change a person's destiny. It is enough to achieve a class leap. It only has a 50% chance of death. Isn't it low? If those F-level people knew about it, if 100 people came, 100 of them would be willing to gamble. Xiaozan only felt low because his talent was too high. Is there any way to improve the success rate? Xiaozan asked the artificial intelligence. Special permission. You have one chance to use perfect prediction. After using it, the success rate will increase to 90%. Do you want to use it? Use. Xiaozan did not hesitate or even think about it. Although I don't know what this perfect prediction is, why not use it if it can instantly increase the success rate by 40%? 90%. Although there is still a little danger, Xiaozan must go. Nothing in the world is 100% safe. Even drinking water will cause you to choke to death. 90% is enough. I didn't expect that the privilege card given by Qin Wanfang was so easy to use. It even has this function. It's really amazing. Xiaozan sighed. Luckily he asked for Qin Wanfang's card at that time. The application for perfect prediction is being applied. The application is successful. Supporting materials are being prepared. The preparation is successful. You can now start the absorption assistance. Please prepare. Then, a bathtub-like pool appeared in front of Xiaozan. It is filled with transparent liquid, which is sparkling and exudes a very cool atmosphere. After listening to the instructions of the artificial intelligence, Xiaozan did not hesitate and immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the liquid. Suddenly, an icy cold feeling came, as if it penetrated the pores and directly entered the bone marrow. Xiaoan felt that his body temperature had dropped. Yulong did not turn into a weapon spirit this time, but also entered the liquid and soaked with Xiaoan. Xiaoan then released the contract space, absorbed the source of the secret realm into it, and then worked with Yulong to use the power of control to start absorbing it. As they started, the liquid in the pool suddenly began to increase, slowly submerging Xiaoan and Yulong. At the same time, above their heads, a transparent glass sealed the entire pool. In this way, Xiaoan and Yulong were like experimental subjects, locked inside the vessel. However, Xiaoan didn't feel suffocated at all. When soaked in this liquid, he could breathe as smoothly as outside. His mental power is concentrated on absorbing the origin of the secret realm. Following the guidance of Yuzili, he immediately felt a powerful force rushing into his body, like a wild bull, charging rampantly. Meridians, flesh, bones, blood, cells, all parts of the body are filled with powerful energy in an instant. Puff! In just such a moment, his body exploded with blood, which immediately dyed the entire pool red. Xiaoan was almost knocked unconscious by this sudden impact. Such a terrifying impact, and you can say that the success rate is 90%. I'm afraid it would be good to have 10%, right? The muscles are torn, the bones seem to be being beaten, the blood is being squeezed, and the nerves are being blown and played. At this moment, Xiaoan felt that no part of his body belonged to him, and his soul was trembling. Opposite him, Yulong was equally as uncomfortable as him. Both of them were experiencing extraordinary torture. Just when Xiaoan felt that he couldn't stand it anymore, his body felt like it was burning with fire and was about to explode. Suddenly, a cold feeling penetrated from the skin all over his body, calming his restless heart. It was those liquids that worked. Xiaoan and Yulong felt relaxed all of a sudden. The coldness from the explosion was really comfortable. Is this the auxiliary effect of perfect prediction? It's really powerful. As his body and mind stabilized, Xiaoan gained energy, and he began to devote all his efforts to absorbing the origin of this secret realm. At the same time, Secret Service, Data Monitoring Center. A monitoring officer saw the abnormal data coming from the mimic training room where Xiaoan was located, and his breathing suddenly became tense. He quickly connected to the director's communication. Director, there are abnormal data coming from the mimicry training room. A large amount of medicine has been transferred to the spiritual liquid storage center, and it is still being transferred continuously. What? Send me the data quickly. Yes, Office of the Director. A middle-aged man was frowning because the data from the testing center was so shocking to him. Isn't this an auxiliary training potion that can only be used with special permissions of perfect prediction? How could it be? This is Director Chin's identity card. Is he practicing on his own? Is he going to take that step? Quote. Just when he was confused, a voice suddenly came from the door. Report to the director. Director Chin is looking for you. Director Chin. The director suddenly looked confused. Isn't Director Chin in the mimicry training room? Why did he come to see me? Old Zhang, who do you think is in the mimicry training room? I'm here, right? Qin Wanfang walked in directly from the door. When Director Zhang saw him, he immediately stood up from his seat and said in surprise, Director Qin, are you not in the mimicry training room? What do you mean? Qin Wanfang immediately sensed something was wrong from his tone and demeanor. Director Zhang immediately showed the abnormal data to Qin Wanfang. Qin Wanfang was still a little confused, but after reading the data, his expression suddenly changed. What did this kid do inside? Qin Wanfang couldn't help shouting out of control. For such abnormal data, Xiaoan actually used the perfect prediction authority. How is this possible? Qin Wanfang slapped the table angrily. What is he doing in there? Qin Wanfang's first reaction was endless anger. He just gave him his identity card to make it easier for him, but he didn't expect that he would actually use perfect prediction. That's what he kept for himself. It took him nearly 10 years to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for the use of perfect prediction this time. Xiaoan. Qin Wanfang gritted his teeth, glared angrily, and his eyes were so full of rage that he wanted to cut Xiao into pieces. But in the end, after a few minutes, Qin Wanfang calmed down. Oh, this is life. The waves in Qin Wanfang's heart were turbulent, and there were thousands of words to say, but in the end they just turned into a sigh, rolling out from his throat. Things have become a fait accompli, what's the use of him being angry now? Besides, it was him who didn't warn him enough, so how could he blame Xiaoan? But at this moment, his eyes seemed a little cloudy. Director Qin, do you want to stop the people inside? I can cut off the supply of medicine now. Director Zhang saw Qin Wanfang's expression and immediately said angrily. He knew what perfect prediction meant to Qin Wanfang. Its importance is no less than his life. No, you must not break it. Qin Wanfang said quickly. Although he felt as uncomfortable as eating a fly now, he knew that this was definitely a critical moment for Xiaoan and Yulong, and he must not cut off the supply of medicine. Because if you want to use the perfect prediction permission, you don't just have to use it. It also needs to be evaluated by artificial intelligence before it can be used when it is determined that it is really needed. And those who generally use the permission of perfect prediction would think that there must be great risks in cultivation. Therefore, it must not be interrupted, otherwise the lives of Xiaoan and Yulong will be in danger. Director Zhang, retrieve the training data of the people inside. Qin Wanfang was worthy of being the director and quickly suppressed his emotions. He just wants to know what Xiaoan and Yulong are doing inside. Even if he forcibly absorbs the 6th grade spiritual fruit, he won't need so many potions. The current amount is almost more than half of the total amount of auxiliary drugs stored by the Secret Service. Of course, he wanted to know so much because he was really worried about the safety of Xiaoan and Yulong. Sorry, Director Qin, the people inside have turned on the traceless training mode and can't adjust it. Director Zhang tried to adjust it, and was a little surprised. He even turned on the traceless cultivation mode. Did you expect that it would have such a big impact? Qin Wanfang was also surprised when he heard this. Was he deliberately not wanting to let himself know? What are they doing in there? Director Qin, who is the person here? Director Zhang couldn't help but asked curiously. ID cards can be stolen, but they cannot be stolen. In his opinion, since someone inside used Qin Wanfang's identity card, it meant that Qin Wanfang must have given permission. And Qin Wanfang's deflated but helpless look told him that there was definitely no ordinary person inside. Otherwise, Qin Wanfang would never have given the identity card to that person, let alone show such a compromising look. Director Zhang became more and more curious. Old Qin, is this your most proud disciple Wu Ya? Just after guessing, he shook his head again. Wait a minute, it can't be her. With her current situation, there is no need to use perfect prediction. Old Qin, who is he? Tell me, is it not your style to endure it like this? That is a perfect prediction. It took you nearly 10 years to redeem it. Are you giving it to others so cheaply? Director Zhang kept asking questions, and Qin Wanfang became impatient. Okay, stop asking. Don't you know who he is? You can't find out who he is. The surveillance cameras are there to keep an eye on him. Qin Wanfang was speechless now. He didn't expect that he wasted 10 years of preparation just because of a small oversight. But this can't be blamed on him. How could he have imagined that Xiaoan's practice would lead to the use of perfect prediction that even artificial intelligence would judge successful? He didn't even think Xiaoan had any use for such a thing. Oh, I just hope nothing happens to this kid. Qin Wanfang now prays in his heart. Perfect prediction can assist people in their cultivation to the greatest effect and avoid uncontrollable dangerous things. However, this is not 100% safe and there are still risks. At the same time, in the mimicry training room, Xiaoan was completely immersed in absorbing the origin of the secret realm. He had no idea how much the use of perfect prediction had shocked the leaders. Time passes like this. A week passed. Office of the Director of the Secret Service. Qin Wanfang stared at the data changes in the mimic training room with a very serious expression. It's been a week and it's not over yet. What are they doing in there? At this moment, a communication came from Director Zhang. Director Qin, the storage of the perfect prediction medicine has been exhausted. If these two little guys can't end it today, their supply will be automatically cut off. What on earth are they practicing? This kind of perfect expectation of consumption is simply terrifying. When the old director broke through from the 6th level to the 7th level, he didn't consume so much. Director Zhang's voice was full of shock. The privilege of perfect prediction is rarely used, and is not encountered even once in several years. One is because ordinary people simply cannot get this kind of privilege. In the entire Secret Service, there are only 2 or 3 people who have this kind of privilege. Secondly, even if you get this kind of privilege, you may not be able to use it. Because it must be evaluated by artificial intelligence, and it will be approved only after it is determined that you need to use it. And this necessary condition for use, in layman's terms, is the condition that you will die with a high probability if you don't use perfect prediction. Just like when Xiaoan was using it, the artificial intelligence made an application. This application was actually evaluated with big data. After Xiaoan entered the potion pool, his body burst into blood mist and he almost died. This was confirmed by the result after passing the evaluation. This is also the reason why Xiaoan thought that his success rate was only 10% when he felt the pain, but not 50% at all. As for why 50% is obtained, it is purely because of insufficient experimental data. However, the artificial intelligence also took this into consideration, so it shifted the weight during the evaluation, and finally gave Xiaoan the result of successful application. Qin Wanfang couldn't help but frown as he listened to Director Zhang's words. If all the secret services, perfect prediction, auxiliary medicines are used up and Xiaoan and the others are not finished yet, then Qin Wanfang will have no choice. This potion is expensive to make. Although it is rarely used, it is also made infrequently. Even if we rush to make it now, there is nothing we can do. Qin Wanfang looked out the window with a heavy heart. The only thing he could do now was to pray that everything would go well. In the mimicry training room. The auxiliary medicine soaked by Xiaoan and Yulong changed from being clear at first to a blood-red color, and now it is clear again. And in the secret realm of his contract space, after 7 days, there was only a little faint light left at this moment. It will be completely absorbed by Xiaoan soon. After about an hour, the last faint light disappeared. Then the closed pool opened and the clear medicine began to fade away. Xiaoan and Yulong also opened their eyes and each let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other and saw a hint of fear and a hint of joy in each other's eyes. During the 7 days of absorption, in addition to the severe pain for the first time, I also experienced various pains that touched my soul. They almost couldn't survive several times, but at critical moments, the auxiliary medicine would give them great help and help them resist the pain. It can be said that if it were not for the help of the auxiliary medicine, Xiaoan and the others would definitely not be able to sustain it and would fail to absorb it. This time it's really thanks to the privilege of perfect anticipation. Xiaoan sighed and said that he had to collect Qin Wanfang's identity card, otherwise they would not dare to absorb the origin of such a secret realm. The 2 of them decided to thank Qin Wanfang in the future. Afterwards, the 2 people walked out of the pool. Their clothes were already dry, and the artificial intelligence directly extracted the excess water molecules remaining on the clothes. After coming out, Xiaoan felt his body. I just feel relaxed all over, like a clear trickling river, without any feeling of blockage. From the inside out, from body to soul, his whole person seemed to have been sublimated. After running the Yuzili for a while, it suddenly became smoother than ever before. The Yuzili was like water flowing from a pressurized pump, gushing out. After just a little movement, it was pushed to the extreme. This speed of operation surprised Xiaoan, because it allowed Xiaoan to display powerful defensive skills in the fastest possible time when fighting people. Shortening the forward swing time makes it difficult for people to guard against it. He carefully felt other situations and found that not only the speed of the control force had increased, but the transport volume of each circle also increased. In addition, the purity of the energy contained in the power of control has also been improved. The strength of the meridians, the filtering efficiency of the contract space, the strength of the space, and countless other changes. These various changes made Xiaoan extremely happy. The only thing that was a bit disappointing was that the total amount of Yuji power did not increase at all. On the contrary, it dropped a lot, and it just happened to be maintained at the threshold of the 2nd grade spiritual master. But this cannot be considered a disappointment, because this seems to be a decrease, but it is actually an increase. After all, although the total amount is less, the quality of the power of control has improved. The result of this is that the same move to lure the soul with the fish lamp not only requires less consumption, but is also more powerful. Coupled with these changes in operating speed, Xiaozan's control skills will become faster and fiercer. The enemy simply cannot bear it. This is the reinvention from the origin. Xiaozan couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a transformation that directly affects the core essence of the human body. Although his strength has not improved much at the moment, his combat power has doubled. The previous Xiaozan fought against a first-grade spiritual master, if the number was 100. So now, it is at least a starting point of 200. This is reshaping from the core origin. Let you start with a bull and become the emperor directly after reshaping. Chapter 91. Simply calm down. Then, Xiaozan took out the 2 spiritual fruits and herbs, the black flower of the other shore and the eyes of the death lantern, which he obtained in the Beatty secret realm. Black hibiscus flower can enhance the intensity of the aura of death and improve spiritual power. In addition to strengthening the aura of death, the death lantern eyes can also strengthen the eyes of the spiritual master. These 2 spiritual objects are almost non-dangerous and can be absorbed with confidence. Xiaozan and Yulong each had one. He ate the eyes of the death lantern, and Yulong ate the black hegan flower. The 2 of them have a life and death contract, and everyone eats the same food. The main reason is that it comes faster. After taking the death lantern eyes, you immediately feel a gentle energy gathering around the eyes, like being gently massaged, and you can clearly feel the changes. After a while, this feeling disappeared, and when I opened my eyes again, the most intuitive feeling was that my vision became clearer. He was going to let the artificial intelligence test how far it could see. But at this moment, his mind suddenly refreshed, as if there was something extra, but when he recalled it carefully, there was nothing there. It's like a shooting star passing by, giving people an illusion-like feeling. He turned to look at Yulong, because he knew this was not an illusion. Yulong also turned to look at him. The 2 of them were connected in many ways, so she also felt the electric sparks at that moment. A black flower, Yulong said. There was surprise in Xiaozan's eyes. The feeling just now was a sudden flash of control skills, which can only be realized under special circumstances. I didn't expect that such a low probability event would occur when absorbing this black higanbana. Xiaozan felt that he was so lucky. The black BB flower is not a skill-based spirit fruit. It is often used for direct absorption, and is occasionally used as a material for the advancement of weapon spirits. Only when it is used as a material and fused with the spirit of the weapon, will there be a slight chance that the master's skill will suddenly appear. It is not an exaggeration to say that this chance is 1 in 10,000. But now, Xiaozan and Yulong can even have this glimmer of understanding just by absorbing it directly. I can only say this, my understanding is incredible. I think it is very likely that the origin of the secret realm has transformed our core, which led to this moment of realization. Yulong said. Xiaozan agreed with her statement, but he felt that this was only part of it. Core transformation could improve comprehension ability, but it could not be so strong. Compared to this practical reason, he is more willing to believe that he is just lucky. Luck. It is a person's true strength. Xiaozan had already discovered that since he signed the life and death contract with Yulong, his luck has never been bad. No matter what, now that this glimmer of understanding has appeared, it is an opportunity for us to enhance our strength. It's a pity that there is only this one black flower of the other side. Otherwise, we might be able to fully understand it quickly. Xiaozan said. Skills like this learned through spiritual fruits sometimes cannot be fully comprehended at one time, so you can increase the speed of comprehension by consuming them multiple times. Otherwise, you can slowly understand it over time through that little bit of inspiration. It doesn't matter, this kind of thing is something that is rare. We still have a long time, so take your time. Yulong comforted. Although there are many control skills in the notes that Wuming left for them, missing such a control skill does not seem to be a big deal. But you must know that the most powerful skills are only those that are understood by oneself. Now that Yulong is in the weapon spirit form and has not yet started to advance, they can learn and use Wuming's control skills. But once Yulong's weapon spirit begins to advance later, and other attributes are embedded and expanded, then the control skills left by Wuming may be of little use. Therefore, For Xiaoan and Yulong, although this glimmer of inspiration was weak, it was of extraordinary significance. Don't think so much now, there are still a few spiritual fruits, let's absorb them. Xiaoan said and took out a translucent spiritual fruit. This spirit fruit is the 6th grade spirit fruit that Song Xiaoan used as a bet, the space soul fruit. This is a skill type spiritual fruit. After eating it, you have a chance to learn space type skills. Xiaoan looked at it with fiery eyes. The skill probability of this spirit fruit is not comparable to that of the black hibiscus flower. According to the big data statistics of people who take this spirit fruit based on artificial intelligence, the probability of being able to directly comprehend a complete skill after eating this spirit fruit is about 10%. This is a pretty high probability. There is a saying that goes well, space is respected and time is king. Space skills are what almost all spiritual masters yearn for, and Xiaoan is no exception. He picked up the space soul fruit with burning eyes and murmured, I hope my good luck can continue. Say so, and he swallowed the spiritual fruit in several mouthfuls. Afterwards, he immediately crossed his legs and began to comprehend immersively. This kind of skill type spiritual fruit will generally make people understand, which is more or less different. It is rare that there will be an embarrassing situation where there is no feeling at all. Therefore, Xiaoan must devote himself wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Yulong next to him also picked up some of the remaining spirit-boosting fruits and absorbed them together. Men and women are matched, so work is not tiring. The harmony of yin and yang leads to immortality and buddhahood. At the same time, director's office. Qin Wanfeng looked at the calmed-down data and finally breathed a sigh of relief. These two little guys finally stopped. If this continues, my heart won't be able to bear it anymore. He sat relaxed in the chair and tapped his fingers on the table. These two guys have taken advantage of me so much. I'm afraid they won't be able to do it if they don't stay and work for me for 2 years. Another week later, Xiaoan, who was practicing cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light burst out from his eyes. Then I saw his hand exploring the air, and then an inch in front of his hand, a ripple-like distortion appeared in the space. Then Xiaoan picked up a spirit fruit and threw it towards the twisted space. The next second, a magical scene happened. When the spirit fruit touched the twisted space, it disappeared. Disappeared out of thin air, as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Xiaoan's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. I'm really lucky that I realized the space skills and dimensional space all at once. The excited words reached Yulong's ears, and her bright eyes couldn't help but show joy. Immediately afterwards, her hand reached out like Xiaoan's, and you appeared in an identical twisted space. She reached in and it looked like it was being swallowed. But she only swallowed half of it, so she took it out again, and then she had a spiritual fruit in her hand. This spirit fruit is exactly the spirit fruit that Xiaoan put in just now. Yulong was extremely happy. It is indeed a space skill, just like a bug. With this dimension, everything we do in the future will be much easier. She thought about the battle for the secret realm some time ago. If this kind of skill existed at that time, they could just bring something in and carry out a crushing massacre. Yes, we no longer have to use it as a conspicuous bag. When we enter the secret realm, we don't have to worry about not being able to hold things. Xiaoan agreed. As a world that values strength, what Xiaoan has always criticized is why there is no such thing as a space ring. How inconvenient is this? You have to take a lot of money with you wherever you go, just for fear that others won't know that you have a huge fortune. Well now, I finally have this skill. From now on, there is no need to worry about killing people, buying goods, seizing opportunities, etc. Especially for the secret place, my mother no longer has to worry about me not being able to move it. Listening to Xiaoan's words, Yulong couldn't help but frown, remembering that he was dominated twice by Xiaoan's clever IQ. Yeah, I won't have to use it as a carrying pole anymore. Training room hall. Wu Ya and a male spiritual master walked out of the training room. When passing by the training room, I subconsciously took a look at the usage of the training room, and my eyes focused on an advanced training room. The display on that training room showed that it had been used continuously for 15 days, 3 hours and 8 minutes, and the countdown continued. What's wrong? Asked the man next to him. He is a man wearing glasses, with a very thin figure and a soft face, giving people a very gentle look. His name is Xu Wen. On his forehead, between the eyebrows, there is a red pattern, which is exactly the same as the one between Wu Ya's eyebrows. Obviously, he and Wu Ya signed a life and death contract. Nothing. Wu Ya spoke calmly and walked outside. Xu Wen naturally knew Wu Ya very well. He took a look at the room and the time and said, I heard that the people using this room are named Xiaoan and Yulong, and they still use the teacher's identity card. This has nothing to do with me. I know, I'm just explaining it to you. At this moment, the beating time in the room suddenly stopped. Not long after, Xiaoan and Yulong were seen appearing in the privileged passage. The appearance of the two people naturally attracted the attention of many people. It's been 15 days, and these two people finally came out. The privilege is really a privilege. Someone said with emotion. Yes, they consumed more merit points in 15 days than I have in my entire life. Which family are these two children from? I've never seen them before. Sighed again and again. Seeing this scene, Wu Ya's eyes flashed with sparkle, and she couldn't help but look at Xiaoan and Yulong. Xu Wen, who was next to him, added, I heard that these two people also use the teacher's privilege of perfect prediction. Upon hearing this, Wu Ya's pupils shrank significantly. But her ability to control her emotions is very strong. You don't have to tell me this. I know, I just wanted to say it myself. Xiaoan and Yulong walked out of the training hall. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he was summoned by Qin Wanfang. Xiaoan put all the spirit fruits into the dimensional space and glanced at Yulong. Just in time, it's time for us to leave here. Yulong nodded. They have been here for more than a month and a half, and although they have gained a lot, the academy is the most suitable place for them at this stage. So, they came to Qin Wanfang's office. Qin Wanfang saw two energetic people appear. He hadn't seen them for more than 10 days, and he felt that something big had changed in Xiaoan and Yulong. But if you feel it carefully, you can't feel it at all. How was it? How was the harvest? Good. With so many spiritual fruits and such a big movement, I thought you were going to break through to the 3rd level. The difference in realm is greater than the chasm. How can it be so easy to break through? It's not that easy, but others don't have so many resources. Speaking of this, Qin Wanfang's tone was a bit sour. Xiaoan, this kid, has broken through to the 2nd level in less than 2 months since his awakening. Calculated, it takes more than 20 days to reach the 1st level. This terrifying cultivation speed is not as fast as the original god of war Yi Wuming. This has completely broken the fastest training record in history. The key thing is that he and Yulong both broke through to the 2nd level, which is worth considering. Moreover, these two people have so many spiritual fruits, so many. I earned this through my own ability. Xiaoan's tone was a little cold. He thought Qin Wanfang wanted him to make a contribution. Don't be nervous, I didn't mean to ask you to hand it over. Qin Wanfang knew that he had misunderstood. If you hadn't said this, I wouldn't have thought so. As soon as you said this, I kind of suspected that you were going to set a trap for me. Haha, Qin Wanfang laughed twice. You used my privileges, so it's not too much for me to set you up, right? You want to use it yourself. Xiaoan spread his hands and said that he had nothing to do with me. Then I didn't ask you to use perfect prediction, right? When he mentioned this, Qin Wanfang couldn't help but get emotional. Forget it, don't mention this anymore. He waved his hands again to dissipate his emotions, and then asked, what are your plans next? Go back to school. I have a suggestion here. Not accepting advice. Qin Wanfang was immediately choked and his teeth itched, and he clenched his fists. I didn't say anything, so you didn't accept the suggestion. There were so many thorns in his hands, but they were all tidied up by him. But this Xiaoan can challenge his limits every time. Listen to what I have to say first. He took a deep breath. You have made great contributions to the Federation this time. I was going to award you a first-class merit medal. However, you broke the law before, so the merits outweigh the demerits. But don't worry, although the merits are gone, the rewards you deserve will still be given to you. What reward? Here, Qin Wanfang handed Xiaoan a box. Xiaoan took it and took a look, and was immediately shocked. It turned out to be a pennant, plus 500 federal coins. Depend on. It's been 128 years in the new calendar, and this inheritance has not been broken yet. Thank you Uncle Song for your hard work. Xiaozan's smile was sincere, but he had not forgotten that when leaving, Song Xiaoan said that he would definitely get an extremely generous reward for him. Haha, this banner is really rich. There's no need to put on that smile, that's uglier than crying. There's no one else here. You can show your unhappiness. Qin Wanfang said. No, I'm happy. Xiaozan's smile became more sincere. Qin Wanfang was too lazy to say more and took out another card. The banner and the $500 are traditions. They are symbols of honor and must be present. The real reward is that you can unconditionally enter the secret realm anytime and anywhere to get what you need. In addition to these, there are some other things that are not available. I will not go into details one by one, and it will not mean much to you. Quote. In addition, the Federation has also combined the names of Yu and Yulong to name the secret realm that is being fought for this time as the Zonlong Secret Realm. After listening to his words, Xiaozan's smile became truly sincere now. This reward is really quite a lot. Thank you to the Federation for me. But the name is a bit unpleasant. Zon Taki, am I going to kill my own wife? Son. Xiaozan suggested, please help me apply. Just call Yulong Secret Realm. It's just a name. It has been announced and cannot be changed. Besides, if I ask you to kill your wife, will you really kill her? Qin Wanfang said nonchalantly. Of course not. That's enough. Qin Wanfang spread his hands. The name is not important, what's important is what's inside. You can go in at any time. This is a unique privilege in the entire Federation. Xiaozan hehe. Actually he wants to say that the contents inside are not important. The most precious source of the secret realm has been taken away by him. What else is important in it? What is this card? Xiaozan changed the topic and picked up the card Qin Wanfang had just given him. This card looks a bit like Qin Wanfang's identity card. This is the identity card of the Secret Service. It is the federal recognition of you. With this card, you can enjoy various benefits in the Secret Service in the future. Identify card. Xiaozan raised his head and looked at Qin Wanfang. So you want us to join the Secret Service? Isn't my Secret Service bad? Qin Wanfang asked. Students who graduate from the 4 major colleges will enter various federal departments to serve. Our Secret Service has good benefits, including food and accommodation, high salary, and low risk, but it is a good job. It's the absolute first choice department, and there are so many people vying to get in. You can join the Secret Service before you graduate. This is because I applied for it because of my bravery. Besides, it is not a bad thing for you to join the Secret Service now. The training facilities here are no worse than those in the academy, and there are more opportunities for experience. Only fighting can make you grow faster. Listening to his words, Xiaozan had a dull expression. He didn't really want to stay in the Secret Service. His idea was to go directly to the army after graduation. Because the Yi family came from a military family, this was the path he would inevitably take. Of course, this is the path he likes to take. The same is true for Yi Yutaki. As for the Secret Service, although it was also a combat position, it had too many internal and external affairs, which Xiaozan didn't like very much. He doesn't like fighting with people because he is too restrained. He likes fighting with monsters. Either you die or I die. Do you have any ideas? You can tell me. Qin Wanfang has seen countless people, and he can see through Xiaozan's heart that he is a little hesitant. Yutaki and I wanted to join the army, not stay in the Secret Service. Xiaozan also said it directly. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Wanfang nodded without showing any surprise. It's normal for you to want to join the army. Since you come from a military family, your Yi family won't agree to let you go anywhere else. But this doesn't conflict with your stay in the Secret Service. You haven't graduated yet, haven't you? Xiaozan replied, I think it won't be long before we graduate. Graduation from the 4 major academies is not based on time, but on strength. As long as you reach the level of a 3rd-grade spiritual master, you can graduate. Don't think that the strength of the 3rd grade is very low. Looking at the whole world, this combat power is the absolute backbone. You know, based on the lowest B-level talented students accepted by the 4 major colleges, the average graduation time for them is about 5 or 6 years. After they graduate, they can directly take up small management positions. 90% of the soldiers in the army, the main force that fights against monsters in this world, are only first-grade spiritual masters. So level 3, that is absolutely powerful. When Qin Wanfang heard Xiaozan's answer, he was a little surprised at his speed, but it was reasonable after thinking about it. With the terrifying cultivation speed of Xiaozan and the others, it is indeed estimated that it won't be long. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, you can stay as long as you can. If you want to leave when the time comes, I will never stop you." Xiaozan was silent. "Why do you have to let us stay?" Hearing this question, Qin Wanfang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "The path of genius always has to be a little different. People like you will actually just be in the academy, waste time. I can say with certainty that if you go back to the academy, you will not grow better than I did here." Xiaozan could not deny this, it was the truth. After all, the academy is an academy, and it focuses more on the growth of strength. The Secret Service, on the other hand, pays more attention to actual combat power than to strength. With Xiaozan and Yulong's cultivation speed, they will not lack strength. What they need is more combat power that can adapt to this world. The Secret Service can give them this opportunity. Of course, you can go to the military. But the army is more dangerous. If you are unlucky, you will die directly in the mouth of the monster before you have grown up. The Secret Service is obviously a good place to transition. Xiaozan and Yulong were discussing in the consciousness space, and after a while, they unanimously decided to stay first. But, what good do I do? Xiaozan stared into Qin Wanfang's eyes. Qin Wanfang was suddenly startled, and his slightly raised eyebrows made him a little unresponsive. Benefit. After a few seconds, he suddenly understood, shook his head and smiled softly. "You kid, you only have benefits in your mind. Our Secret Service made an exception and let you in. Isn't this benefit enough?" He thought of the first time he met Xiaozan. At that time, Xiaozan asked what the benefits were of participating in the battle for the Secret Realm. "I thought it was a joke at the time and didn't care. Now it seems that this is the true nature of this boy. No benefit, no early morning. No wonder he can harvest so many spiritual fruits." Xiaozan chuckled, raised the identity card in his hand and shook it. "Just because you prepared this card for me in advance instead of asking me first before preparing it, it is enough to show that you can still give me some benefits." "Have to. This brat is really smart. What should I do if he suddenly regrets keeping him? Will he use up all the resources of his Secret Service? The permissions of your card have been adjusted for you. Except for a few top-level privileges, it is no different from my identity card. Is this good enough? Just give it a try." Xiaozan looked slightly disappointed. "Of course, it's just an act." Qin Wanfang snorted, taking advantage and still acting like a good boy. "I'll introduce you to two people." He pressed a communication button. After a while, two people walked in. There is a man and a woman. The man wears glasses and is very elegant. The woman has sharp short hair and a very strong temperament. Both of them have a pattern between their eyebrows. It was Wu Ya and Xu Wen. Xiaozan and Yulong saw these two people for the first time, and they looked a little curious, especially when they saw the life and death contract on their foreheads, which was also rare in the Secret Service. Wu Ya and Xu Wen were a little concerned about Xiaozan. Seeing them here, I was slightly surprised. "Teacher, are you looking for us?" Wu Ya and Xu Wen said in unison. "Teacher." This title made Xiaozan a little more curious. Qin Wanfang turned out to be their teacher. Qin Wanfang nodded and began to introduce. "Wu Ya and Xu Wen, they are my students and they are also the captains of the first team of the Combat Department's Special Operations Team. These two are Xiaozan and Yulong. You should already know something about it. It was they who represented our federation and won the final victory in this battle for the Secret Realm." "Hello," the four of them asked briefly. Neither of the two girls reached out to shake hands. Only Xiaozan and Xu Wen shook hands slightly awkwardly. As soon as the two people came into contact, they both saw the look of like-minded people in each other's eyes. Immediately the affinity increased greatly. "Xiaozan, they will take care of the two of you for the time being. Your main job is to practice. Occasionally, you will have some less dangerous tasks to participate in together." After finishing speaking, Qin Wanfang said to Wu Ya, "Take care of them and try to help them grow up quickly." Facing Qin Wanfang's arrangement, Wu Ya frowned and said, "Teacher, the Special Operations Team is not a place for growth, but a place for fighting. I think it is inappropriate for you to let them join." The words were very direct and did not save Qin Wanfang's face. This fits her strong temperament very well. Qin Wanfang's face suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "This is an order, not asking for your opinion." "Is teacher." Wu Ya immediately corrected her attitude, but it was still obvious from her stubborn posture that she did not accept the order. Qin Wanfang ignored her and glanced at Xiaoan and Yulong subconsciously. I snorted in my heart. The entire Secret Service will never allow a third person to ride on its head. Okay, you guys go down. Isn't there a missing person incident recently? It's causing quite a stir. You two just happened to take Xiaoan and the others to investigate and gain more experience. Is teacher. Afterwards, Wu Ya walked out of the office. Xiaoan and Yulong looked at each other and followed them out. Wu Ya's dissatisfaction with Xiaoan and the two was directly reflected on her face. She didn't say a word along the way, let alone follow Qin Wanfang's intention to take care of them. But Xu Wen's attitude was very good. Just like his temperament, he was gentle, and he took the initiative to talk to Xiaoan. However, he said some irrelevant words, mainly to lighten the atmosphere. "Brother, are you raking your ears?" Xu Wen slowed down his pace and pulled Xiaoan to walk slowly at the back. Xiaoan was stunned for a moment, thinking he was trying to whisper something to him by pulling him, but this was the result. "Raking ears. You are the one who rakes the ears, and your whole family is the one who rakes the ears." Xu Wen chuckled and said, "Brother, don't pretend. I can tell at a glance that you are a rake. I am the same as you. We are inseparable brothers. There is no need to hide it." Xiaoan quickly stopped. "I'm not rake, I'm loving my wife." Unexpectedly, Xu Wen gave a thumbs up and said in amazement, "My brother's ancestors are from Sichuan and Sichuan. This bloodline is very pure. Depend on." Xiaoan was speechless. "You are so stupid, you still have pure blood. I really don't care about my ears. I understand. You don't need to explain. No drunkard will admit that he is drunk." Xiaoan knew that it was hard to explain this kind of thing. When someone thinks that you are an ear raker, any excuse you have is useless. It will only become darker and darker. Even if Yulong came to prove it, Xu Wen would only think that Yulong was out to give Xiaoan face. "Okay, if you have anything to say, just say it quickly. I don't believe you are looking for me just to prove that I am a rake." "Haha, should I say yes? Boring." Xiaoan immediately accelerated his steps and moved away from this guy. Those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black. In the same way, if you stay with a rake for a long time, you will really become a rake. Xu Wen quickly stopped him and smiled. "Just kidding, I actually just want to tell you that Wu Ya doesn't have any bad intentions. She is just a strength maniac, and she simply can't stand people who are weaker than her in her team. I didn't mean to target you." Xiaoan understood. A new generation of female version of senior brother Duanshuishui. It's not that you look down on one person, but that you look down on everyone. "What is your level of strength?" Xiaoan asked curiously. "4th grade. It turned out to be the 4th grade. Xiaoan was a little surprised. No wonder he was so arrogant. The strength of the 4th grade was indeed a bit capital. As we all know, there are 9 levels of cultivation. But few people know that the 9th grade has been divided into details. Among them, the 1st to 3rd grades are called low grades. The 4th to 6th grades are called middle grade. The 7th to 9th grades are called high grades. There is a very insurmountable gap between low grade and mid grade. If you cross the 3rd grade realm and enter the 4th grade realm, your strength will make a qualitative leap. It's just that 80% of the spiritual masters are stuck at the 3rd level and cannot advance to the 4th level in their lifetime. And entering the 4th level realm is just the beginning. It means that you are qualified to step into the ranks of the strong. And similarly, there is a gap between the 6th and 7th grades, and this gap is even bigger. At this stage, another 80% of people will be wiped out. After successfully reaching the 7th level, don't think that you can relax. Think that you have entered the high-level stage, and that the 9th level is just around the corner. It would be a huge mistake to think this way. Because the 7th level is the beginning for you to truly enter the ranks of the strong. The names of each rank after the 7th rank are also different. The 7th rank, usually called the 7th rank Imperial Master, can guard a place by itself. Yi Wuming is the strength of the 7th grade Yuzun. With his strong strength, he can kill the monsters at the border so much that they become frightened and dare not invade, thus destroying decades of peace. You can imagine how strong it is. The 8th grade, generally known as the 8th grade Royal Saint, only needs one name to protect the country for a lifetime. There has only been one person in the entire Federation so far. But this one person just forced his way into the world of monsters and created a pure land so that human civilization could continue. As for the 9th level, it is a realm obtained by artificial intelligence through theoretical data, and it is a legendary realm. Since the mutation, no such person has appeared in the world. Its realm is called the 9th grade Divine Control. According to the speculation of artificial intelligence, if a 9th grade Divine Guardian can appear, then the monsters in the world will be eliminated, and mankind will be able to return to the peaceful world of 100 years ago. Therefore, the 4th grade seems to be only one grade higher than the 3rd grade, but the actual combat power is not that little bit stronger, at least a few 100 million points. It can be said that now Xiaoan asked himself if he was facing a 3rd grade spiritual master, he was 100% sure to kill him. And he still killed the opponent easily. But against a 4th grade spiritual master, he would have no choice but to run. He might be able to pass 1 or 2 moves with his mastery skills, but he might not be able to pass even a single move. In short, Xiaoan has no confidence that he can defeat the 4th grade. However, after knowing this, Xiaoan was not hit at all, but became even more excited. Because only the strong can guide people to become stronger. Soon, Xiaoan and Wu Ya came to a large room similar to a warehouse. As soon as he came in, a fat and white man ran up excitedly. "Boss, what did Director Qin ask you to do? Is there a mission? I'm almost going crazy." "Huh, aren't these two?" Halfway through the words, the fat man was stunned. "Isn't this Xiaoan and Yi Yulong? The reputation of these two people is quite big these days." Not only was it a matter of competing for honor for the Federation, but it was also because the two of them used special privileges to stay in the most advanced training room for a full 15 days. 15 days. The merits consumed are worth more than many of them can earn in their lifetime. This level of opening the back door is like treating the Secret Service as your own home. Many of them even doubted whether Xiaoan and Yi Yulong were Qin Wanfang's illegitimate children. Hello, my name is Lu Yuan, nice to see you here." Fatty Lu Yuan immediately stretched out his hand to express his attitude. "Although I don't know why these two people appear here, it is always right to have a good relationship. Maybe I can experience the most advanced mimicry training room in the future." After all, although the mimic training room is free, it is limited to the lobby. A single room like that requires merit points to redeem. The acquisition of merit points is to complete the task. If you are greeted with a smile, of course you should smile back. Xiaoan also extended his hand to shake his hand. After shaking it, Lu Yuan stretched out his hand towards Yi Yulong again, a little impressed. "She is really a peerless beauty. I just had a quick glance at it when I was in the training hall, and I thought it was amazing at the time. Now that the real person is in front of me, I know what real beauty is. She is simply beautiful. But it's a pity that Yi Yulong is not only incredibly beautiful, but also freezing cold." Faced with his overture, she just glanced at him coldly and signaled him to go away, which really didn't give him any face. Lu Yuan was so embarrassed that she could only smile, but fortunately Xiaoan came out in time to smooth things over. "This is my daughter-in-law Yi Yutaki. She is a bit introverted, so don't take her too seriously." No, I understand." Lu Yuan said she understood, but actually she couldn't help complaining in her heart. "You call her introvert?" The look in her eyes just now was so cold from beginning to end. If I hadn't been thick with fat and less water, I would have been frozen into ice by her. Okay. He knew that Yi Yulong might have a bad temper, and he was probably the same as their captain Wu Ya, so he had to be careful not to mess with him in the future. At this time, hearing the noise, other people in the room also came out one after another. Xiaoan took a look. Not including him and Yi Yulong, there were 10 people in total, 5 men and 5 women, all wearing uniform clothes. Obviously, this should be the total number of people in this team. Everyone's eyes were also focused on Xiaoan and Yulong, looking curiously at these two famous people. After a while, someone couldn't help but asked, "Captain, why don't you introduce these two people?" They knew that Wu Ya would not bring two people here for no reason. Wu Ya packed her things, and when she heard the question, she said without raising her head, "Xiaoan, Yulong, they will be members of our team from now on." What? Our team members? Someone immediately couldn't help but question, "Captain, are you kidding? If I remember them correctly, they are only second-grade spiritual masters at most. Why do they join our special team? This is not a joke, this is an order. Even if it's an order, it won't do. Second-grade spiritual master, who will protect you if you encounter danger when you go on a mission. Isn't this just an arrangement to come in and die?" Wu Ya suddenly put down the things in her hands and looked at the team member with extremely cold eyes. "This is an order." The team member choked suddenly and his face turned red. "But I didn't dare to say anything. It is the duty of soldiers to obey orders, and so does the Secret Service." However, although the words on his lips were no longer spoken, the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. He walked up to Xiaoan and warned sternly, "Boy, I don't care how big the connections behind you are. I advise you to leave the special forces. This is not a place where you are gold-plated. Be careful and you will die no matter what. No. Remember, this is not a threat, this is a kind reminder." "Really, thank you for your kind reminder. But your reminder seems to be of no use, because I'm not here to get gold-plated." Xiaoan smiled casually and didn't take his words to heart at all. Then he looked at Wu Ya. "Where is my new dormitory room?" Seeing Xiaoan's confident reaction, Wu Ya showed her dislike as usual and said to Lu Yuan, "Take them to the dormitory." "Okay, boss." Lu Yuan quickly took Xiaoan and the others away. The atmosphere was a bit delicate, and it would be bad if there was a conflict. In the Special Operations team, few people have a good temper. After they left, the Special Forces members asked again, "Captain, do you really plan to keep them here?" Wu Ya was too lazy to answer them, took some information and left. She doesn't like to talk nonsense. Especially repetitive nonsense. Several Special Operations team members couldn't get the answer and didn't dare to continue questioning Wu Ya, so they could only focus on Xu Wen. Xu Wen smiled gently. "This is Director Qin's order. Xiaoya has already objected to it, but it's useless." Of course they knew it was useless. With Wu Ya's temper, no one would bring it back if it was useful. It's just that they don't understand. A second-grade spiritual master with this kind of strength comes to our first team, isn't it just to die? Which one of our first team is not a third-grade one? Director Qin wants to gild him and send him directly to the second team and the third team. Good. Xu Wen said, "Didn't he say that he is not here to get gold plating? If it's not gold-plated, is it possible that it's still here to fight monsters?" Not even the monsters would believe this. Anyway, when the mission comes, I won't team up with this burdensome person. Okay, stop complaining. Things have already been decided. If you can't change it, you can only accept it. He is our teammate, so you can't say that. Xu Wen interrupted his complaints, and then asked, "The recent missing persons incident, how's it going?" "There hasn't been much progress. The people sent there have been sent in 2 or 3 waves, but no useful information has been found." "Yeah, I know, increase the intensity." "Yes, comma." Lu Yuan took Xiaoan and the two to the dormitory. On the way, Lu Yuan asked curiously, "Brothers, how did you come up with the idea of joining our special team?" "We didn't want to come, it was arranged directly by Director Qin." Xiaoan replied. "What's your relationship with Director Qin?" "It doesn't matter." "Oh," Lu Yuan blinked in realization. "It doesn't matter, it just means it has a big relationship." The smile on his face immediately became more honest. "Brother, this is your dormitory. You can enter by swiping your ID card. Thanks for leading the way." "Yes, they are all teammates. By the way, they didn't mean anything malicious just now. They were really thinking about you. The missions of the Special Forces are risky, and they are not alarmist. I think if you..." "Needless to say, now that we are here, we will not back down." Xiaoan interrupted him. "I'm sorry for being abrupt. But for you to stay here, it's a good thing for me." "How do you say this?" Lu Yuan smiled politely. "I feel a little ashamed to say it. I am the weakest among the first Special Operations team. Every once in a while, the Special Operations team will conduct an internal assessment, and those who fail the assessment will be sent to the second level team. I was quite worried before, fearing that I would be sent to the second team, but now that you are here, I am not worried at all. Don't mind. What I said was a bit overwhelming, but I was just stating a fact. Lu Yuan smiled very openly. Teeth he, brighter than bright white. It can be seen that he does not have any malicious intention to ridicule. He looked at Xiaoan and felt that this was simply a stepping stone sent to him by God. Oh no, it was a gift. Xiaoan didn't care, but seeing him looking so happy and confident, he couldn't help but curiously asked, I wonder what state you are in. Except for the captain, everyone in our team is a third-grade player, and so am I. A little proud. Oh, Xiaoan raised the corner of his mouth, third grade. I thought it was a certain rank. He couldn't beat the fourth rank Wuya. Isn't this little fat guy of the third rank easy to catch? You are so happy, aren't you afraid that I will ask Director Chen to open the back door for me? Xiaoan couldn't help but want to tease the fat man. I thought Lu Yuan would pale when he heard this, but he didn't expect him to be worried at all. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of this back door. You are not the first to make an exception by arranging people to enter the Special Operations team, but entering the Special Operations team, then you have to abide by the rules of the Special Forces, and Director Chin can't change this. Why? It's very simple. If you think about it, the Special Forces exist to solve crises. Relying on connections to arrange for someone to come in, that's no problem, as long as you have the strength. After all, the Special Forces are for those who can do it. But if you don't have enough strength and still want to force yourself to stay in the Special Operations team, then who will solve the crisis missions that arise? You can't expect someone without strength to go, right? That would really cost you your life. Xiaoan understood. This principle is just like if incompetent people go to a related company, they are usually given idle positions. Because in core positions, if you don't have the ability, not only will you be kicked out if you get promoted, but you will also cause losses to the collective. Core combat positions like the Special Operations team are even more top priority and should not be touched lightly. Seeing Xiaoan thinking, Lu Yuan thought he was disappointed, patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Brother, don't be sad, I can see that you are a person with potential. Although you won't be able to stay in the first team for a long time, but if you go to the second team, you will definitely shine. If thanks to you this time, I can understand the war spirit form, from Instructor Minchi and breakthrough to the fourth level, then I will never forget you in the future. After talking about it, he couldn't help laughing again. This guy really has no scheming at all, he is just like a blank sheet of paper. Who is Instructor Minchi? Why do you need to learn the war spirit form from her? Didn't you learn it yourself? Xiaoan asked curiously because his focus was different. The battle spirit form is the symbol of entering the fourth level, which means that the spirit master and the weapon spirit have reached a state of fusion. It cannot be simply understood as fit. Fit is the necessary basis for the fusion state, and the fusion state should be understood as the degree of development of a weapon spirit. Each spiritual master and weapon spirit has a different form of war spirit form. Only those who successfully develop the war spirit form can be called fourth grade. The power of the war spirit form is very powerful and is essentially different from the power of a third grade spiritual master. Not to mention the difference between cloud and mud, but at least it is the difference between a bicycle and a BMW. This is also the reason why the third and fourth grades are divided into low grade and medium grade. Hearing Xiaoan's inquiry, Lu Yuan closed the door of his heart for the rare moment this time and smiled mysteriously. This matter is still too far away from you for the time being. You don't want to know so much, lest it affect your cultivation. In short, as long as you can stay in the first team, you will know who Instructor Minchi is. When he said this, Xiaoan's curiosity was aroused. Because this was the first time he heard that the war spirit form could be understood by others for you. Seeing Lu Yuan's cheerful smile, Xiaoan could only silently say sorry in his heart. Since you don't want to tell me, I have to go see her myself. Patting Lu Yuan on the shoulder, Xiaoan spoke earnestly and returned the encouragement just now. Work hard, I believe you will be able to meet Instructor Minchi and break through to the fourth level. It must be necessary. Lu Yuan laughed and happily accepted Xiaoan's encouragement. But I feel like something is weird. There seems to be something wrong with the position of this character. However, being so nervous, he didn't think too much about it. After chatting with Xiaoan for a few more words, he gave them the time. It's getting late now. After he left, Xiaoan entered the room, washed up with Yulong, and then each ate a spiritual enhancement fruit to moisten their throats, and then rested. The same spiritual fruit will have the best effect the first time you eat it. If you eat it later, the effect of the spiritual fruit will be greatly reduced. But Xiaoan and Yulong don't care, they have a lot. No matter how small the effect is, it is still better than no effect. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it. So I treat it as a snack every day. Early the next morning. Xiaoan and Yulong are preparing to practice. But Wu Ya called them over. She handed a piece of information to Xiaoan and Yulong, along with Lu Yuan and a woman named Xu Qing, who was Lu Yuan's weapon spirit. The missing people incident in Carp City has had a great impact. The director asked us to completely solve it within a month. But so far, we have no useful information at all except the missing list. I decided to let the four of you investigate the situation yourself and make sure to find useful information. Yes, Lu Yuan and Xu Qing responded immediately. Xiaoan was still a little unaccustomed to it, so he was half a beat slower, but he followed up, yes. Wu Ya was as indifferent as ever, you can set off now. Remember, if you encounter something that cannot be solved, don't be brave and report it to me immediately. Yes, this time there was a chorus of response. But Yi Yutaki always remained silent. In her opinion, no one in this world can order her. Wu Yaduo glanced at Yi Yulong and didn't make an argument about it. It wasn't that she was kind-hearted, or that she felt she couldn't control Yi Yulong. But in her heart, she didn't regard Xiaoan and Yi Yulong as her subordinates and teammates at all. She doesn't recognize them yet. So it doesn't matter whether Yi Yulong should respond or not. Afterwards, Xiaoan, Lu Yuan and others set off and arrived at Carp City. It's a new arrival and I'm not familiar with the place. The first thing they have to do is meet with the city's Secret Service contact. We made an appointment at a coffee shop. Before the person arrived, Lu Yuan looked at the contact information in his hand and was a little surprised. This Longjong is quite capable. He is AC level talent. He is not yet 25 years old, and he is already a third-grade spiritual master. With such speed of cultivation, it's really a bit fast. C-level talent is a hierarchical talent. According to normal practice, the strength can reach the third level. If you can encounter some opportunities, it is possible to break through to the fourth level. With B-level talent, one can reach level 4 through normal practice. Subsequent breakthroughs also depend on opportunity. This is also the reason why the 4 major Yuling academies only recruit students with B-level talent at the lowest level, because B-level represents middle-grade students and represents elite power. In this world, monsters are extremely powerful in combat and often cause massive deaths when they appear. Therefore, when Yuling's power system is developing, it is intended to achieve the purpose of quickly replenishing combat effectiveness. It gradually developed into a situation where the cultivation speed was fast in the early stage, but the cultivation speed was slow or even stagnant in the later stage. C-level talent, according to the normal speed of cultivation, usually takes about 10 years to reach the third level. If there is no opportunity in the later period, then it will stop for a lifetime. It is normal for it to continue for decades. And this Longjong has broken through to the third level in less than 7 years. This speed is not unpleasant. Moreover, the key point is that this guy has no background and relies entirely on his own ability. No wonder he can become the deputy director of Carp City at such a young age. Lu Yuan added. Note that the deputy director here has different qualities. First of all, Longjong is from the Ming department of the Secret Service. The Ming department has a large personnel base, so its combat effectiveness is generally low. Secondly, this is just a branch, not the headquarters. There are many branch bureau chiefs in every city, and some big cities even have several branch bureaus. Carp City is a small city. Everyone has his own destiny. Maybe this Longjong has experienced things that ordinary people have never experienced, and that's why it has achieved what it has today. Xiaoan said. Although talent determines everything in this world, Hard work is not completely useless. Then he is even more awesome. Lu Yuandao, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. I have to get to know him well. While he was talking, there was a crisp sound of wind chimes at the door of the coffee shop, and a tall man wearing a black leather jacket walked in. Behind the man was a woman also dressed in black. The man wore a black hat that covered the upper half of his face. Only his strong chin and knife-like broad face could be seen vaguely. Hello, I am Long Zhang, and this is my contractual partner, Lu Si. Welcome to comrades. The man walked up to Xiaoan and the others, took off his hat, revealing an extremely resolute face, and his eyes showed that they had experienced many vicissitudes of life. This is a man with a story. Hello, I am Xiaoan, and this is my wife Yulong. Hello, I am Lu Yuan, and this is my contract partner Xu Qing. Lu Yuan looked at Long Yang's body. He was indeed a capable person with extraordinary bearing. Shake hands with each other. Sit casually. Long Yang's eyes stayed on Yulong's body for half a second, especially on her forehead. You two are new to the Special Forces team. I did some homework before coming here. I saw that Ms. Yulong is a talented SSS weapon spirit. I would like to ask if it is true. Long Zhang asked curiously. Hearing this, Lu Si next to him also looked at Yulong in surprise. Xiaoan smiled and replied, is it possible that the information from the Federal Bureau of Statistics is still false? Long Zhang looked at Xiaoan and also smiled slightly. I'm not sure whether it's fake or not, but I know that Mr. Xiaoan can become a second-grade spiritual master at such an age. His talent is definitely more than F level. This is obviously questioning the authenticity of the information provided by the Bureau of Statistics. Haha, Director Long made a good judgment. I am indeed not an F-level person, Xiaoan said with a smile. But he admitted it, and he didn't say that he was SSS level. However, Long Zhang obviously didn't care about Xiaoan's talent. He was more interested in Yulong. So, does Miss Yulong really have an SSS level? He looked very excited, his eyes were trembling, and there was a fire burning inside. This was completely inconsistent with his previous weather-beaten look. Xiaoan felt a little unhappy when he saw his appearance. In front of me, looking at my wife like this, doesn't it mean that I don't take him seriously? Just ready to explode. At this time, Long Zhang himself also realized his embarrassment, quickly calmed down his emotions, and apologized. I'm sorry, I'm rude, I'm really a little excited. My talent is low, I am only C level, and I have never even seen an S level weapon spirit. This is the first time I have encountered the legendary SSS level, and I am very excited. I'm sorry for offending you too. He even used phrases like, legendary SSS level, and it was obvious that Long Zhang was really excited, to the point of being incoherent. You must know that although there are few SSS level weapon spirits, it is rare to awaken one in a year, but after so many years, there are still many. Now that he apologized, Xiaoan was relieved of his attack, but looking at Long Zhang felt a little uncomfortable. He knew that an SSS level weapon spirit was what all spiritual masters yearned for, but Yulong was his wife now, so other men couldn't look at her like that. By the way, the four of you have come a long way and are tired from traveling. Why don't you take a rest today? I'll show the four of you the beautiful scenery of Carp City. Long Zhang knew that he was losing his temper and quickly changed the subject. Lu Yuan quickly waved his hand and refused. We appreciate Director Long's kindness. We came here with a mission from above. The time is tight and the mission is heavy. If you want to have fun, it's not too late after the mission is over. Yes, I didn't think carefully. How about you, Chief Long? Please tell us a more detailed situation. Sure. Long Zhang immediately transferred the prepared information to Lu Yuan and Xiaoan, and then said, according to our investigation, this missing person incident has actually been going on for a long time. It's just that the number of missing people was small before, and it was always handled by the police department. Later, the number of missing people suddenly increased, and the police department had no choice but to hand it over to our secret service. During this period, according to our careful investigation, we found that most of the missing people were women, with a small number of men. The ages varied, but they were all over 18 years old, and most of them were students. We suspected that this was a conspiracy. Targeted retaliation incident. After listening to his words, Xiaozan and Lu Yuan just nodded lightly. They had already seen this information, and what Long Zhang said now did not provide any new clues. Then what does Director Long think is the reason for their revenge? Lu Yuan asked. Long Zhang shook his head. I don't know. We don't even know whether the suspects are male or female, more or less, so we can't judge their purpose of revenge. Can you take us to see the missing scene? Lu Yuan asked. There are many missing places, they are all disorganized and there is no pattern of crime. Long Zhang said. Then take us to the area with the most missing people. Leave now. So, 6 people came to a university town. There are 2 Yuling colleges here, and all the surrounding commercial activities revolve around these 2 colleges. It is just after class time, so you can see many energetic men and women. They are all in pairs. Xiaozan looked at them and felt a little miserable. At the same age, they can enjoy a good life in the academy, but they have already begun to work as cattle and horses for others. Hello Director Long. On the way, I met 1 or 2 students from time to time, and they all greeted Long Zhang politely. Are you familiar with them? Xiaozan asked. Long Zhang explained. I'm not very familiar with them, but most of the missing people are these students. I've gone to the college to investigate many times, so naturally I'm familiar with them. While talking, I met another person who looked like a teacher. Director Long, I'm just looking for you. The information you requested has been approved and I've sent it to you. Please check it. Okay, thank you, Director Zhang. It should be, it's all for the safety of the students. Director Zhang left quickly without talking much. Xiaozan looked at his leaving figure and asked Long Zhang curiously, who was that just now? Oh, that's the dean of Guangwu Yuling Academy. Long Zhang replied. What information did you just ask him for? It's the information of their students. To facilitate the investigation, because their college is a private college, the information cannot be disclosed easily. The impact of this incident is too great, so they agreed to give it to us. Oh, let's go to the small park over there and have a look. It's a sacred place for couples to date, and many people have disappeared there. Long Zhang suggested. Okay, the small park is said to be a small park, but in fact it is not small. It has mountains, water and facilities. It is a well-developed park. It is connected to a large surrounding forest, and the urban atmosphere and natural atmosphere are both balanced. When Xiaozan and the others came here, they could still see many couples dating here. Although the impact of missing persons was great, it was obvious that these adolescent students could not hold back their impulses. Xiaozan and the others carefully surveyed the terrain here and asked some students, but did not get any useful information. Soon the time came to night, and there were not only no fewer people here, but even more people. Xiaozan and the others were ready to wait and try their luck, but until midnight, there was no movement. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people, Long Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. Let's go back. There are a lot of surveillance arrangements here. If something happens, we will be notified as soon as possible. If monitoring is useful, then there won't be any clues left. Xiaozan said. He had long noticed that there were a lot of surveillance here, but with so many people missing, the surveillance didn't capture anything. On the one hand, it is the suspect's ability to block surveillance, and on the other hand, it is the young couple who specifically pick out those surveillance blind spots to play. Long Zhang didn't care about Xiaozan's tone and just said, it's really late now. I've arranged for people to patrol here all night. There's no need for us to stay here. After all, we have more important things, don't we? This is telling the truth, the division of responsibilities must be clear. If the big leaders do things like this for the minions, then who will do the things for the big leaders? Xiaozan and the others could only get in Long Yang's car and return to the accommodation room he arranged. You guys should go to bed early. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. I live in the dormitory next to you. After Long Zhang arranged them, he was ready to leave. By the way, how many days are you planning to stay here this time? Before leaving, he suddenly asked. Lu Yuan heard this question and was about to blurt it out when Xiaozan interrupted him and looked at Long Zhang. Why do you ask this? Don't get me wrong, I just want to plan the next arrangements. Seeing Xiaozan's unkind tone, Long Zhang quickly explained. The specific time is uncertain. We come down in person this time. We have to gain something before we can leave, right? Okay, then I'll be relieved. Long Zhang nodded, then turned and left. After Long Zhang left completely, Lu Yuan turned to look at Xiaoan. Do you think there is something wrong with him? You can't say that, but you still need to be vigilant. Yeah, that makes sense. Lu Yuan nodded and walked into his room. But when the door was closed, when I saw Xiaoan and Yulong being intimate, I couldn't help but show a hint of envy. The life and death contract is great. At such a young age, you can live in the same room. I'm really envious. He and Shu Qing live separately. Normally, even if it is an equal contract, as long as the relationship is good, they can live in the same house. But obviously the relationship between Lu Yuan and Shu Qing is not that good yet. Xiaoan also knows the reason for this, that is, both parties or one of them is not satisfied with their current contract partner and wants to find a better one. This phenomenon is common among 3rd grade and below. After reaching the 4th level, this phenomenon will be greatly reduced. Because the 4th grade war spirit form requires both parties to comprehend and fuse it together. If it is finally fused, and you have to change the contract partner, the war spirit form will disappear. Although the level of strength is still there, the time and energy wasted by remerging the battle spirit form with a new contract partner can be measured in years. The gain outweighs the loss. Therefore, this qualitative improvement in strength is precisely a mandatory constraint on loyalty. This era is much better than Xiaoan's amorous era. Loyalty is the main theme of this era. Xiaoan just smiled at Lu Yuan's envy. I also envy myself. Saying that, he put his arms around Yi Yutaki's waist. I was single in my previous life, but now I have a wife. Is she still such a beautiful wife that I am not allowed to show off at any time? When Lu Yuan saw this arrogant scene, he immediately wanted to slap his size 42 shoes on Xiaoan's face, making him unable to remove them. It's so abominable, it's too much to bully a dog. Don't play like this. There was a bang. He closed the door, not wanting to see Xiaoan's proud face. There was a feeling of contempt in my heart. I also envy myself. Slightly, Lu Yuan twisted her waist and swayed her head to imitate Xiaoan's speech, and she almost felt sick to death. Is this something a human can say? This love smells rotten. Outside the door, Yulong suddenly punched Xiaoan's chest angrily. Their perceptions were sharp, and the two of them could clearly hear Lu Yuan's tone of voice as he imitated Xiaoan's words in the room after closing the door. Yulong felt that his face was extremely hot. But Xiaoan couldn't help laughing and didn't care at all. On the contrary, I feel better. Because he discovered that what was more enjoyable than falling in love was falling in love in front of singles. This feeling is simply wonderful and beautiful. His proud smile made Yulong blush even more, and his hands changed from beating to pinching. Xiaoan quickly restrained his voice. I'm really speechless. How do all the women in the world manage to pinch the soft flesh around their waists uniformly without anyone teaching them? Then, Yutaki entered the room. After washing up, the two cuddled up on the bed. There's something wrong with that Long Zhang. We have to pay attention to him. The way he looks at me all day is not right. Yulong leaned in Xiaoan's arms and rested his head on his arm. She has the gift of perception, and she can detect even the slightest strange movements of Long Zhang. Throughout the whole day today, Long Yang's eyes were always looking at her intentionally or unintentionally. With a touch of passion and a touch of pursuit. Yulong often saw this kind of look, because in the academy, the students looked at her with this kind of look. However, as the deputy director of the Secret Service Bureau of the Mingbu Bureau, Long Zhang also had this kind of gaze on Yulong, and it continued for a day, so there was something wrong. You know, she and Xiaoan have a life and death contract. For ordinary people, when they see the beauty of her forehead, most of the fire in her eyes disappears. Xiaoan had a deep expression on his face, and he was naturally aware of Long Yang's unusual behavior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had that indifferent attitude just now. If he dares to look at you like this again tomorrow, I will teach him an eternal lesson. Xiaoan thought about it and felt that it was necessary to give Long Zhang a lesson. Although strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with his eyes, Xiaoan couldn't bear to keep looking at him like this. Don't teach him a lesson, I will gouge his eyes directly tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Yulong was more ruthless than Xiaoan. Her tone was cold, not a joke at all. Xiaoan was slightly startled, and then he could only sigh that Yulong was indeed Yulong, and his behavior was much more shameless than him. No, this is not giving face, this is mental misophobia. She didn't allow herself to be looked at by other men like that, even though there was no evil in that look. It was precisely because she had no evil desires that Yulong could endure it until now. Otherwise, she would have exploded on the spot. However, even with this kind of look that seems normal to outsiders, Yulong is not willing to let him exist for a long time. I can only be seen by you. Just when Xiaoan was lamenting Yulong's misophobia, she suddenly said again. After hearing this, Xiaoan's expression was slightly stunned, and a touch of sweetness suddenly flowed through his heart. Then, he looked straight at Yulong and smiled, then I want to see it now. Yulong's fair and tender face quickly turned red. He lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at Xiaoan. Seeing this, Xiaoan's heart moved, how could he not know what to do next? Maybe tonight is the night to become a man, so I will immediately stretch out my devil's claws. But that's it. Suddenly there was a sound of glass exploding. A bullet came in from outside. Xiaoan jumped up from the bed almost as a reflex, and at the same time, the death scythe transformed by Yulong was already in his hand. Bang! The bullet did not hit Xiaoan, but hit a vase in the house. Xiaoan immediately sensed the release and wanted to catch up. But he was surprised to find that the guy was outside the range of perception, and Xiaoan hesitated for a moment. That man has left. At this time, Yulong's voice came. Although the murderer was outside the range of perception, Xiaoan and Yulong were unable to determine the specific number of people and strength. But the perception of murderous intent actually goes beyond the actual distance. Xiaoan glanced at the broken vase, remained silent for 2 seconds and said, the other party doesn't want to kill us, this is more like a warning. In the situation just now, even if bullets were aimed at Xiaoan and the two of them, they could react as quickly as possible. Bullets are very strong, but in this world, there are limits. This kind of attack without attacking is more like a reminder. At this time, there was a rapid knock on the door. Xiaoan, are you okay? It was Lu Yuan's voice. Xiaoan opened the door and saw the anxious expressions of Lu Yuan and Xu Qing. He shook his head, it's nothing. What happened? Lu Yuan asked. It's a warning from the enemy. Xiaoan pointed at the broken vase. Lu Yuan and Xu Qing suddenly looked serious. They had just arrived, and they started taking action so soon. At this time, Long Zhong also rushed over. Seeing the situation in the house, he quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, what happened? Are you guys injured? It's nothing serious, just a warning. Long Zhong entered the room and took a brief look at the scene, then looked at Xiaoan and the death scythe in his hand. Then he said solemnly, I didn't expect these guys to be so bold and attack you directly. It seems that your appearance has made them feel scared. You can't live here anymore. It's too dangerous. You should live in a guardhouse. It's safe there, but the conditions are a little worse. Okay, Xiaoan responded. Although at present, the other party has no intention of killing them, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Afterwards, Long Zhong rearranged rooms for them. Before leaving, he said, you can live here with peace of mind. There are guards patrolling outside, and the house is made of special materials. What happened just now will never happen. Good. Wait until Long Zhong leaves. Xiaoan's eyes turned cold. These guys are really fast. They started attacking us so quickly. Do you suspect there's a mole in the Secret Service? Yutaki had already returned to her human form at this time, wearing a silk pajamas dress that fit her figure perfectly. Xiaoan couldn't help but take a second look and said, it's normal to have a mole. With the capabilities of the Secret Service, it's impossible for more than 20 people to disappear, but not a clue can be found. If that's the case, that's too wasteful. Then who do you think the mole is? I don't know. After all, when we come down, most of the people in the Secret Service know about it. Yulong was silent for a long time. Is it possible it's Long Zhong? There is suspicion, but no evidence. Forget it, let's not think about it for now. Let's go to the academy tomorrow to find out the situation. It's getting late today, let's rest. With that said, Xiaoan walked towards the bed. Yulong had no choice but to go to bed and lie next to him. Looking at Yulong's graceful figure, Xiaoan suddenly murmured, what a pity. What's a pity? It's a pity that I didn't see it just now. Yulong. 2 seconds later, Yulong said, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you now. Forget it, there's no such atmosphere anymore. Xiaoan waved his hand again. He doesn't just want to see it, he also wants to understand it in depth. However, something like that just happened. Now he was in no mood. Turn off the lights and go to sleep. At the same time. In a dark room, a man shrouded in black was communicating with several people via video communication. Boss, with this list of students, it will be much easier for us to choose the target to attack next. We don't have to investigate one by one. In the video, a man said excitedly. By the way, boss, is it the same as before these days? Wait until they leave before taking action. Another person asked. No, there's something different this time. The man shrouded in black said. What changes? We can't let them go this time, we have to let them stay. Stay? Boss, do you mean we are going to take action against the Secret Service people? Several people were shocked. They were members of the Secret Service and the Special Forces. They were not at the same level as the cats and dogs that came before. The man didn't care at all. Anyway, just go and prepare according to my instructions. Although there will be some risks this time, it is worth it compared to the benefits we will gain, so you must be fully prepared this time. Yes, boss. Hang up video. The man thought for a moment and made another video call. What's up? When the video was connected, there was also a man over there. There is a scar on his face, and his appearance is somewhat similar to this man. He is in a relatively dark environment. Next to him lay a woman with a pale face and a weak breath. Brother, this is a great thing. How big is it? Is it bigger than me breaking through the 6th level? Brother, are you going to break through the 6th level? It's not that easy. This woman can't survive. Scarface sighed, looked at the woman next to him, and kicked her several meters away with a disgusting kick. Brother, don't worry, I have found a suitable person for you. Forget it, the S-level ones are of no use to me anymore, just keep them for yourself. Brother, it's not S-level, it's SSS level. What? SSS level? The scar-faced man's tone suddenly became a little more serious. He couldn't believe it. Are you sure it's SSS level? Isn't it fake? Have you verified it with your own eyes? After asking 3 questions in a row, the man's emotions couldn't help but arouse. It has been verified. What was just verified is a scythe. The rich aura is definitely SSS level. Hearing such affirmative words, Scarface was so excited that he moved closer to the screen. The scar on his face was like a centipede, running through the entire right face of his face. It was extremely terrifying. Fanaticism burns in his eyes. However, he quickly calmed down and said, SSS level is rare. How did you find her? What is her identity? She is from the Anbu Special Forces. Special Forces. Scarface suddenly looked cautious. Could this be a bait they deliberately set out, right? Brother, you are thinking too much. If it were you, would you be willing to release the SSS level bait? Although they are from the Special Operations team, they are not the same group as those who are tracking us. They are here to investigate missing persons. Several groups of people have already arrived. Hearing his explanation, Scarface relaxed a little, but then asked, then she is from the Special Forces team. I'm afraid there is nothing you can do, right? How long will they stay? I will send someone here to support you now. Brother, no need, I can handle it. Can you handle it? Yes, I can handle it. Brother, you don't know, that woman and her spiritual master are only 2nd grade, I can take her down easily. 2nd grade, another Special Forces team. Scarface frowned slightly. I heard you say that, why does it feel a little wrong? Only 2nd grade Special Forces can enter. I've heard from people who were with them. They both got into the Special Operations team through connections. It's said that they have quite a close relationship. I see. Scarface nodded, thought for a moment and then asked worriedly, are you sure you really don't need me to send someone? Oh, there's really no need. The man suddenly looked a little impatient. Brother, you have to choose to believe me. I can't ask you to shoulder everything behind me, right? Then what's the point of me coming out? You didn't believe me before, but you see, I've been in Carp City for 2 or 3 years now, so nothing has happened to me. Hearing the man's rebuttal, Scarface couldn't say much. He knew that his younger brother's character was too strong. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Carp City thousands of miles away. Okay, anyway, be careful. If it doesn't work, just give up on Carp City. I will always be your backing. Don't worry, brother, there will be no problem. I'm not worried about a small second-grade person. When I get her back to you, you will definitely be able to break through to the 6th level. The man then hung up the phone. He leaned towards the chair behind him, and the light dispersed the darkness on his face. It was a familiar face, Long Zhang. The next day, Xiaoan and Lu Yuan divided their labors and cooperated. One went to the academy to get more information, and the other went to the small park to try his luck. Xiaoan and Yulong came to the academy and asked some teachers and classmates about the missing students. I thought I could get some useful information, but it was the same as the information provided by Long Zhang, and there was almost no progress. After a busy day, the two returned to the house. Lu Yuan and Lu Yuan also came back, and found nothing. 4 people gathered around. Lu Yuan said, I really have no clue at all. The missing area is scattered and the missing time span is long. It is impossible to investigate at all. It feels like something is blocking it. It can't be said that I have no clue at all. Xiaoan took out the information on the missing persons and analyzed it. Although these missing persons include both men and women, most of them are women, and there are very few men, only 3 or 4. Moreover, nearly 80% of these women are not first-grade weapon spirits. But their talents are very good, concentrated in B level and A level. There are also those with poor talents, but the proportion is also very small. So, these people actually have a goal when they take action. Lu Yuandao said, it's useless just to have a target. Those people have disappeared and their contracts have been broken. I don't know whether they are dead or alive. There is a high probability that he is still alive. How can you be sure? If it's just to kill someone, there's no need to kidnap the person. With their elusive ability, wouldn't it be enough to just kill them on the spot? It makes sense. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. It was not for revenge, nor for seeking money. After all, no redemption information was received. Then their purpose is to target the students themselves. To be precise, it should be for their talents. Xiaoan corrected. He took a look at the photos of these students. They were all beautiful and ugly, and they were obviously not for love. The only value point is talent. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.